Welcome to this gentle journey through the remarkable history of Pokémon cards. As you settle in and let the day's worries drift away, allow yourself to be transported to a time and place where a simple idea would grow into one of the most beloved collectible phenomena the world has ever known. This is a story of creativity, passion, and the universal joy of collecting, a tale that spans decades and touches the hearts of millions across every corner of the globe. The story of Pokémon cards cannot be told without first understanding the world from which they emerged. In the early 1990s, Japan was experiencing a renaissance in gaming and entertainment. Video games had become a cornerstone of popular culture, and handheld gaming devices were opening new possibilities for how people could interact with digital worlds. It was within this fertile creative landscape that a young game designer named Satoshi Tajiri would plant the seeds of what would become a global empire. Satoshi Tajiri was born on August 28, 1965, in the Setagaya ward of Tokyo, Japan. As a child growing up in the suburbs of Tokyo, young Satoshi developed an intense fascination with the natural world around him. He spent countless hours exploring the fields, forests, and ponds near his home, collecting insects and small creatures with the enthusiasm that only a child can possess. His friends affectionately called him Dr. Bug, a nickname that spoke to his encyclopedic knowledge of the insects he so lovingly gathered and studied. The landscape of Tajiri's childhood was one of gentle streams, rice paddies, and wooded areas where nature thrived in harmony with suburban development. He would wade through shallow waters, searching for crayfish, overturn rocks to discover beetles, and peer into bushes, hoping to spot rare species of butterflies. Each creature he found became part of his growing collection, carefully preserved and studied with the dedication of a professional entomologist despite his young age. As Japan continued to urbanize throughout the 1970s and 80s, Tajiri watched with sadness as the natural habitats of his childhood were gradually replaced by buildings, roads, and shopping centers. The ponds where he once caught tadpoles were filled in. The fields where he chased grasshoppers became parking lots. This transformation left a profound impression on the young man, and the memory of those lost wild spaces would eventually inspire one of the most successful media franchises in history. During his teenage years, Tajiri's interests evolved, but his passion for collecting never diminished. He discovered video games and became particularly skilled at arcade games, eventually winning a contest sponsored by the gaming magazine Sega. This victory sparked another passion, and soon Tajiri was writing about video games with the same enthusiasm he had once reserved for insects. In 1982, he created a self-published fanzine called Game Freak, which he wrote by hand, photocopied, and sold at hobby shops and conventions. Game Freak started as a humble publication with a circulation of just a few hundred copies, but it quickly gained a devoted following among gaming enthusiasts who appreciated Tajiri's detailed analyses and passionate writing. The magazine covered tips, tricks, and strategies for popular arcade games, and Tajiri's reputation as a gaming expert grew with each issue. It was through this publication that he would meet Ken Sugimori, an artist whose illustrations would eventually bring Pokémon to visual life. Ken Sugimori was born on January 2, 1966, just a few months after Tajiri. He discovered Game Freak magazine and was so impressed by its content that he reached out to contribute artwork. The two young men quickly became friends and creative partners, their complementary talents forming the foundation of what would become one of the most successful game development companies in the world. Sugimori's artistic abilities perfectly matched Tajiri's creative vision, and together they began to dream of creating their own video games. In 1989, Nintendo released the Game Boy, a handheld gaming device that would revolutionize portable entertainment. The system featured a link cable that allowed two Game Boy units to connect and communicate with each other, enabling multiplayer gaming on the go. When Tajiri first saw two children connecting their Game Boys with this cable, an image flashed through his mind that would change entertainment history forever. He imagined creatures traveling through that link cable, moving from one device to another. This mental image merged with his childhood memories of collecting insects and suddenly the concept became clear. What if players could collect digital creatures, trade them with friends, and compete to build the best collection? What if those childhood experiences of discovering new species in the wild could be recreated in a video game format, allowing a new generation of children to experience the joy of exploration and collection even as natural habitats continued to disappear? Tajiri called his concept capsule monsters, inspired by the Japanese gachapon machines that dispense small toys in plastic capsules. The name would later be changed to Pocket Monsters due to trademark issues, and this name would eventually be shortened to the now familiar Pokémon. But in those early days, the project was simply Tajiri's passionate attempt to share the joy of his childhood bug-catching adventures with the world. The development of Pocket Monsters began in 1990 and would stretch across an incredible 6 years. Tajiri and his small team at Game Freak, which had transformed from a magazine into a video game development company, worked tirelessly on the project despite numerous setbacks and financial difficulties. The company nearly went bankrupt several times during development, and many employees had to take second jobs to support themselves while working on the game in their spare time. Tajiri himself refused to take a salary for extended periods, investing everything he had into the project he believed in so deeply. His dedication bordered on obsession, and he would often work for 24 hours straight before sleeping for 12 hours and starting the cycle again. His colleagues worried about his health, but Tajiri was driven by a vision that he could not abandon. He knew that if he could just complete the game, players would understand the magic he was trying to create. Ken Sugimori worked alongside Tajiri throughout this grueling development period, creating the original designs for all 151 Pokémon that would appear in the first games. Each creature was carefully crafted to be appealing, memorable, and distinct from the others. Sugimori drew inspiration from real animals, mythology, folklore, and pure imagination to create a diverse cast of creatures that would capture the hearts of players around the world. On February 27, 1996, Pocket Monsters Red and Pocket Monsters Green were finally released for the Nintendo Game Boy in Japan. After 6 long years of development, Tajiri's dream had become reality. The games allowed players to capture wild Pokémon, train them through battles, trade them with friends using the linked cable, and work toward completing a collection of all 151 species. The initial release was relatively modest by today's standards. The games received little marketing support and were released late in the Game Boy's life cycle, when most developers had moved on to newer platforms. Many industry observers expected the games to quickly fade into obscurity, just another forgettable title in an oversaturated market. But something unexpected began to happen in the weeks and months following the release. Word of mouth spread like wildfire among Japanese school children. Players discovered that the games were designed with 2 versions precisely so that trading would be necessary to complete the collection. Certain Pokémon could only be found in red, while others were exclusive to green. This brilliant design decision encouraged social interaction and created a sense of community among players that was unprecedented in portable gaming. Children brought their Game Boys to school, gathering during lunch breaks and after classes to trade Pokémon and battle each other. The link cable that had inspired Tajiri's original vision became a vital tool for building friendships and social connections. Parents noticed their children becoming more social, making new friends through shared interest in the games, and the positive word of mouth extended from playgrounds to family dinner tables. Sales of Pocket Monsters grew steadily throughout 1996, defying the typical pattern of video game sales which usually peak shortly after release and then decline. By the end of the year, the games had become a genuine phenomenon in Japan, with demand often outstripping supply. Nintendo, recognizing the unexpected success, began planning an expanded media strategy to capitalize on the growing popularity of these charming digital creatures. As Pocket Monsters fever swept across Japan in late 1996, Nintendo sought partnerships to expand the franchise beyond video games. They approached Media Factory, a Japanese publishing and media company, about creating a trading card game based on the Pokémon universe. Media Factory had experience with collectible cards and recognized the potential of combining the popular video game franchise with the well-established tradition of trading card games. The development of the Pokémon trading card game was led by game designer Tsunekazu Ishihara, who would later become the president of the Pokémon Company. Ishihara faced the challenge of translating the video game experience into a physical card format while maintaining the essence of what made Pokémon so appealing. He studied other trading card games, particularly Magic: The Gathering, to understand the mechanics that made collectible card games engaging. Ishihara's design philosophy centered on accessibility. While games like Magic: The Gathering had complex rules that could intimidate younger players, the Pokémon trading card game needed to be approachable enough for elementary school children while still offering strategic depth for older players. The result was an elegant system that captured the core elements of the video games, including energy types, evolution, and turn-based combat in a format that could be learned in minutes, but took much longer to master. In October 1996, the first Pokémon trading cards were released in Japan. The initial set, simply called the Pokémon card game, contained 102 cards featuring all 151 original Pokémon Plus trainer cards and energy cards. The artwork was based on Ken Sugimori's original illustrations, but included contributions from other artists as well, establishing the tradition of varied artistic styles that would become a hallmark of Pokémon cards. The cards were sold in booster packs containing a random assortment of cards, a format borrowed from baseball cards and other collectibles. This randomized distribution created excitement and anticipation with each pack opening, as players never knew whether they might find a common card they already owned or a rare treasure they had been seeking. The thrill of the unknown became an essential part of the Pokémon card experience. From the very beginning, the cards featured different rarity levels indicated by symbols in the bottom corner. Common cards were marked with a circle, uncommon cards with a diamond, and rare cards with a star. This seemingly simple classification system would evolve over the years into increasingly complex rarity tiers, but in those early days, pulling a rare card from a booster pack was a moment of pure joy for collectors. Among the most coveted cards in the original Japanese set were the holographic cards, featuring a shimmering, rainbow-reflective pattern on the illustration. These holographic or holo cards were reserved for the rarest and most powerful Pokémon, including fan favorites like Charizard, Blastoise, and Venusaur. The visual appeal of watching light dance across these cards added a tangible dimension to their desirability that went beyond mere gameplay value. The holographic printing technology used for these early cards was relatively new and expensive, which contributed to their rarity. Producing holographic cards required specialized equipment and materials that added significantly to manufacturing costs. This technical limitation, combined with deliberate design decisions about distribution, meant that holographic cards appeared in only a small percentage of booster packs. Children and collectors quickly learned to identify booster packs that might contain holographic cards by their weight and the way the cards shifted inside the packaging. Various methods of trying to determine pack contents spread through schoolyard whispers, though most were more superstition than science. The hunt for holographic cards became a social activity, with friends gathering to open packs together and share in the excitement of each discovery. The first holographic Charizard card from this original Japanese set would eventually become one of the most valuable trading cards in history, but in 1996 it was simply the most desired card among Japanese schoolchildren. Charizard, the final evolution of the fire-type starter Pokémon Charmander, had captured imaginations with its dragon-like appearance and powerful attacks. The holographic version, with its artwork depicting Charizard breathing flames against a shimmering background, represented the ultimate prize for collectors. The social dynamics that developed around rare cards were fascinating to observe. Children who owned holographic Charizards gained social status among their peers. Trading negotiations could become intense, with multiple cards offered for a single coveted holographic, Some children refused to trade their rarest cards under any circumstances, keeping them protected in plastic sleeves and showing them only to trusted friends. Following the success of the initial release, Media Factory quickly developed expansion sets to keep collectors engaged and provide new gameplay options. The Jungle expansion was released in March 1997, featuring Pokémon from the Safari Zone area of the video games. This set introduced new mechanics and artwork while expanding the roster of available cards. The Fossil expansion followed in June 1997, highlighting prehistoric Pokémon that could be revived from fossils in the video games. Cards like Aerodactyl and the ancient evolutions of Omanite and Kabuto offered new strategic possibilities while tapping into children's fascination with dinosaurs and extinct creatures. Each expansion told a story through its theme, connecting the cards to the larger Pokémon universe. The rapid release schedule of expansion sets established a pattern that would continue for decades. New sets appeared every few months, each introducing new Pokémon, new artwork, and new gameplay mechanics. This constant stream of new content kept the game fresh and gave collectors reasons to continue purchasing packs. The combination of collectability and playability created a dual appeal that broadened the audience beyond traditional card game players. Organized play began to develop in Japan during 1997, with tournaments held at hobby shops and convention centers. These events ranged from casual local gatherings to more competitive regional championships. The tournament scene helped establish standard rules and best practices while creating communities of dedicated players who approached the game with serious strategic intent. The Japanese card game also began experimenting with promotional cards distributed through various channels outside regular booster packs. Movie theater giveaways, magazine inserts, and special event distributions created cards that were difficult to obtain through normal means. These promotional cards, often featuring unique artwork or exclusive Pokémon, became highly sought after by collectors and established another dimension of the hobby. On April 1st, 1997, the Pokémon animated television series premiered in Japan. The show followed the adventures of a young trainer named Satoshi, known as Ash Ketchum in later Western adaptations, as he traveled across various regions capturing Pokémon and competing in battles. The anime brought the creatures of the video games and trading cards to vivid life, giving them personalities, voices, and stories that deepened emotional connections with audiences. The protagonist, Satoshi, was named after creator Satoshi Tajiri, a tribute to the man whose childhood dreams had given birth to the entire franchise. His companion, Pikachu, a small electric-type mouse Pokémon, became the face of Pokémon worldwide. The anime's depiction of Pikachu as loyal, brave, and adorably expressive transformed the character into a cultural icon that transcended the boundaries of gaming and collectibles. The anime created demand for trading cards featuring scenes and characters from the show. Cards depicting Pikachu in various poses and situations became essential additions to any collection. The relationship between the different Pokémon media forms became symbiotic, with each reinforcing interest in the others. Children who watched the anime wanted to play the video games and collect the cards. Players of the card game watched the anime to learn more about their favorite Pokémon. The anime also introduced the concept of Pokémon as companions rather than merely collectibles or competitors. The emotional bonds between trainers and their Pokémon, the themes of friendship, perseverance, and growth, gave depth to creatures that might otherwise have been seen as simple game pieces. This emotional dimension enhanced the value collectors placed on their cards, which now represented beloved characters with stories and personalities. By late 1997, the Pokémon trading card game had become firmly established in Japan. Sales continued to grow as the anime expanded the audience, and new expansion sets maintained collector interest. The combination of video games, trading cards, and animated series had created a multimedia phenomenon unlike anything Japan had seen before. The Japanese market for Pokémon cards developed its own unique characteristics. Japanese collectors tended to value card condition extremely highly, with even minor imperfections significantly affecting a card's desirability. The culture of careful handling and pristine preservation that would later characterize the global Pokémon card market had its origins in these early Japanese collecting communities. Japanese booster packs were packaged differently from what would later appear in Western markets. The packaging featured vibrant artwork and Japanese text that would become nostalgic symbols of the franchise's origins. Some collectors would later seek out these original Japanese products specifically for their authenticity and connection to Pokémon's birthplace. The success of Pokémon in Japan caught the attention of international businesses looking for the next big trend. Nintendo had established partnerships in North America and Europe, and discussions began about how to bring the Pokémon phenomenon to Western audiences. The challenge would be translating not just the language, but the entire cultural experience of Pokémon for markets that had never encountered anything quite like it. As 1997 drew to a close, plans were being finalized to bring Pokémon to North America and Europe. The video games would need to be translated and localized, with cultural references adapted for Western audiences. The anime would require dubbing and some modification to make it suitable for American television standards. And the trading cards would need a Western publisher with the infrastructure to manufacture, distribute, and market them across multiple countries. Nintendo of America approached several companies about the trading card license. The winner of this competition would have the opportunity to introduce Pokémon cards to a market of hundreds of millions of potential customers, but they would also face the challenge of creating something essentially new. Trading card games were not as established in Western culture as they were in Japan, and the concept of Pokémon itself was completely unknown outside Asia. The company that would win this license and become synonymous with Pokémon cards in the Western world was Wizards of the Coast, a relatively young gaming company that had revolutionized tabletop gaming with the creation of Magic: The Gathering just a few years earlier. Their expertise in trading card games and their established distribution network made them an ideal partner for bringing Pokémon to Western shores. But that story, the tale of how Pokémon cards conquered the Western world and became one of the defining collectibles of a generation, is a journey we will continue in the next chapter. For now, as your eyes grow heavy and sleep begins to call, remember the image of a young Japanese boy catching insects in the fields outside Tokyo. Remember how his childhood memories of exploration and collection became the foundation for something magical that would touch the lives of millions around the world. The artwork of the original Japanese Pokémon cards deserves special attention as we reflect on the origins of this phenomenon. Ken Sugimori's illustrations, which served as the basis for many of the earliest cards, established a visual language that would define Pokémon for years to come. His style balanced simplicity with expressiveness, creating creatures that were immediately recognizable, yet full of personality. Sugimori's color choices were deliberate and meaningful. Fire-type Pokémon featured warm oranges and reds. Water types were rendered in what's cool blues. Grass types were depicted in verdant greens. This color coding helped players quickly identify type relationships, an important element of both the video game and the card game strategy. The consistency of this visual system across all media forms reinforced the unified world of Pokémon. Beyond Sugimori's work, other artists contributed to the original card sets, each bringing their own interpretation of the Pokémon designs. Some artists emphasized the cute and friendly aspects of certain creatures, while others brought out more dynamic or powerful qualities. This variety in artistic interpretation added depth to the cards and gave collectors reasons to seek out different versions of the same Pokémon. The layout of the early Japanese cards was clean and functional. The Pokémon's name appeared at the top in Japanese characters, with its hit points displayed prominently. The illustration occupied the center of the card, framed by a border whose color indicated the Pokémon's type. Attack names and energy costs were listed below the illustration, with flavor text at the bottom providing additional information about the creature. This card layout, though it would evolve over time, established templates that remain recognizable today. The basic structure of a Pokémon card, with its illustration, statistics, and attacks, has remained fundamentally consistent across nearly 3 decades of releases. This continuity creates a sense of connection between collectors of different eras, all sharing in a tradition that began in 1996. To truly understand the impact of Pokémon cards in Japan, one must imagine the schoolyards and classrooms where children gathered to trade and play. The cards became a social currency, a common language that crossed social boundaries and created connections between children who might otherwise have had little in common. A shared interest in Pokémon could bridge gaps between students from different backgrounds. Trading cards required negotiation skills that children developed through practice. What is a Pikachu worth in terms of other cards? How much should someone demand for a holographic rare? These questions sparked discussions that taught children about value, fairness, and persuasion. Some children became known as skilled traders, able to build impressive collections through strategic exchanges. The competitive aspect of the card game also taught valuable lessons. Losing a match meant analyzing what went wrong and how to improve. Building a deck required planning and understanding of game mechanics. Children learned to think strategically, to anticipate opponents' moves, and to adapt their plans when circumstances changed. These cognitive skills, developed through play, had applications far beyond the game itself. Parents and teachers had mixed reactions to the Pokémon craze. Some appreciated how the cards encouraged social interaction and strategic thinking. Others worried about children becoming too focused on collecting and trading, potentially to the detriment of their studies. Some schools implemented rules about when and where Pokémon cards could be used, attempting to balance the positive social aspects with educational priorities. The debates about Pokémon cards in Japanese schools foreshadowed similar discussions that would occur around the world as the phenomenon spread. The tension between the genuine benefits of the hobby and concerns about commercialism and distraction would become a recurring theme in the story of Pokémon cards. But for the children themselves, these debates mattered little compared to the joy of opening a new pack and discovering what treasures waited inside. The early Japanese Pokémon card market established principles of collecting that would shape the global hobby for decades to come. The concept of rarity tiers, the appeal of holographic cards, the value of pristine condition, and the importance of complete sets all emerged from these first years of the Japanese market. Collectors who participated in this era were, without knowing it, establishing traditions that would endure. The idea of completing a set, obtaining every card from a particular expansion, became a driving force for collectors. This goal provided structure and direction to collecting activities. The satisfaction of placing the final card into a collection, of seeing every space in a binder filled, created memorable moments that collectors would remember fondly for years afterward. Storage and protection of cards became important considerations as collectors recognized the value of their collections. Plastic sleeves, designed to protect individual cards from wear and damage, became essential accessories. Binder pages with individual pockets allowed for organized display and easy viewing. These products, originally developed for other collectibles, found new audiences among Pokémon card enthusiasts. The secondary market for Pokémon cards began to develop almost immediately. Specialty shops that had previously focused on other collectibles began stocking Pokémon products. Private sales between collectors established rough price guides for desirable cards. The infrastructure that would eventually support a global market worth billions of dollars had its humble beginnings in these early transactions. As we conclude this first chapter of our journey through Pokémon card history, we leave Japan on the cusp of sharing its creation with the world. The foundation has been laid, the phenomenon has proven itself in its home market, and now eyes turn westward to new possibilities. But for tonight, let these thoughts gently fade as you drift towards sleep, knowing that our story continues with the tales of how Pokémon cards conquered new continents and touched new hearts. Satoshi Tajiri infused his creation with philosophical elements that gave depth to what might otherwise have been a simple children's game. The relationship between trainer and Pokémon was designed to mirror the bond between humans and nature, just as Tajiri had once observed and appreciated the insects of his childhood. Pokémon trainers were meant to respect and care for their collected creatures. The Pokémon themselves were designed to exist in an ecosystem, with different types having strengths and weaknesses against each other. Fire was strong against grass, but weak to water. This circular relationship emphasized balance and interconnection, concepts drawn from natural ecosystems where no single species dominates completely. The game mechanics encourage players to build diverse teams rather than relying on a single powerful creature. Evolution in Pokémon worked differently from biological evolution, representing growth and transformation rather than adaptation over generations. A Charmander could evolve into Charmeleon and then Charizard, growing stronger with experience and care. This mechanic resonated with children's own experiences of growing and developing, providing a relatable metaphor for personal progress. The trading cards captured these philosophical elements through their game mechanics. Evolution cards required the player to first play a basic Pokémon before they could evolve it, mirroring the journey of growth. Type advantages and disadvantages were built into attack damage calculations, encouraging strategic deck building. The cards were not merely collectibles, but tools for engaging with a thoughtfully designed world. Perhaps most importantly, Pokémon promoted the idea of collecting for joy rather than exploitation. Trainers in the games and anime befriended their Pokémon rather than simply using them. This relationship model distinguished Pokémon from more competitive or adversarial collecting games and contributed to its broad appeal across different demographics and cultures. The production of the first Pokémon trading cards represented a significant technical undertaking for Media Factory. High-quality printing was essential to capture the appeal of the artwork, and the holographic cards required specialized manufacturing processes that pushed the boundaries of what was commonly available in the mid-1990s. The cardstock used for Japanese Pokémon cards was carefully selected to provide durability while maintaining a pleasant tactile quality. Cards needed to withstand repeated handling during gameplay and trading, while still feeling substantial and valuable in the hand. The weight and texture of the cards contributed to the overall experience of collecting and playing. Color accuracy was another priority in production. The bright, vibrant colors of the Pokémon artwork needed to be faithfully reproduced across thousands of cards in each print run. Quality control processes ensured consistency, though minor variations did occur and would later become points of interest for dedicated collectors seeking unusual specimens. The holographic foil used in rare cards created a distinctive visual effect that became synonymous with premium Pokémon products. Light reflecting off the foil patterns created a sense of depth and movement that flat printing could not achieve. This technology, borrowed from security printing and novelty products, found a new application that would influence collectible card design for decades. Packaging design also received careful attention. Booster pack wrappers featured appealing artwork and clearly identified the set contents. The packaging needed to protect cards from damage, while remaining easy enough for children to open without assistance. These practical considerations influenced design decisions that would carry forward into international releases. As we near the end of this first chapter, let us return one more time to the vision of Satoshi Tajiri, the dreamer who made all of this possible. In his childhood exploration of nature, in his passion for games, and in his determination to share joy with others, we find the origins of a cultural phenomenon that would span the globe and endure for decades. Tajiri once said that he wanted Pokémon to allow children to experience the same wonder he felt discovering insects in the wild. The trading cards extended this vision into a tangible form, creating physical objects that could be held, traded, and treasured. Each card represented a piece of that dream, a small window into a world of adventure and friendship. The success of Pokémon cards in Japan validated Tajiri's belief that the joy of collecting and discovering could resonate with others. The millions of cards sold, the countless trades completed, and the friendships formed around shared enthusiasm all pointed to a universal human desire for connection and wonder. Pokémon tapped into something fundamental about how we relate to the world and each other. By late 1997, the foundation had been laid for what would become one of the most successful media franchises in history. The video games had proven the concept, the anime had expanded the audience, and the trading cards had created a physical manifestation of the Pokémon world that collectors could hold in their hands. Everything was in place for the next phase of growth. Now, as you drift toward the peaceful shores of sleep, carry with you the image of those first Japanese Pokémon cards. Imagine the excitement of a child opening a booster pack for the first time, the thrill of finding a holographic Charizard glinting in the light. These moments of joy, repeated millions of times around the world, form the heart of our story. Rest well, knowing that when you wake, more chapters await in this remarkable tale of creativity, collecting, and connection. The gentle rhythm of this history continues tomorrow as we follow Pokémon cards across the Pacific Ocean to new shores and new adventures. For now, let the knowledge that someone's childhood dream became a source of happiness for millions around the world be a comforting thought as you close your eyes. The story of Pokémon cards is, at its core, a story about the power of imagination and the universal language of play. Sweet dreams, and may your own collections, whatever form they take, bring you the same joy that Pokémon cards have brought to collectors around the world for nearly 3 decades. To fully appreciate the success of Pokémon cards in Japan, one must understand the broader cultural context of collecting in Japanese society. Japan has a long and rich tradition of collecting that extends back centuries. From the careful curation of bonsai trees to the meticulous assembly of traditional craft collections, the Japanese people have always shown appreciation for the art of gathering and preserving beautiful objects. In the modern era, this collecting instinct manifested in numerous forms. Baseball cards had been popular in Japan since the 1950s, establishing the concept of sports card collecting as a legitimate hobby. Model kits, particularly those depicting robots and vehicles from popular anime series, created another avenue for collectors to pursue their passion. Pokémon cards arrived in a market that was already primed to appreciate the joys of collecting. The concept of kawaii, often translated as cuteness but encompassing broader ideas of charm and affection, played a significant role in Pokémon's appeal. Many Pokémon designs deliberately incorporated kawaii elements, from Pikachu's chubby cheeks to Jigglypuff's round pink form. This aesthetic resonated strongly with Japanese cultural values and helped Pokémon cards appeal to collectors who might not have been interested in more conventionally cool or aggressive designs. The otaku culture of Japan, which celebrates intense fandom and detailed knowledge of beloved media properties, also contributed to Pokémon card collecting. Dedicated fans could demonstrate their devotion through comprehensive collections, deep understanding of card values and strategies, and participation in competitive play. Pokémon cards offered multiple paths to engagement, from casual collecting to serious competition. Japanese retail culture supported the growth of the Pokémon card market through numerous small shops specializing in collectibles. Unlike Western markets that would later consolidate around large chain retailers, Japan's network of independent hobby shops provided personalized service and community gathering spaces. Shop owners became trusted advisors, helping customers find desired cards and connecting collectors with each other. The secondary market for Pokémon cards developed rapidly in Japan, creating an economic ecosystem that would influence global collectibles markets for decades. Card values were initially determined through informal consensus among collectors, with particularly desirable cards commanding premium prices in private sales and at specialty shops. price guides began to appear in gaming magazines, providing reference points for traders and collectors. These publications helped standardize values and created transparency in a market that might otherwise have been dominated by information asymmetries. Collectors could consult these guides before making trades, ensuring they received fair value for their cards. The relationship between retail and secondary market prices created interesting dynamics. A booster pack might cost a few hundred yen, but the potential contents of that pack could be worth much more on the secondary market. This lottery-like aspect of pack opening added excitement to the purchase, while also raising questions about the ethics of randomized product distribution. Some collectors approached the hobby as an investment, carefully acquiring cards they believed would appreciate in value over time. Others focused purely on the joy of collecting, indifferent to monetary value. This diversity of motivations created a healthy market where different types of participants could each find satisfaction in the hobby. The economic impact of Pokémon cards extended beyond the direct market for the cards themselves. Related products, including protective sleeves, storage binders, deck boxes, and playmats, created additional revenue streams. The ecosystem of accessory products that would eventually surround the Pokémon card hobby had its origins in these early Japanese markets. By late 1997, Pokémon had become a cultural force in Japan, but the rest of the world remained largely unaware of the colorful creatures and their devoted following. The challenge of introducing Pokémon to Western audiences would require careful planning, cultural adaptation, and a partnership with a company that understood both trading card games and the complexities of international markets. Before we explore how Pokémon cards came to the Western world, we must first understand the company that would bring them there. Wizards of the Coast was founded in 1990 in the basement of Peter Adkison's home in Seattle, Washington. Adkison was a Boeing employee by day and a passionate gamer by night, dreaming of creating a company that would produce innovative games for people like himself. The company's early years were modest, producing role-playing game supplements and struggling to gain traction in a competitive market. Wizards of the Coast existed on the margins of the gaming industry, sustained more by passion than profit. But everything changed in 1993 when a mathematics professor named Richard Garfield approached Adkison with an unusual game concept. Garfield had invented a new type of game that combined the strategic depth of traditional card games with the collectible appeal of sports cards. Players would build their own decks from individually purchased cards, creating unique combinations and strategies. Each player's deck would be different, shaped by the cards they had collected and the choices they made in assembling their deck. This game was called Magic: The Gathering, and its release in August 1993 revolutionized tabletop gaming. Magic created an entirely new category of entertainment, the collectible card game, and proved that people would eagerly buy randomized packs of cards hoping to find rare treasures. The game's success transformed Wizards of the Coast from a small startup into a major player in the entertainment industry. By 1997, Magic: The Gathering had sold hundreds of millions of cards worldwide and spawned numerous imitators. Wizards of the Coast had grown from a basement operation into a company with hundreds of employees and global distribution networks. They had experience translating games for international markets, understanding local regulations, and managing the complex logistics of manufacturing and distributing physical products worldwide. When Nintendo began seeking a Western partner for the Pokémon trading card game, Wizards of the Coast emerged as the obvious choice. No other company had comparable experience with collectible card games, and their success with Magic demonstrated an ability to build and sustain a passionate player community. The partnership that would bring Pokémon cards to the Western world was about to begin. The negotiations between Nintendo and Wizards of the Coast took place throughout 1997 and into early 1998. Nintendo was cautious about entrusting their valuable property to a Western company, while Wizards was eager to diversify beyond Magic and tap into what they recognized as an enormous opportunity. Peter Adkison traveled to Japan multiple times to meet with Nintendo executives and demonstrate Wizards' commitment to the partnership. He brought examples of Magic products and outlined plans for how Pokémon cards would be marketed and distributed in North America and Europe. The meetings required patience and cultural sensitivity, as Japanese business practices differed significantly from American approaches. Nintendo wanted assurances that their brand would be protected and that the cards would meet high-quality standards. They were concerned about counterfeit products, inappropriate marketing, and potential controversies that might damage the family-friendly image they had carefully cultivated. Wizards addressed each concern with detailed plans and commitments. The agreement reached between the two companies granted Wizards of the Coast exclusive rights to manufacture and distribute Pokémon trading cards in North America, Europe, and other Western markets. The license was comprehensive, covering both the physical cards and organized play activities. In return, Wizards would pay royalties to Nintendo and the Pokémon Company and adhere to strict brand guidelines. With the license secured, Wizards of the Coast assembled a dedicated team to handle the Pokémon product line. They recruited employees with experience in both gaming and children's products, recognizing that Pokémon's audience would be younger than Magic's typical player base. The team began the monumental task of preparing for the North American launch. Bringing Pokémon cards to Western audiences required more than simple translation. The process of localization involved adapting every aspect of the product to resonate with American and European consumers, while maintaining the essence of what made Pokémon special. This delicate balance required careful consideration of cultural differences and market expectations. The Pokémon names themselves needed careful attention. While some names translated easily, others were deeply rooted in Japanese language and culture. The Japanese name for Pikachu, which combined the Japanese words for sparkle and the sound a mouse makes, happened to work well internationally, but many other names required creative adaptation to capture their spirit in English. Localization teams worked closely with Nintendo's Treehouse division, which specialized in adapting Japanese games for Western markets. Together, they developed English names that maintained the playful, evocative quality of the originals while being pronounceable and memorable for English-speaking children. Fushigame became Bulbasaur, Hitokaichi became Charmander, and Zenigame became Squirtle. The card text required translation and adaptation as well. Attack names needed to be both accurate to the game mechanics and exciting to read aloud during play. Flavor text, the descriptive paragraphs that provided lore about each Pokémon, was carefully crafted to maintain the whimsical tone of the Japanese originals while reading naturally in English. Visual elements also received attention during localization. While the artwork remained largely unchanged, the card layouts were adjusted to accommodate English text, which typically required more space than Japanese. The iconic yellow border of English-language Pokémon cards was introduced during this process, creating a distinctive look that differentiated Western releases from their Japanese counterparts. The energy symbols and type indicators were redesigned for clarity, with some colors and shapes adjusted to be more distinct from one another. These seemingly minor changes reflected the thoughtful approach Wizards brought to every aspect of the product, understanding that small details could significantly impact the user experience. While the localization work continued, Nintendo was carefully orchestrating the broader Pokémon launch in North America. The company understood that the trading card game would be most successful if it arrived as part of a larger cultural moment. They planned a coordinated release of the video games, anime series, and trading cards to create maximum impact. The Pokémon video games, Red and Blue versions, were released in North America on September 28, 1998. Nintendo supported the launch with significant marketing investment, including television commercials, print advertisements, and retail promotions. The games performed well, introducing American children to the world of Pokémon and creating an audience hungry for more content. The Pokémon anime began airing on American television on September 8, 1998, syndicated through various local stations before moving to the Kids WB network. The show introduced viewers to Ash Ketchum, the English language name for the protagonist Satoshi and his beloved Pikachu. The anime's daily episodes provided continuous exposure to the Pokémon brand and characters. By the end of 1998, Pokémon awareness in America had grown substantially. Children recognized Pikachu on sight and could name their favorite Pokémon species. The stage was set for the trading card game launch, and anticipation was building among young fans who wanted to hold physical representations of their favorite creatures. Wizards of the Coast used this period to establish retail relationships and prepare their distribution network. Major retailers including Toys R Us, Target, and Walmart committed shelf space for the upcoming product line. Hobby shops that had carried Magic, the Gathering were briefed on the new product and began accepting pre-orders from eager customers. And on January 9th, 1999, Wizards of the Coast officially released the Pokémon trading card game in North America. The initial offering, which collectors would come to call the base set, contained 102 cards translated and adapted from the original Japanese releases. Booster packs were priced at $3.29, while starter decks sold for approximately $10. The launch exceeded all expectations. Retail stores reported that shipments sold out within hours of arriving on shelves. Parents drove from store to store, searching for booster packs to satisfy their children's requests. Phone lines at Wizards of the Coast headquarters were overwhelmed with calls from retailers begging for additional inventory. The demand was so intense that it created genuine shortages across the country. Wizards scrambled to increase production capacity, contracting with additional printing facilities to meet the seemingly insatiable appetite for cards. Even with expanded production, supply could not keep pace with demand for months after the initial launch. The scarcity of product created its own phenomenon. News reports featured stories of desperate parents camping outside stores before delivery trucks arrived. Secondary market prices for sealed products skyrocketed, with some sellers asking double or triple the retail price. The difficulty of obtaining Pokémon cards became a topic of national conversation. This scarcity, while frustrating for consumers, generated enormous publicity for the brand. News coverage of the Pokémon card shortage reached audiences who might otherwise have never heard of the product. Parents who had been unaware of Pokémon learned about it through news stories, and the reported difficulty of obtaining cards only increased their children's desire to have them. The American collectors who bought those first base set packs in January 1999 were participating in history, though few realized it at the time. For most, the cards were simply toys, colorful objects to be traded with friends and used in battles during lunch breaks. The idea that these cards might someday be worth thousands of dollars seemed absurd. Children developed personal favorites among the Pokémon, often influenced by the anime they watched each day after school. Ash's loyal Pikachu was universally beloved, but debates raged about which starter Pokémon was best: the plant-type Bulbasaur, the fire-type Charmander, or the water-type Squirtle. These preferences shaped trading behavior as collectors sought cards featuring their favorite creatures. The holographic rare cards became objects of intense desire, just as they had been in Japan. The English base set contained 16 holographic cards, including the powerful final evolutions of the starter Pokémon: Venusaur, Charizard, and Blastoise. Among these, Charizard emerged as the most coveted, its fierce appearance and high damage potential making it the ultimate prize for collectors. The social dynamics of trading took root in American schoolyards and neighborhoods. Children learned to negotiate, assess relative values, and make strategic decisions about which cards to keep and which to trade. Some became skilled traders, building impressive collections through shrewd exchanges. Others preferred to simply collect, keeping every card they acquired regardless of rarity or value. Parents observed these social interactions with mixed feelings. Many appreciated that their children were engaging with friends, practicing math skills when comparing card statistics, and learning the basics of economic exchange. Others worried about the commercial nature of the hobby and the social pressures it could create among children of different economic means. By the spring of 1999, the term Pokemania had entered the American vocabulary to describe the cultural phenomenon sweeping the nation. Pokemon was everywhere, on television screens, store shelves, lunchboxes, backpacks, clothing, and of course, in the hands of millions of children clutching their trading card collections. The trading card game was central to this cultural moment. Unlike the video games, which required an expensive Game Boy system to play, cards were relatively affordable and accessible. A few dollars could buy a booster pack, making Pokemon cards an attainable piece of the phenomenon for children from diverse economic backgrounds. The media coverage of Pokemania was extensive and often breathless. Magazine covers featured Pikachu and other popular Pokemon. Time magazine devoted a cover story to the phenomenon, examining why these Japanese creatures had captivated American children. News programs featured segments on the trading card craze, often focusing on the high prices rare cards commanded on the secondary market. Television talk shows hosted segments about Pokemon, bringing in experts to explain the phenomenon to bewildered adult audiences. Parents who had never heard of Pokemon months earlier found themselves trying to understand a complex world of types, evolutions, and trading strategies. The learning curve for adults was steep, and many simply gave up trying to comprehend what had captured their children's attention. The entertainment industry scrambled to capitalize on Pokemania. The first Pokemon movie, titled Pokémon, the first movie in North America, was released in November 1999 and became a box office success despite lukewarm reviews. Audiences lined up for hours to see their favorite characters on the big screen, and the movie's promotional tie-ins included exclusive trading cards distributed at theaters. These movie promotion cards became highly sought after by collectors. The Ancient Mew card, distributed with tickets to the first movie, established a tradition of theatrical promotional cards that would continue for years. Collectors who missed the theatrical release paid premium prices on the secondary market, establishing early examples of the value premium attached to limited promotional items. Following the success of the base set, Wizards of the Coast began releasing expansion sets to keep collectors engaged and the product line fresh. The Jungle expansion arrived in June 1999, featuring 64 cards with a focus on Pokemon found in natural habitats. New holographic cards and gameplay mechanics gave collectors reasons to continue purchasing. The Fossil expansion followed in October 1999, coinciding with the peak of Pokemania. This set featured prehistoric Pokemon and introduced the concept of mysterious fossil cards that could evolve into powerful ancient creatures. The mysterious and slightly edgy aesthetic of the fossil Pokemon appealed to collectors seeking something different from the cute creatures that dominated other sets. The Team Rocket expansion, released in April 2000, marked a tonal shift, featuring dark versions of popular Pokemon associated with the villainous Team Rocket organization from the anime. Dark Charizard and Dark Blastoise became prized additions to collections, their corrupted aesthetics offering a compelling contrast to the friendly original versions. Each expansion brought new challenges for collectors attempting to complete sets. The growing number of cards meant larger investments of both money and time. Some collectors focused on specific expansions that appealed to them, while others attempted the increasingly daunting task of collecting everything Pokemon released. The Gym Challenge and Gym Heroes expansions released throughout 2000 introduced cards featuring the gym leaders from the video games. These character-focused cards appealed to fans who had formed attachments to specific gym leaders through the games and anime. The expansions demonstrated the potential for exploring different aspects of the Pokemon universe through the trading card medium. Wizards of the Coast drew on their experience with Magic, the Gathering, to establish organized play programs for the Pokemon trading card game. The Pokemon League program launched in 1999, creating a network of locations where players could gather to play, trade, and earn promotional items. Hobby shops, bookstores, and toy retailers participated as league locations. League participation was structured around seasons with themed promotional cards as rewards. Players earned badges and stamps for participation, collecting these items in special league folders. The program encouraged regular engagement and created communities of players who returned week after week to their local league location. The promotional cards distributed through league play became valuable collectibles in their own right. Limited print runs and distribution exclusively through organized play made these cards difficult to obtain, driving demand among collectors who wanted complete collections but could not regularly attend league events. The secondary market for league promotional cards grew alongside the market for standard releases. Competitive tournament play developed more slowly as the primary audience for Pokémon cards skewed younger than Magic players. Wizards recognized that young children might be intimidated by intensely competitive environments and structured early events with a more casual, educational focus. As players matured and demanded more serious competition, tournament structures evolved to accommodate them. The first World Championships for the Pokémon trading card game were held in 2000, establishing the pinnacle of competitive play. Players who had proven themselves in regional and national events earned invitations to compete for the title of World Champion. The prestige of these events attracted serious players who approached deck building and strategy with intense dedication. The ubiquity of Pokémon cards in schools created challenges for educators and administrators. Cards became a distraction in classrooms, with students sneaking glances at their collections during lessons. Trading activities during lunch and recess sometimes escalated into disputes when children felt trades were unfair or when cards were lost or stolen. Many schools responded by implementing restrictions or outright bans on Pokémon cards. News reports from across the country documented schools confiscating cards and sending notes home to parents explaining new policies. The enforcement of these bans varied widely, from strict confiscation policies to gentle reminders to keep cards in backpacks during school hours. The school bans sparked debates about how to handle childhood fads in educational settings. Some educators argued that blanket bans were overreactions that taught children to fear rather than manage distractions. Others maintained that schools had limited time for education and could not afford to compete with collectible cards for student attention. Creative teachers found ways to incorporate Pokémon into educational activities. Math lessons used card statistics for comparison exercises. Reading activities involved the flavor text on cards. Science classes discussed the biological inspirations for different Pokémon designs. These teachers recognized that engaging with student interests could enhance rather than detract from educational goals. The social dynamics of Pokémon cards in schools also raised concerns about economic inequality. Children from wealthier families could afford more booster packs and thus had access to rarer cards. This disparity was visible in schoolyard interactions, potentially creating or reinforcing social hierarchies based on family resources rather than personal qualities. For parents of the Pokémania generation, navigating their children's enthusiasm for Pokémon cards presented new challenges. Many parents had no frame of reference for understanding collectible card games and struggled to participate meaningfully in their children's hobby. The rules seemed complicated, the number of different cards overwhelming, and the social dynamics of trading opaque. Financial considerations weighed on family decisions about Pokémon cards. A child's request for just one more booster pack could seem reasonable in isolation, but the cumulative cost of feeding a collecting habit added up quickly. Parents developed different strategies for managing these requests, from strict budgets to reward systems tied to chores or academic performance. Some parents embraced the hobby alongside their children, learning the rules, helping build decks, and even playing games together. These shared experiences created bonding opportunities and allowed parents to model healthy approaches to collecting and competition. Children whose parents engaged with their interests often reported more positive overall experiences with the hobby. The question of appropriate boundaries arose frequently in family discussions. how many cards were too many? Was it acceptable to spend birthday money on booster packs? Should parents intervene in trades that seemed unequal? These questions had no universal answers, and families developed their own norms through trial and discussion. Resource guides and books for parents began appearing, attempting to explain the Pokémon phenomenon and offer guidance for families. These publications helped bridge the knowledge gap between generations, providing parents with vocabulary and context for conversations with their children. Some parents who read these guides developed genuine appreciation for the thoughtful design underlying the seemingly simple cards. Following the North American success, Wizards of the Coast launched Pokémon cards in European markets throughout 1999. The United Kingdom was among the first European countries to receive the product, with launches following in France, Germany, Italy, and other major markets. Each launch required additional localization work to translate cards into local languages. The European launches benefited from lessons learned in North America. Production capacity had been increased, reducing though not eliminating the severe shortages that had characterized the American launch. Marketing strategies were refined based on what had proven effective, and retail partnerships were established more systematically. European collectors developed their own relationship with Pokémon cards, influenced by local cultures and market conditions. Some European countries had stronger existing traditions of collectible card games, while others were experiencing the concept for the first time with Pokémon. These different starting points shaped how communities developed around the hobby. The multilingual nature of Europe created interesting collecting dynamics. Cards were printed in English, French, German, Italian, Spanish, and Portuguese, among other languages. Some collectors sought cards in multiple languages, while others focused exclusively on their native tongue. The rarity of certain language printings would later become a factor in secondary market valuations. By the end of 1999, Pokémon cards had become a truly global phenomenon. From their origins in Japan to their explosive growth in North America and expansion across Europe, the colorful cards had captured the imaginations of children on multiple continents. The foundation for decades of continued success had been firmly established. The intense demand for Pokémon cards during the Pokémania era gave rise to robust secondary markets. Specialty shops began dedicating significant space to single card sales, purchasing desirable cards from collectors and reselling them at marked up prices. These shops provided a way for collectors to obtain specific cards they needed without relying on the randomness of booster packs. The emerging internet also played a role in secondary market development. Online auction sites, particularly eBay, became venues for buying and selling Pokémon cards. Collectors could search for specific cards, compare prices from multiple sellers, and participate in auctions for rare items. The geographic barriers that had limited traditional collecting were diminished by online commerce. Price guides emerged to help collectors navigate the secondary market. Publications like Beckett Pokémon Collector provided valuations for cards based on condition and rarity. These guides became essential references for traders and collectors, though their prices were always slightly behind the rapidly evolving market. The concept of card condition became increasingly important as values rose. Cards were graded on scales that assessed centering, corners, edges, and surface condition. Collectors learned to distinguish between mint, near mint, and lesser conditions, with significant price differences between grades. Proper storage and handling became priorities for serious collectors. The holographic Charizard from the base set emerged as the iconic card of the era. Stories circulated of Charizard selling for hundreds of dollars, astronomical sums for what was essentially a piece of printed cardboard. These stories captured public attention and contributed to the perception of Pokémon cards as potential investments rather than mere toys. The high values and intense demand for Pokémon cards inevitably attracted counterfeiters. Fake cards began appearing in markets around the world, often sold to unsuspecting consumers who could not distinguish them from authentic products. The quality of counterfeits varied widely, from obvious fakes to sophisticated reproductions that fooled even experienced collectors. Wizards of the Coast and Nintendo took aggressive action against counterfeiters, pursuing legal action where possible and educating consumers about how to identify authentic cards. Authentication guides were published, explaining the subtle differences in printing, cardstock, and holographic patterns that distinguished genuine products from fakes. The counterfeiting problem raised awareness about the need for careful examination when purchasing cards, particularly on the secondary market. Collectors learned to scrutinize purchases, checking for telltale signs of counterfeiting such as incorrect fonts, fuzzy printing, or unusual card feel. This vigilance became a necessary skill for serious collectors. Other controversies also surrounded Pokémon during the Pokémania era. Some religious groups objected to the concept of evolution depicted in the games and cards, viewing it as contrary to their beliefs. Others raised concerns about what they perceived as occult or demonic imagery in certain Pokémon designs. These criticisms, while not widespread, generated media coverage and concerned some parents. The gambling-like nature of randomized booster packs drew criticism from consumer advocates who argued that the business model exploited children's desire for rare cards. The thrill of opening packs, not knowing what might be inside, could encourage excessive spending in pursuit of elusive cards. These concerns would resurface periodically throughout Pokémon card history. As we reflect on the extraordinary period of Pokémania, it is worth pausing to appreciate what that moment meant for those who lived through it. For children of the late 1990s, Pokémon cards were not just toys, but cultural touchstones, shared experiences that defined their generation. The bonds formed over trading sessions and battles would be remembered fondly for decades. The adults who participated in Pokémania, whether as supportive parents, skeptical educators, or business people racing to stock shelves, were witness to a remarkable phenomenon. The speed with which Pokémon captured the cultural imagination was unprecedented, and the intensity of the craze left lasting impressions on all who experienced it. For Wizards of the Coast, the period represented both triumph and challenge. The company had successfully introduced a beloved property to Western markets and reaped significant financial rewards. But managing the explosive growth, maintaining quality standards, and meeting consumer demand stretched their capabilities to the limit. The infrastructure and practices established during Pokémania would shape the Pokémon card hobby for years to come. The organized play programs, retail relationships, and collector communities that emerged during this period created a foundation that would sustain the hobby through future challenges and evolution. As this chapter draws to a peaceful close and sleep beckons, carry with you the image of a child in 1999 sitting cross-legged on a playground, carefully examining a newly opened booster pack. In that moment of discovery, of hope and anticipation, we find the heart of what Pokémon cards meant to a generation. The decisions made during the Western launch of Pokémon cards would echo through the hobby's history for decades. The visual identity established during localization, including the distinctive yellow border of English language cards, became iconic symbols recognized by collectors worldwide. These design choices, made under time pressure during the rush to launch, proved remarkably durable. The partnership model between Nintendo and Wizards of the Coast demonstrated how licensed properties could be successfully adapted for new markets. Other companies studying the Pokémon success would draw lessons about the importance of careful localization, coordinated multimedia launches, and building community infrastructure alongside product releases. The generation of children who grew up during Pokémania developed lasting connections to Pokémon that would influence the hobby's trajectory. As these children became adults with disposable income, their nostalgia would drive demand for vintage cards and fuel renewed interest in collecting. The seeds planted during the Western launch would continue bearing fruit for decades, but changes were coming that would reshape the Pokémon card landscape. New Pokémon generations, corporate restructuring, and evolving consumer preferences would challenge the established order. The story of how the hobby navigated these changes awaits in future chapters. For now, rest peacefully with the knowledge of how Pokémon cards conquered the Western world. From Wizards of the Coast's Seattle headquarters to playgrounds and living rooms across North America and Europe, the cards brought joy to millions and created memories that would last lifetimes. The journey continues, but tonight we pause to appreciate the remarkable achievement of the Western launch. This chapter tells the story of evolution and transition, of new generations of Pokémon and new challenges for collectors. We will explore how the hobby matured, how the corporate structures behind the cards changed, and how the seeds were planted for both decline and eventual renaissance. It is a quieter chapter than the frenzy of Pokemania, but no less important to understanding how Pokémon cards became the enduring collectible they are today. In the fall of 2000, Nintendo released Pokémon Gold and Silver for the Game Boy Color in North America, following their Japanese release in late 1999. These games introduced 100 new Pokémon species, bringing the total count to 251. For the trading card game, this expansion of the Pokémon universe presented both opportunities and challenges. The new Pokémon included creatures that would become enduring favorites. Chikorita, Cyndaquil, and Totodile served as the new starter Pokémon, offering trainers fresh choices for beginning their journeys. The legendary beasts Entei, Raikou, and Suicune captured imaginations with their majestic designs. The adorable baby Pokémon like Pichu and Togepi connected to established favorites while offering new collecting targets. Wizards of the Coast began incorporating second-generation Pokémon into their card releases, gradually expanding the roster of available creatures. The Neo Genesis expansion, released in December 2000, marked the first major set to feature the new Pokémon prominently. The set introduced new gameplay mechanics alongside the new creatures, refreshing the competitive landscape for players who had mastered strategies built around first-generation cards. The Neo series continued with Neo Discovery, Neo Revelation, and Neo Destiny, each expanding the second-generation card pool while introducing innovative concepts. Shining Pokémon, featuring alternate color variants of popular creatures, debuted during this era and became highly sought after by collectors. The rarity and visual distinctiveness of these special cards established precedents for premium variants that would become increasingly important to the hobby. For collectors who had grown attached to the original 151 Pokémon, the introduction of new creatures provoked mixed reactions. Some embraced the expanded universe enthusiastically, excited by fresh designs and new favorites to collect. Others felt that the original generation held special significance that newer Pokémon could not match. This generational divide among collectors would persist and even intensify as future generations were introduced. As the year 2000 progressed, the white-hot intensity of Pokemania began to cool. The frantic scramble for product that had characterized 1999 gave way to more normalized supply and demand. Booster packs that had been impossible to find now sat on store shelves. The sense of scarcity that had fueled excitement gradually dissipated. This cooling was natural and even healthy for the hobby's long-term sustainability. The unsustainable frenzy could not have continued indefinitely, and a transition to more stable market conditions was inevitable. However, the psychological impact on collectors and the industry was significant. After experiencing explosive growth, even modest declines felt pronounced. Media coverage of Pokémon shifted from breathless excitement to questioning whether the fad had passed. Articles appeared with headlines asking if Pokémon was over, if children had moved on to new interests. These narratives, while premature, influenced public perception and created self-fulfilling prophecies as parents became more hesitant to invest in what seemed like a dying trend. The children who had driven Pokemania were growing older, their interests evolving as they entered middle school and high school. Activities that had seemed exciting at age 8 felt less compelling at 12. Some collectors abandoned the hobby entirely. selling or discarding collections that would decades later be worth substantial sums. Others maintained their interest, but with diminished intensity. Retailers adjusted their ordering to reflect reduced demand. The massive allocations of shelf space that Pokémon had commanded during the height of Pokemania shrank as stores rebalanced their toy and game sections. Some specialty shops that had built their businesses around the Pokémon boom struggled to adapt to the new reality. Yet even as the craze cooled, a dedicated community of collectors and players remained. These enthusiasts continued buying cards, attending league events, and competing in tournaments. The hobby was contracting, but not dying, finding a sustainable level of engagement that would persist through the challenging years ahead. In an attempt to reinvigorate interest in Pokémon cards, Nintendo and Wizards of the Coast introduced an innovative technology called the e-reader. This Game Boy Advance accessory could scan specially designed cards, unlocking digital content including minigames, animations, and exclusive features. Cards compatible with the e-reader featured distinctive dot patterns along their edges. The e-reader represented an ambitious attempt to bridge physical collecting with digital experiences. Each card became more than just a piece of printed cardboard, it was a key to unlocking digital content. The technology encouraged collectors to acquire cards not just for their collecting or playing value, but for the digital experiences they contained. The Expedition base set, released in September 2002, was the first set designed with e-reader compatibility. The cards featured a redesigned layout to accommodate the dot patterns necessary for scanning. This visual change marked a significant departure from the established card aesthetic that collectors had known since the original base set. The e-reader concept showed creativity and forward thinking, but commercial reality proved challenging. The e-reader device itself required a separate purchase, limiting adoption to dedicated fans willing to invest in the hardware. The digital content, while innovative, was relatively limited compared to full video game experiences. Many collectors simply ignored the e-reader features and collected the cards traditionally. Despite its limited commercial impact, the e-reader era produced cards that would later become significant to collectors. The distinctive card designs from this period are instantly recognizable, and the relative unpopularity of the sets at release meant lower print runs compared to the Pokemania era cards. This combination of distinctive aesthetics and limited supply would eventually translate to collector interest. The e-reader sets, including Aquapolis, Skyridge, and others from this period, are now among the more difficult vintage sets to complete. Collectors who ignored these releases at the time later faced significant challenges and expenses in acquiring them. The unpopular sets of one era often become the treasures of another, a pattern that repeats throughout collecting history. The post-Pokemania decline placed significant strain on Wizards of the Coast. The company had expanded rapidly during the boom years, hiring staff and building infrastructure to handle the overwhelming demand. When that demand contracted, the company found itself oversized for the new market reality. In 1999, at the height of Pokemania, Hasbro had acquired Wizards of the Coast for approximately $325 million. The acquisition brought Wizards into a large corporate structure with different priorities and expectations than the independent company had maintained. Corporate parent companies expected consistent growth and profitability, metrics that became harder to achieve as the Pokémon market contracted. The relationship between Wizards of the Coast and the Pokémon Company, which had been formed in Japan to manage the Pokémon franchise, grew increasingly strained. Reports emerged of disagreements over creative direction, marketing strategies, and the division of revenues. The partnership that had brought Pokémon cards to the Western world was showing signs of stress. Layoffs at Wizards of the Coast affected employees across departments, including some who had been instrumental in the Pokémon card launches. The optimistic, growth-oriented culture that had characterized the company during the boom years gave way to caution and uncertainty. Long-term projects were scaled back or cancelled as the company focused on core profitable products. Throughout this difficult period, Wizards continued producing Pokémon cards and maintaining organized play programs. The quality of products remained high even as the business circumstances became more challenging. Professional dedication to the product line continued, despite corporate difficulties, a testament to the passion many employees felt for the games they created. The post-Pokemania decline placed significant strain on Wizards of the Coast. The company had expanded rapidly during the boom years, hiring staff and building infrastructure to handle the overwhelming demand. When that demand contracted, the company found itself oversized for the new market reality. In 1999, at the height of Pokémania, Hasbro had acquired Wizards of the Coast for approximately $325 million. The acquisition brought Wizards into a large corporate structure with different priorities and expectations than the independent company had maintained. Corporate parent companies expected consistent growth and profitability, metrics that became harder to achieve as the Pokémon market contracted. The relationship between Wizards of the Coast and the Pokémon Company, which had been formed in Japan to manage the Pokémon franchise, grew increasingly strained. Reports emerged of disagreements over creative direction, marketing strategies, and the division of revenues. The partnership that had brought Pokémon cards to the Western world was showing signs of stress. Layoffs at Wizards of the Coast affected employees across departments, including some who had been instrumental in the Pokémon card launches. The optimistic, growth-oriented culture that had characterized the company during the boom years gave way to caution and uncertainty. Long-term projects were scaled back or cancelled as the company focused on core profitable products. Throughout this difficult period, Wizards continued producing Pokémon cards and maintaining organized play programs. The quality of products remained high even as the business circumstances became more challenging. Professional dedication to the product line continued despite corporate difficulties, a testament to the passion many employees felt for the games they created. With the license transition complete, the Pokémon Company began producing cards under its own management. The first set released under the new structure was EX Ruby and Sapphire in June 2003, timed to coincide with the third generation video games. The EX designation referred to a new card type featuring powerful Pokémon with enhanced abilities and different gameplay mechanics. The transition to in-house production gave the Pokémon Company greater control over all aspects of the trading card game. Decisions about card design, set releases, organized play, and marketing could now be coordinated directly with the video games and anime, creating tighter integration across the entire Pokémon franchise. This unified approach would eventually prove beneficial for brand consistency. The early years of Pokémon Company management were challenging. The organization lacked the deep experience in collectible card games that Wizards had accumulated over a decade. Mistakes were made in areas ranging from quality control to tournament policy. Patient collectors and players gave the new management time to find its footing while providing feedback to help improve operations. Organized play programs were restructured under the new management. The Pokémon League program continued, but with modifications to the format and promotional rewards. Tournament structures evolved as the company developed its own approach to competitive play. These changes disrupted some established communities, but also brought new ideas and approaches. The visual design of cards evolved under the new management, with subtle changes to card layouts, font choices, and visual elements. These differences, while minor to casual observers, became important markers for collectors distinguishing between Wizards era and Pokémon Company era cards. The aesthetic continuity that Wizards had maintained gave way to ongoing evolution. The third generation of Pokémon, introduced in the Ruby and Sapphire video games, brought 135 new species to the franchise. Unlike the second generation, which had been designed to work alongside the original Pokémon, the third generation initially existed somewhat separately, with players unable to transfer first and second generation Pokémon to the new games. This generational shift affected the trading card game as well. new sets focused heavily on third-generation Pokémon, with first and second-generation creatures appearing less frequently. Collectors who had emotional attachments to earlier Pokémon found fewer new cards featuring their favorites. The franchise was moving forward, and some longtime fans felt left behind. The third-generation Pokémon included designs that would become new favorites. Mudkip achieved meme status that extended far beyond the traditional Pokémon fan community. Blaziken's striking design appealed to players seeking cool and powerful-looking Pokémon. Rayquaza's legendary status made it an aspirational chase card in sets where it appeared. The EX Ruby and Sapphire era introduced Pokémon X cards, featuring powerful versions of Pokémon with enhanced hit points and devastating attacks. These cards came with a strategic trade-off. When knocked out, an X Pokémon gave the opponent 2 prize cards instead of the usual one. This risk-reward dynamic added new strategic dimensions to competitive play. The X cards also featured full artwork extending to the card edges, breaking from the traditional bordered design. This visual distinction made X cards instantly recognizable and highly desirable to collectors. The extended artwork showcased the Pokémon illustrations more prominently, elevating the artistic component of the cards. The mid-2000s represent what many collectors call the quiet years of Pokémon cards. The intense media attention of Pokémania was a distant memory. New sets released to modest fanfare, purchased primarily by dedicated collectors and players rather than the mass audience that had driven the boom years. The hobby continued, but without the cultural prominence it had once enjoyed. During these quiet years, the community of serious collectors and competitive players became the backbone of the hobby. These enthusiasts maintained organized play programs, discussed cards on emerging online forums, and kept the collecting tradition alive. Without their dedication, the infrastructure that would support future growth might have withered. The relative lack of mainstream attention during this period had consequences for card availability and values. Sets released to limited demand had smaller print runs than the Pokémania era cards. Fewer children were collecting, meaning fewer cards were preserved carefully in protective sleeves. The conditions were being set for future scarcity. Online communities grew in importance during the quiet years. Websites and forums dedicated to Pokémon card collecting provided spaces for enthusiasts to share knowledge, discuss new releases, and trade cards with collectors around the world. These digital gathering places maintained social connections that local communities could no longer sustain as the hobby contracted. The quiet years tested the commitment of those who remained engaged with Pokémon cards. Continuing to collect during a period when the hobby seemed unfashionable required genuine passion rather than following trends. The collectors who persevered through this period often developed deep knowledge and appreciation that would serve them well as the hobby eventually revived. Throughout the challenges of the early 2000s, competitive Pokémon card play continued to develop. The World Championships, established during the Wizards era, continued under Pokémon Company management. These annual events brought together the best players from around the globe to compete for the title of World Champion. The competitive player base during this period tended to be older than the average Pokémon fan. Many were teenagers or young adults who had started playing during Pokémania and continued as they matured. Their dedication to mastering the game's strategic depths helped establish the trading card game as a serious, competitive pursuit, rather than merely a children's collecting activity. Tournament formats evolved as the card pool expanded across generations. The need to balance powerful older cards against newer releases led to format distinctions between standard play, which limited legal cards to recent sets, and unlimited play, which allowed cards from any era. These format choices gave players options for how to engage with competitive play. The strategic depth of the game deepened as designers introduced more complex mechanics, energy acceleration, ability-based strategies, and combo decks emerged as viable competitive approaches. Players who invested time in understanding these complexities gained advantages over casual opponents, rewarding dedication and study. Prize support for tournaments gradually improved as the Pokémon Company recognized the value of competitive play in maintaining community engagement. Scholarship awards for younger players and travel prizes for World Championship qualifiers gave competitors material goals to pursue alongside the prestige of championship titles. For collectors focused on acquiring and preserving cards, rather than playing competitively, the early 2000s offered both challenges and opportunities. The reduced mainstream interest meant less competition for new releases, allowing dedicated collectors to more easily obtain desired cards. However, the same factors meant fewer fellow collectors with whom to share the hobby. The secondary market for Pokémon cards underwent significant changes during this period. Prices for Pokemania-era cards declined as the hype faded and former collectors sold off their childhood collections. Collectors with foresight recognized opportunities to acquire vintage cards at what would later seem like remarkably low prices. eBay became the dominant platform for Pokémon card sales during this era. The auction format allowed collectors anywhere in the world to bid on cards that might not be available in their local markets. Price transparency improved as completed auction results provided reference points for card values. The geographic barriers that had constrained earlier collecting were increasingly irrelevant. Professional card grading services began paying more attention to Pokémon cards during this period. Companies like Professional Sports Authenticator, better known as PSA, had established themselves grading sports cards and began accepting Pokémon submissions more seriously. Graded cards, encased in protective slabs with numerical condition grades, offered collectors assurance of authenticity and condition. The concept of investment collecting, acquiring cards with the expectation of future value appreciation, was largely dormant during the quiet years. Most collectors were motivated by nostalgia, completion goals, or appreciation for the artwork rather than financial speculation. This purity of collecting motivation would later seem quaint as the market evolved. While the North American and European markets experienced contraction, Pokémon cards continued to develop in other regions. Australia and New Zealand maintained active collecting communities. Asian markets outside Japan showed growing interest. The global footprint of the hobby expanded even as traditional Western markets cooled. The Japanese market for Pokémon cards remained robust throughout the period, less affected by the boom and bust cycle that characterized Western markets. Japanese collectors maintained consistent demand for new releases and showed particular appreciation for rare promotional cards and special edition products. The stability of the Japanese market provided important support for the franchise. Differences between Japanese and Western card releases became more pronounced during this era. Japan received exclusive sets and promotional cards that were never released in English. Some Western collectors began seeking Japanese cards, appreciating their distinctive artwork and the prestige of owning products from Pokémon's homeland. The internet facilitated international trade in ways that had been impossible during the earlier years of the hobby. Collectors could purchase Japanese cards directly from sellers in Japan, accessing products that would otherwise have been unavailable. This globalization of the market began dissolving national boundaries in the collecting world. Language became less of a barrier as collectors learned to appreciate cards in any language. While English-speaking collectors still generally preferred English cards for play and primary collecting, Japanese cards commanded respect for their originality and often superior print quality. The seeds of the global market that would characterize later years were being planted. As the early 2000s progressed, some collectors began focusing on preserving and documenting the history of Pokémon cards. The hobby had existed long enough that early releases were becoming genuinely historic artifacts. Collectors who had been children during Pokemania were now young adults with the resources and motivation to seriously pursue vintage cards. Documentation efforts sought to catalog every card ever released, including promotional items, error cards, and regional variants. Websites emerged dedicated to comprehensive databases of Pokémon cards, providing reference resources for collectors trying to understand what existed and what they might be missing from their collections. The concept of error cards, variations resulting from printing mistakes, became a specialized collecting niche. Some errors were dramatic, such as cards printed without holographic foil when they should have had it, or with wrong Pokémon names. Others were subtle, visible only to experts who knew exactly what to look for. These imperfect specimens became perfect collectibles for those who appreciated production anomalies. First edition cards, identified by a small stamp indicating they came from the initial print run, emerged as particularly desirable. The first edition base set, the very first English language Pokémon cards produced, became a grail for vintage collectors. The premium for first edition over unlimited versions grew as collectors recognized the historical significance of these earliest prints. Sealed product collecting also began during this period. Some collectors recognized that unopened booster packs and boxes might become valuable as time passed and supply diminished. The discipline required to acquire sealed product and resist the temptation to open it would eventually prove financially rewarding for those with patience. As the early 2000s progressed, some collectors began focusing on preserving and documenting the history of Pokémon cards. The hobby had existed long enough that early releases were becoming genuinely historic artifacts. Collectors who had been children during Pokémania were now young adults with the resources and motivation to seriously pursue vintage cards. Documentation efforts sought to catalog every card ever released, including promotional items, error cards, and regional variants. Websites emerged dedicated to comprehensive databases of Pokémon cards, providing reference resources for collectors trying to understand what existed and what they might be missing from their collections. The concept of error cards, variations resulting from printing mistakes, became a specialized collecting niche. Some errors were dramatic, such as cards printed without holographic foil when they should have had it, or with wrong Pokémon names. Others were subtle, visible only to experts who knew exactly what to look for. These imperfect specimens became perfect collectibles for those who appreciated production anomalies. First edition cards, identified by a small stamp indicating they came from the initial print run, emerged as particularly desirable. The first edition base set, the very first English language Pokémon cards produced, became a grail for vintage collectors. The premium for first edition over unlimited versions grew as collectors recognized the historical significance of these earliest prints. Sealed product collecting also began during this period. Some collectors recognized that unopened booster packs and boxes might become valuable as time passed and supply diminished. The discipline required to acquire sealed product and resist the temptation to open it would eventually prove financially rewarding for those with patience. The release of Pokémon Diamond and Pearl video games for the Nintendo DS in 2006 and 2007 marked the beginning of the fourth generation. This generation introduced 107 new Pokémon species, including new evolutions for first-generation favorites that reconnected the newest games to the franchise's origins. The Diamond and Pearl expansion for the trading card game arrived in May 2007, bringing fourth-generation Pokémon to card form. The set introduced Level X cards, a new type of powerful card that could be played on top of existing Pokémon rather than evolving from them. This mechanical innovation offered new strategic possibilities while creating desirable chase cards for collectors. The Level X cards featured distinctive artwork that extended beyond the normal card frame, creating visually striking cards that stood out in collections. The combination of gameplay power and visual appeal made Level X cards highly sought after, generating excitement that the trading card game had not experienced since the height of Pokémania. The fourth generation video games proved remarkably successful, selling over 17 million copies worldwide. This commercial success translated into renewed interest in the trading card game. While not approaching Pokemania levels, engagement with Pokemon cards showed measurable improvement compared to the quiet years that had preceded. New generations of children were discovering Pokemon through the Diamond and Pearl games and anime. For these children, the first generation Pokemon their parents remembered fondly were historical curiosities rather than childhood companions. The fourth generation was their Pokemon generation, with favorites like Piplup and Lucario defining their collecting interests. By the end of the 2000s decade, signs suggested that the worst of the post-Pokemania contraction had passed. Sales stabilized and even showed modest growth. The community of dedicated collectors and players had proven resilient, maintaining the hobby through its most challenging period. The infrastructure for potential future expansion remained intact. The Pokemon Company International had developed significant capabilities during its years managing the trading card game. The early struggles of the transition from Wizards of the Coast had given way to competent management. Quality control improved, organized play programs matured, and the company demonstrated understanding of what collectors and players wanted. The global economy faced serious challenges in 2008 and 2009. Affecting discretionary spending on collectibles. Yet the trading card game weathered the economic storm reasonably well. The relatively affordable entry point of booster packs meant that even budget-conscious consumers could participate. The hobby proved more recession-resistant than many expected. Technological changes were beginning to influence how collectors interacted with the hobby. Smartphones and mobile internet were becoming ubiquitous, enabling price checking and trading connections that had previously required dedicated effort. Social media platforms were growing in influence, creating new channels for community building. The digital infrastructure for the hobby's next evolution was being assembled. As this chapter draws peacefully to a close and sleep beckons, we leave the Pokemon card hobby poised between its challenging past and uncertain future. The quiet years had tested and tempered the community. Those who remained committed to collecting had demonstrated genuine passion that would serve the hobby well. The stage was being set for a remarkable recovery that would exceed all expectations. The story of Pokemon cards in the 2010s is inseparable from the rise of YouTube, social media, and the broader digital revolution that reshaped how people discover, share, and engage with hobbies. A new generation of content creators would introduce millions of viewers to the joy of opening booster packs, and a new generation of collectors would discover the hobby through screens before ever holding a card in their hands. Among the early pioneers of Pokemon card content on YouTube was a creator who would become known to hundreds of thousands as Leonhart. Beginning his channel in 2011, Leonhart combined genuine enthusiasm for Pokemon with consistent content production. His energetic presentation style and obvious love for the franchise resonated with viewers seeking entertainment that felt personal and authentic. Leonhart's approach emphasized the emotional experience of collecting rather than purely focusing on monetary value. His reactions to pulls, whether celebrating rare finds or expressing disappointment at common cards, created narrative arcs within individual videos. Viewers became invested in his collecting journey, returning to see what cards he would find next. Another influential early creator was Unlisted Leaf, an Australian YouTuber whose channel became one of the largest dedicated to Pokemon cards. His distinctive style and international perspective demonstrated that the community for Pokemon card content extended beyond North America. Unlisted Leaf's success inspired creators from various countries to launch their own channels. Max Mofo, another Australian creator, brought a different energy to Pokemon card content. Known for his over-the-top reactions and comedic style, Max Mofo attracted viewers who appreciated entertainment value alongside collecting content. His videos demonstrated the range of approaches that could succeed in the Pokemon YouTube space. The diversity of creator personalities and styles proved beneficial for the hobby's growth. Viewers could find creators whose presentation matched their preferences, whether that meant calm and informative or energetic and entertaining. This variety ensured that different segments of potential collectors could find content that appealed to them. These pioneering creators helped establish norms and expectations for Pokémon card content. The standard pack opening format, the practice of showing pulls clearly on camera, the tradition of reacting genuinely to results, all emerged from this early period. Later creators would build on these foundations, but the pioneers established the templates that defined the genre. While YouTube was transforming how people engaged with collecting, the trading card game itself continued to evolve. The Black and White expansion, released in April 2011, accompanied the 5th generation video games and introduced 156 new Pokémon. This was the largest single generation edition since the subtle enough that new and old cards could coexist in collections without jarring visual discontinuity. Perhaps most significantly for collectors, the XY era saw continued expansion of ultra-rare card categories. Full art cards, secret rares, and various promotional variants meant that completing a set required acquiring many more rare cards than in earlier eras. This increased rarity depth pleased collectors who enjoyed chasing difficult targets, but concerned those who found collecting increasingly expensive. The introduction of Fairy type during the XY era added a new element to the type chart for the first time since the original games. Fairy type Pokémon and corresponding energy cards created new deck building possibilities and strategic considerations. The addition demonstrated that even fundamental aspects of the game could evolve when designers identified opportunities for improvement. Beyond YouTube, broader social media platforms reshaped how Pokémon card collectors connected and shared their hobby. Facebook groups dedicated to Pokémon cards proliferated, creating spaces for buying, selling, and discussing cards. These groups ranged from broad communities of thousands to specialized niches focused on particular eras, sets, or collecting approaches. Instagram became a popular platform for showcasing collections. The visually oriented nature of Pokémon cards made them ideal subjects for photography, and collectors developed increasingly sophisticated approaches to capturing and presenting their cards. Account feeds featuring beautifully photographed collections attracted followers who appreciated both the cards and the artistry of their presentation. Twitter provided a space for quick updates, discussions, and connections between collectors. The platform's real-time nature made it valuable for sharing breaking news about releases, restocks, and market developments. Collectors could follow their favorite content creators and engage in conversations that felt more immediate than forum discussions. Reddit emerged as an important hub for Pokémon card discussion, with subreddits dedicated to collecting, trading, and competitive play. The voting system surfaced popular content and valuable information, while the threading structure enabled detailed discussions. The Pokémon TCG subreddit grew to become one of the larger collecting communities on the platform. The multiplicity of platforms meant that collectors could engage with the community in whatever ways suited their preferences. Some maintained presence across multiple platforms, while others focused on single communities that best matched their interests. This diversity of gathering places ensured that the community was not dependent on any single platform. Social media also accelerated the spread of information about card values and market trends. Price spikes that might once have taken weeks to propagate through the collecting community could now spread in hours. This speed created both opportunities and challenges, as collectors needed to act quickly to capitalize on information while avoiding decisions based on incomplete data. Professional grading services became increasingly important to the Pokémon card market during the 2010s. PSA, Beckett Grading Services, and CGC Grading offered standardized condition assessment that provided buyers with confidence when purchasing cards sight unseen. The encapsulated cards, sealed in protective cases with condition grades, became the standard for high-value transactions. The 10-point grading scale used by PSA became the common language for discussing card condition. A PSA 10, representing gem mint condition, commanded significant premiums over ungraded cards or lower grades. The difference between a PSA 9 and PSA 10 could mean thousands of dollars for desirable vintage cards. Grading introduced new considerations for collectors. The cost of grading, which ranged from around $15 per card at standard service levels to significantly more for faster turnaround, needed to be balanced against the potential value increase. Not every card was worth grading, and learning which cards merited the investment became a skill collectors developed. The population reports maintained by grading services provided valuable data about card rarity. Collectors could see how many copies of particular cards had been graded at various grades, informing decisions about which cards were genuinely rare and high grades. This transparency helped collectors make more informed purchasing decisions. Graded cards became increasingly prominent in YouTube content. The reveal of a grade, whether meeting or falling short of expectations, provided dramatic moments for videos. Creators built content around the submission and return of grading orders, engaging viewers in the emotional journey of discovering whether treasured cards would receive coveted high grades. Some collectors questioned whether the emphasis on grading was healthy for the hobby. Critics argued that encapsulated cards could not be played or enjoyed directly, that the focus on numerical grades distracted from appreciation of the cards themselves, and that grading introduced gatekeeping that benefited wealthier collectors. These debates would continue as grading's influence grew. In 2016, Pokémon celebrated its 20th anniversary with special products and promotions across all media. The trading card game participated with anniversary-themed releases that acknowledged the franchise's history while introducing new collectors to its legacy. These celebrations provided opportunities to reconnect with lapsed collectors who remembered Pokémon fondly from their childhoods. The Generations expansion featured reprints of classic cards alongside new illustrations of beloved first-generation Pokémon. These reprints allowed newer collectors to obtain versions of historic cards without competing for expensive originals. The nostalgia value of seeing familiar artwork in modern frames appealed to collectors across age groups. Special anniversary boxes and promotional products drove significant sales during the celebration period. The limited nature of these products created urgency, motivating collectors to purchase before items sold out. The success of anniversary products demonstrated the commercial power of nostalgia and established a template for future celebration releases. Media coverage of the 20th anniversary reached mainstream outlets that had not discussed Pokémon in years. Articles reflecting on the franchise's cultural impact reintroduced Pokémon to public consciousness. Former collectors who had not thought about Pokémon in years were reminded of their childhood experiences and sometimes investigated whether the hobby still existed. The anniversary celebrations coincided with the release of Pokémon Go, a mobile game that became a global phenomenon during the summer of 2016. While Pokémon Go was not directly related to the trading card game, its massive popularity created renewed interest in all things Pokémon. Some Pokémon Go players discovered or rediscovered the trading card game through their mobile gaming experience. The convergence of anniversary celebrations and Pokémon Go created a perfect storm of Pokémon awareness. For a period in 2016, Pokémon dominated cultural conversation in ways not seen since the original Pokémania. While the intensity eventually subsided, the impact on the trading card hobby was lasting. The retail landscape for Pokémon cards continued evolving throughout the 2010s. Traditional hobby shops that had been central to the community during earlier eras faced increasing competition from big box retailers and online sellers. Many independent shops struggled to survive, while others found niches that allowed them to thrive. Target, Walmart, and other mass retailers became primary sources of Pokémon products for many collectors. These stores offered convenience and reliable stock for mainstream products, though their selection tended towards standard booster packs and popular special products, rather than the deeper inventory that specialty shops might maintain. Online retailers, including Amazon and various specialized collectible sellers, provided access to products that might not be available locally. The ability to order products from anywhere in the country, or increasingly the world, reduced the geographic barriers that had once constrained collecting. Rural collectors who lacked local hobby shops could now participate fully in the hobby. The emergence of subscription box services offered new ways to engage with collecting. Services that sent curated selections of Pokémon products on regular schedules appealed to collectors who enjoyed surprises and discovery. These services introduced an element of anticipation and surprise to collecting that differed from deliberate product selection. The shifting retail landscape affected how collectors discovered and purchased products. The serendipitous experience of finding unexpected products while browsing a hobby shop gave way to deliberate online searches. Something was lost in this transition, though the increased access and convenience benefited many collectors. Local game stores that successfully navigated this period typically did so by emphasizing community and experience rather than competing purely on price or selection. Stores that hosted regular play events, created welcoming atmospheres for new players, and built genuine relationships with customers found sustainable niches even as the broader retail environment shifted. Competitive Pokémon card play reached new levels of organization and prestige during the 2010s. The Championship Series established a clear pathway from local events through regional and international championships to the World Championships. Prize pools grew, and top players could earn meaningful income through tournament success. Streaming technology enabled competitive events to reach audiences far beyond those who could attend in person. Championship matches were broadcast online with professional commentary explaining plays and strategies. These streams introduced competitive play to viewers who might not have realized the strategic depth the game offered. The competitive metagame, the evolving ecosystem of popular decks and strategies, became a subject of serious analysis. Websites and content creators produced detailed breakdowns of deck archetypes, matchup percentages, and strategic considerations. Players approaching major tournaments studied this content to understand what they were likely to face and how to counter it. The relationship between competitive play and collecting remained complex. Many competitive players cared little about collecting, viewing cards purely as game pieces to be acquired and discarded as the meta shifted. Many collectors had no interest in competition, focusing entirely on acquiring and preserving cards. But a significant overlap existed of players who both competed seriously and collected enthusiastically. Junior and senior age divisions ensured that younger players could compete against peers rather than facing only adults. These divisions nurtured future generations of competitive players while providing age-appropriate tournament experiences. Some of the strongest players in the game's history began their competitive careers in junior divisions. The geographic diversity of competitive success expanded during this period. While Japan and the United States had traditionally dominated, players from Europe, Latin America, and other regions began achieving international success. The global competitive community grew more balanced and diverse. The release of Pokémon Sun and Moon video games in November 2016 introduced the 7th generation of Pokémon and the new Alola region. The tropical setting and introduction of regional variant forms of classic Pokémon provided fresh creative directions for both games and cards. Alolan forms presented familiar first-generation Pokémon in new type combinations and designs. Alolan Vulpix traded its fire typing for ice, while Alolan Exeggutor gained a comically elongated neck. These variants delighted fans who appreciated fresh takes on beloved designs while attracting newer players with interesting visual concepts. The Sun and Moon trading card expansion in February 2017 introduced GX cards as the new ultra-rare category replacing EX cards. GX cards featured powerful attacks that could only be used once per game, adding strategic decision points about when to deploy these powerful moves. Full art and secret rare GX cards became the new premium collectibles of the era. Cards featuring rainbow rare treatments, with colors shifting across a spectrum, commanded particular attention from collectors. These visually distinctive cards photographed beautifully, making them popular subjects for social media content. The Sun and Moon era saw continued expansion of set sizes and rarity tiers. Completing master sets, which included every card variation in a release, became increasingly expensive and time-consuming. Some collectors scaled back their completion goals, focusing on subsets of cards rather than comprehensive sets. Tag Team GX cards, introduced later in the Sun and Moon era, featured multiple Pokémon on a single card. These powerful cards created new deck-building possibilities while offering visually dynamic artwork showing Pokémon fighting together. Cards like Pikachu and Zekrom Tag Team became cornerstones of competitive decks. Throughout the 2010s, interest in vintage Pokémon cards steadily increased. The children of Pokemania had become adults with disposable income and nostalgia for their childhoods. Many sought to recapture the magic by reacquiring cards they had once owned or completing collections they had started decades earlier. Prices for vintage cards, particularly those from the base set and other early Wizards era releases, began climbing noticeably. First edition holographic cards that had sold for tens of dollars in the quiet years started commanding hundreds. The trend was gradual at first, attracting little mainstream attention, but collectors paying attention recognized something significant was happening. The first edition base set Charizard emerged as the iconic vintage card, its value serving as a barometer for the broader market. Stories of particularly high sales made their way through the collecting community, creating buzz and attracting new participants to the vintage market. The card became a symbol of Pokémon card collecting itself. Sealed vintage product became increasingly scarce and valuable. Unopened booster boxes from the Pokemania era, once available for modest premiums, became serious investments. Collectors who had squirreled away sealed product years earlier found themselves holding surprisingly valuable assets. The vintage market attracted collectors who had no intention of playing the game. These pure collectors valued cards for their nostalgia, aesthetics, and potential appreciation rather than gameplay utility. Their participation injected additional demand into a market with inherently limited supply. Authentication and grading became essential for high-value vintage transactions. The risk of counterfeits and the importance of condition made professional verification worthwhile for expensive purchases. The grading companies that had begun paying attention to Pokémon cards earlier in the decade saw submission volumes increase substantially. By the late 2010s, successful Pokémon YouTube creators had transformed their hobby into full-time careers. Ad revenue, sponsorships, and merchandise sales allowed creators to focus entirely on content production. What had begun as passionate hobby documentation had become a legitimate profession. The economics of content creation influenced what products creators featured. Videos opening expensive vintage sealed product generated more views than videos featuring current releases. This dynamic encouraged creators to acquire and open increasingly rare and valuable products, driving demand for sealed vintage and creating content that showcased the hobby's most spectacular aspects. The symbiotic relationship between creators and the Pokémon Company evolved over time. The company recognized the marketing value of creator content and began providing products and early access to support content production. Creators gained access to exclusive information and products while providing promotion that reached audiences traditional marketing might miss. New creators continuously entered the space, attracted by the apparent success of established channels. Competition for audience attention intensified, pushing creators to find unique angles, improve production quality, and expand their content offerings. The creative energy invested in Pokémon content grew substantially. Beyond pack opening videos, creators diversified into various content formats. Collection showcase videos displayed impressive assemblages of cards. Market analysis content discussed trends and values. Educational content explained game mechanics and deck building. This variety meant that viewers with different interests could find content that appealed to them. The influence of content creators on the market became impossible to ignore. A creator featuring a particular card could spike its value overnight. Products highlighted in popular videos could sell out within hours. This power came with responsibility, as creators' words carried weight that could affect the financial interests of their viewers. As the 2010s drew to a close, the Pokémon card hobby stood in a remarkably strong position. Digital platforms had rebuilt community, connections that had frayed during the quiet years. A new generation had discovered collecting alongside nostalgic adults returning to childhood passions. Values for both vintage and modern cards showed consistent growth. The stage was being set for developments that would exceed all expectations. Forces were converging that would transform Pokémon card collecting from a niche hobby into a mainstream phenomenon once again. The 2010s had been a period of gradual recovery and rebuilding, but what lay ahead would be explosive. Those paying close attention to market trends sensed that something significant was building. Prices that had seemed high in 2018 would soon appear like bargains. Products that had been readily available would become impossible to find. The hobby was approaching a transformation that would dwarf even Pokémania, but those stories await future chapters in our journey. For tonight, rest with the knowledge that the digital revolution saved Pokémon card collecting from potential decline. The creators who shared their passion online, the communities that formed around shared interests, and the technologies that connected collectors worldwide all contributed to preserving and reviving a hobby that brings joy to millions. In early 2020, as the COVID-19 pandemic swept across the globe, governments worldwide implemented lockdowns and stay-at-home orders. Millions of people suddenly found themselves confined to their homes, many working remotely, others furloughed or unemployed, and nearly everyone searching for ways to pass the time. The entertainment landscape shifted dramatically overnight. Movie theaters closed their doors, sporting events were cancelled, concerts fell silent, and the normal rhythms of daily life ground to a halt. In this strange new world, people turned inward, seeking comfort and distraction within the walls of their homes. Nostalgia became a powerful force during these uncertain times. Adults who had grown up in the 1990s found themselves reminiscing about simpler days, about the things that had brought them joy as children. For many, Pokémon occupied a special place in those memories. The trading cards they had collected as kids, perhaps stored away in childhood bedrooms or parents' attics, suddenly seemed like treasures worth rediscovering. This wave of nostalgia, combined with unprecedented amounts of free time, and in many cases stimulus checks providing unexpected disposable income, created the perfect conditions for a collecting renaissance. The timing was remarkable in its serendipity. Many millennials, those born between roughly 1981 and 1996, were entering their peak earning years just as the pandemic struck. They had disposable income and emotional connections to the franchise that stretched back to childhood. Generation Z, those born after 1997, had grown up with Pokémon through various media and were curious about the physical cards their older siblings and parents remembered fondly. These demographic forces converged to create demand unlike anything the hobby had ever witnessed. Paradoxically, it was digital platforms that drove the resurgence of physical card collecting. With people stuck at home and hungry for entertainment, YouTube viewership skyrocketed. Content creators who had been making Pokémon card opening videos for years suddenly found their audiences growing exponentially. The format was perfect for the moment, offering vicarious thrills and nostalgic comfort without requiring viewers to leave their homes. The ritualistic nature of pack openings, the suspense of wondering what cards would be revealed, and the excitement of rare pulls provided exactly the kind of escapist entertainment that homebound audiences craved. Twitch, the live streaming platform primarily known for video game content, became an unexpected hotbed of Pokémon card activity. Streamers began hosting marathon pack opening sessions, sometimes lasting hours or even days, with thousands of viewers watching in real time. The interactive nature of live streaming meant that audiences could share in the excitement of each pack opened, celebrating rare pulls together and commiserating over disappointing results. Chat rooms buzzed with activity as collectors discussed cards, prices, and strategies. The sense of community became especially precious during a time of enforced isolation. TikTok emerged as another powerful force in the collecting boom. Short-form videos showing impressive card collections, dramatic pack opening reveals, and satisfying organization content spread virally on the platform. The algorithm favored content that generated strong emotional reactions, and few things generated more excitement than watching someone pull a rare holographic card worth thousands of dollars. These brief, punchy videos introduced Pokémon cards to audiences who might never have sought out longer-form content, creating new collectors virtually overnight. Instagram became a showcase for collectors to display their most impressive acquisitions. The visual nature of the platform made it ideal for sharing images of pristine cards, perfectly organized binders, and sealed vintage products. Collectors built followings numbering in the thousands or even hundreds of thousands, turning their hobbies into personal brands. The social validation of likes and comments fueled the desire to acquire ever more impressive pieces, creating a feedback loop that drove collecting activity higher. The Pokémon Company had fortuitously released the Sword and Shield expansion series beginning in February 2020, just weeks before the pandemic transformed daily life. This timing proved extraordinarily fortunate for the franchise. The 8th generation of Pokémon games, released for the Nintendo Switch in late 2019, had introduced new creatures and concepts that the trading card game could expand upon. The Sword and Shield era would become one of the most collected in the game's history, driven by the unprecedented circumstances of its release period. The cards from this era introduced stunning new visual designs that captivated collectors. Full art cards reached new levels of artistic sophistication, with elaborate backgrounds and dynamic poses that transformed the cards into miniature works of art. Rainbow Rare versions of popular cards, featuring every color of the spectrum in shimmering holographic patterns, became highly sought after. Secret rares and alternate art versions provided chase cards that drove collectors to purchase box after box in hopes of pulling them. The Vivid Voltage expansion, released in November 2020, introduced what would become one of the most valuable modern cards. The Rainbow Rare Pikachu VMAX, depicting the franchise mascot in a dramatically oversized form rendered in spectacular rainbow colors, captured the imagination of collectors worldwide. This single card would come to symbolize the pandemic-era boom, with pristine graded copies eventually selling for thousands of dollars. The card's popularity demonstrated how powerfully the combination of beloved characters, stunning artwork, and extreme rarity could drive collector passion. Shining Fates, released in February 2021, became perhaps the most sought-after set of the pandemic era. The expansion featured shiny versions of popular Pokémon, including a stunning Charizard VMAX that immediately became a modern classic. The set also included an extensive subset of shiny Pokémon that appealed to completionist collectors. The combination of beloved characters, appealing artwork, and achievable but challenging completion goals made Shining Fates emblematic of the era's collecting culture. In October 2021, the Pokémon Company released Celebrations, a special expansion marking the 25th anniversary of the franchise. This set became a cultural moment for collectors worldwide. The expansion included reprints of iconic cards from throughout the game's history, allowing collectors to own versions of legendary cards that might otherwise be prohibitively expensive. Classic artworks from the original base set, including the iconic Charizard, Blastoise, and Venusaur, appeared in special anniversary editions. The Celebration set also featured a subset of classic cards recreated with new borders and treatments. Seeing beloved cards from the Jungle, Fossil, and Neo series reimagined for a new generation created powerful emotional connections. Parents who had collected these cards as children could now share the experience with their own kids, creating intergenerational collecting moments that transcended simple hobby activity. The anniversary celebration acknowledged the franchise's history while introducing it to new audiences. Special collection boxes and products tied to the anniversary commanded tremendous attention. The Ultra Premium Collection, featuring metal versions of the original legendary bird Pokémon cards, along with numerous packs and promotional items, became one of the most coveted products of the era. The combination of unique collectibles, multiple sealed packs, and premium presentation created a product that appealed to collectors on multiple levels. These anniversary products demonstrated the sophisticated approach the Pokémon Company had developed for creating desirable collectibles. The explosive growth in demand created immediate problems for production and distribution. The Pokémon Company and its printing partners had calibrated their manufacturing capacity based on pre-pandemic demand patterns. When interest multiplied seemingly overnight, the supply chain simply could not keep pace. Printing facilities ran at maximum capacity, yet still fell short of meeting the voracious appetite of the collecting public. The gap between supply and demand widened to unprecedented levels. The global supply chain faced its own pandemic-related challenges that compounded the shortage. International shipping became more difficult and expensive as port congestion and container shortages slowed the movement of goods worldwide. The specialized card, stock, and holographic materials used in production became harder to source, as competing demands from other industries strained supplies. Labor shortages affected every stage of production and distribution. These systemic issues meant that even aggressive expansion of manufacturing capacity could not immediately resolve the supply crisis. The Pokémon Company responded by dramatically increasing production runs. Reports indicated that card production had increased by several 100% compared to pre-pandemic levels. New printing partnerships were established to expand manufacturing capacity, yet even these extraordinary measures proved insufficient to satisfy the seemingly bottomless demand. For nearly 2 years, Pokémon cards remained difficult to find at retail prices, creating a persistent sense of scarcity that only intensified collector interest. The company also adjusted its release schedule and product mix to address the situation. Products were allocated to retailers based on complex formulas designed to ensure broad availability. Exclusive products were distributed across different retail partners to prevent any single chain from monopolizing supply. These efforts, while imperfect, represented a serious attempt to manage an unprecedented situation. The challenges of the pandemic boom forced the industry to develop new approaches to production and distribution that would shape its practices for years to come. For collectors seeking products at retail prices, the pandemic era became an exercise in persistence and frustration. Store shelves that had once held abundant supplies of trading cards now sat empty. The card aisle at local big box retailers became a disappointing destination rather than a treasure trove. Collectors learned to check stores early in the morning, particularly on restocking days, hoping to find products before they disappeared. The hunt itself became part of the hobby, with collectors sharing information about stock levels and restocking schedules in online communities. Target, one of the largest retailers of trading cards in North America, eventually took the extraordinary step of suspending sales of all trading cards in May 2021. The decision came after incidents of confrontational behavior in stores, including at least one physical altercation over cards. The temporary ban affected not just Pokémon, but all trading card products. The suspension lasted several months before Target cautiously resumed sales with new restrictions and purchase limits. This drastic action by a major retailer illustrated how dramatically the market had changed. Walmart similarly implemented restrictions on trading card sales, moving products behind customer service counters in many locations and limiting purchases per customer. Some stores removed trading cards from shelves entirely, making them available only upon request. These measures aimed to reduce conflicts and ensure more customers had opportunities to purchase products. The era of casually browsing the card aisle and selecting products at leisure had given way to a more controlled, less satisfying shopping experience. Local card shops faced their own challenges during the boom. Many had built their businesses on the competitive play aspects of trading card games, hosting tournaments and selling singles to players building decks. The pandemic had already disrupted their tournament business, and now product shortages threatened their ability to serve customers at all. Allocation systems meant that shops received only a fraction of the products they ordered. Some shops that had operated for years found themselves unable to secure enough inventory to meet demand, while newer stores struggled to establish the purchasing relationships needed to obtain adequate supply. Where scarcity exists, opportunists inevitably follow. The Pokémon card shortage created unprecedented opportunities for those willing to exploit the gap between retail prices and market demand. Individuals began purchasing products at retail and immediately reselling them at substantial markups. What had been a minor phenomenon in the collecting world exploded into a significant secondary industry. The term scalper, borrowed from ticket reselling, became common parlance in the collecting community to describe those who bought products solely to flip them for profit. The mathematics of scalping during the boom were compelling for those willing to put in the effort. A product purchased at retail for $50 might sell on the secondary market for $150 or more during peak scarcity. Products purchased in quantity could generate substantial returns. Some individuals began treating card scalping as a part-time or even full-time occupation, camping outside stores before opening, following restocking trucks, and cultivating relationships with store employees to gain advance information about incoming stock. Online platforms became the primary venues for scalped products. eBay listings for newly released products at 2 to 3 times retail price became ubiquitous. Amazon's third-party marketplace featured similar markups. Dedicated reselling apps and Facebook groups facilitated countless transactions. For collectors unwilling or unable to participate in the retail hunt, paying premium prices to scalpers became the only way to obtain products. This created a two-tiered market where luck and persistence determined whether one paid retail or inflated secondary market prices. The scalping phenomenon generated significant controversy within the collecting community. Many viewed scalpers as parasites who contributed nothing while extracting value from a supply chain they did not support. Others argued that scalpers served a legitimate market function, making products available to those willing to pay premium prices for convenience. Debates raged in online forums about the ethics of reselling, with passionate arguments on both sides. The tension between collectors seeking cards for enjoyment and resellers seeking profit became a defining conflict of the era. Major retailers that had traditionally managed their own trading card sections increasingly outsourced this function to third-party vendors during the boom years. Companies like MJ Holding and Excel became responsible for stocking and maintaining card sections at stores across North America. This shift had significant implications for how products reached shelves and who had access to them. The vendor system created new choke points in the distribution chain and new opportunities for those seeking to exploit them. Vendor employees responsible for restocking stores found themselves in positions of considerable power. They controlled when and where products appeared on shelves, information that scalpers desperately wanted. Reports emerged of collectors and resellers attempting to cultivate relationships with vendors, offering payments for advance information about restocking schedules. Some vendors were accused of holding back product for preferred customers, or even reselling products themselves before they reached store shelves. While many vendors operated ethically, the opportunity for corruption proved irresistible to some. The vendor model also complicated retailers' ability to manage their own card sections. Store employees often had no visibility into when products would arrive or how much would be delivered. Customer service representatives fielded endless questions about card availability that they simply could not answer. The disconnect between retailer and vendor created frustration for customers, employees, and management alike. The boom had exposed weaknesses in a distribution model that had worked adequately during normal times but collapsed under extraordinary pressure. Professional grading services, which had been a niche element of the collecting hobby, suddenly found themselves overwhelmed by demand. PSA, the industry leader in card grading, had developed systems calibrated to handle steady growth in submissions. When the pandemic boom sent submission volumes skyrocketing, the company's capacity proved woefully inadequate. Wait times for grading, which had typically been measured in weeks, stretched to months and then to more than a year. The backlog grew to millions of cards awaiting evaluation. In March 2021, PSA took the dramatic step of suspending most submission tiers. Only the most expensive services, costing hundreds of dollars per card, remained available. This effectively priced casual collectors out of the grading market entirely. The suspension lasted for months as the company worked to address its backlog. Even after gradually reopening services, wait times and prices remained elevated compared to pre-pandemic levels. The grading bottleneck became one of the most significant constraints on the market during the boom period. Competing grading services attempted to fill the gap left by PSA's restrictions. Beckett Grading Services and CGC Cards both saw dramatic increases in submissions. Newer companies entered the market, hoping to capture business from collectors frustrated with established services. The sudden expansion of the grading landscape created questions about consistency and legitimacy. Collectors debated which services produced the most accurate and valuable grades, with market prices reflecting perceived differences in grading reliability across companies. The grading gold rush also attracted controversy. Questions arose about whether the massive increase in graded cards might ultimately undermine values by eliminating the scarcity that drove prices. Others worried that the grading companies themselves faced conflicts of interest, since higher grades meant higher fees for submission and higher values for the cards they certified. Debates about population reports, grade inflation, and the very purpose of professional grading intensified as more money flowed into the hobby. These discussions continue to shape collecting culture today. The pandemic boom had profound economic effects throughout the trading card ecosystem. Card shop owners who managed to secure inventory experienced their most profitable years ever. Some shops that had struggled to remain viable suddenly found themselves thriving. The value of retail allocation relationships increased dramatically, with shops willing to pay premium prices for the right to purchase products at wholesale. The business model of the local card shop evolved as owners navigated unprecedented challenges and opportunities. Content creators in the Pokémon space saw their revenues multiply. YouTube channels that had been modest operations became substantial businesses. Sponsorship deals that might have paid hundreds of dollars before the boom now commanded thousands. Some creators were able to quit traditional employment entirely, supporting themselves through card-related content creation. The professionalization of the creator space accelerated rapidly, with production values, marketing sophistication, and business structures evolving to match the increased financial stakes. The secondary market for individual cards experienced volatility that made traditional stock markets seem stable. Cards that had been worth modest sums suddenly commanded hundreds or thousands of dollars. Prices could double or halve within weeks, based on influencer attention, market sentiment, or speculation. Collectors who had accumulated cards over years found themselves sitting on valuable assets, while newcomers paid premium prices for cards that might lose value just as quickly as they had gained it. The market dynamics more closely resembled cryptocurrency trading than traditional collecting. Investment thinking increasingly dominated discussions in collecting communities. Questions that had once focused on which cards were most enjoyable to own shifted to which cards offered the best return potential. Financial terminology crept into hobbyist discussions, with collectors analyzing market trends, diversification strategies, and exit timing. Some longtime collectors lamented this shift, feeling that the pure joy of collecting had been corrupted by profit motives. Others embraced the investment aspect, seeing no conflict between enjoying cards and hoping they would appreciate in value. The pandemic boom was not limited to Western markets. Japan, where Pokémon cards had originated, experienced its own surge of collecting activity. Japanese collectors competed for limited products with an intensity that matched or exceeded their Western counterparts. The Pokémon Center stores in Japan regularly drew long lines of hopeful customers, with some products selling out within minutes of becoming available. The phenomenon demonstrated that the collecting passion crossed cultural boundaries. United by shared love for the franchise, Japanese products became highly desirable to Western collectors during this period. The Japanese cards featured different artwork treatments and exclusive products unavailable in other markets. The quality of Japanese cards, with their generally superior printing and cardstock, attracted collectors seeking the best possible versions of their favorite cards. Import services and international sellers facilitated a growing trade in Japanese products, though prices reflected both the underlying value and the costs of international shipping. The relationship between Japanese and English markets became increasingly interconnected during the boom. Price movements in one market influenced the other. News of Japanese product releases created anticipation for eventual English versions. Some collectors focused specifically on Japanese cards, viewing them as more authentic or valuable. This international dimension added complexity to the collecting landscape, requiring collectors to navigate different products, release schedules, and pricing structures across markets. Online collecting communities swelled during the pandemic boom, providing crucial support networks for both veteran and new collectors. Discord servers dedicated to Pokémon cards grew from hundreds to thousands of members. Reddit communities saw post volumes multiply. Facebook groups became hubs for buying, selling, trading, and discussing cards. These digital spaces helped collectors navigate the chaos of the boom, sharing information about restocking, pricing, and authentication that would have been impossible to gather individually. The communities developed their own norms and practices in response to the unique challenges of the era. Warning systems emerged to identify suspected scalpers and scammers. Price check threads helped collectors understand fair values in a rapidly changing market. Authentication discussions helped newcomers avoid the counterfeit products that proliferated during the boom. The collective knowledge of the community became an invaluable resource for anyone trying to collect responsibly during this turbulent period. Collectors also developed strategies for coping with scarcity and high prices. Some focused on collecting singles rather than opening sealed products, targeting specific cards they wanted rather than gambling on pack pulls. Others formed buying groups, pooling resources to purchase cases and splitting the contents. Trading networks allowed collectors to exchange duplicates for needed cards, building collections without constantly purchasing new products. These adaptive strategies demonstrated the creativity and resilience of the collecting community. Mental health discussions became surprisingly common in collecting communities during the boom. Collectors openly discussed the anxiety of FOMO, the fear of missing out on products or price increases. Some shared struggles with spending beyond their means or becoming obsessed with the hunt for cards. The community largely responded with support and understanding, acknowledging that the intensity of the boom could be psychologically challenging. This openness about the emotional aspects of collecting represented a maturation of hobby culture. One of the distinctive features of the pandemic boom was intense focus on sealed products. Booster boxes, elite trainer boxes, and special collection sets that remained factory sealed commanded premium prices over their opened equivalents. The logic was straightforward in investment terms. Sealed products represented both the possibility of valuable cards within and the certainty of scarcity as available supply decreased over time. This sealed premium created a collecting segment focused on products as investment vehicles rather than as sources of cards to open and enjoy. Vintage sealed products experience the most dramatic price appreciation. Sealed booster boxes from early sets, which might have been available for hundreds of dollars before the boom, commanded prices in the tens of thousands. Individual sealed booster packs from the original base set sold for thousands of dollars each. The appreciation was so rapid and dramatic that sealed product investment seemed like a guaranteed path to profit, attracting speculators who had no previous interest in Pokémon or collecting generally. The sealed product focus created tension within the collecting community. Purists argued that cards were meant to be opened and enjoyed, that keeping products sealed defeated their purpose. Investors countered that sealed preservation protected cards from the condition degradation that opening inevitably caused. Some collectors maintained both approaches, opening some products for enjoyment while keeping others sealed for long-term value. The debate reflected deeper questions about the nature of collecting and the role of monetary value in the hobby. The high prices of the boom era inevitably attracted criminal activity. Counterfeit cards flooded the market, with quality ranging from obvious fakes to sophisticated reproductions that could fool inexperienced collectors. Counterfeiters targeted the most valuable cards, producing fake vintage cards, modern chase cards, and everything in between. The profits available from successful counterfeiting justified investment in better printing technology and techniques, creating an ongoing arms race between counterfeiters and authenticators. Sealed product tampering became a significant concern. Unscrupulous sellers developed techniques for opening sealed products, removing valuable cards, and resealing them convincingly. Shrink wrap could be reapplied, seals could be faked, and weight differences from removed cards could be masked. Collectors learned to scrutinize sealed products carefully, looking for signs of tampering that might indicate the contents had been searched. The phrase "trust but verify" became a collecting maxim, with experienced collectors teaching newcomers the signs of potential fraud. Graded card fraud presented its own challenges. Fake grading company slabs, altered labels on legitimate slabs, and even removal and replacement of cards with inauthentic holders all occurred. The sophistication of some frauds meant that even experienced collectors could be deceived. Education about authentication became essential knowledge for anyone spending significant money in the market. The prevalence of fraud underscored the importance of buying from reputable sources and thoroughly examining any significant purchase. The boom period saw the emergence and growth of collecting categories that had previously been niche interests. Error cards, those featuring printing mistakes, became increasingly collectible. Miscuts, ink splatters, and alignment errors that would once have been considered manufacturing defects now commanded premium prices from collectors seeking unique pieces. The rarity of specific errors and the impossibility of deliberately reproducing them made authenticated error cards particularly appealing to collectors seeking truly one-of-a-kind items. Pre-release and promotional cards attracted heightened attention. Cards distributed at events, included with products in specific regions, or given to media and influencers represented collecting opportunities outside the normal distribution channels. Some promotional cards existed in extremely limited quantities, making them among the rarest items in the hobby. Collectors who had accumulated promotional cards over years found themselves holding valuable assets, while newcomers struggled to acquire pieces that had never been widely available. The hobby of collecting Pokémon art books, merchandise, and related memorabilia grew alongside card collecting. Vintage promotional materials, retail displays, and licensed products from the original Pokémon boom of the late 90s became collectible in their own right. This broader collecting interest reflected a nostalgic connection to the franchise that extended beyond the cards themselves. For many collectors, Pokémon represented an entire era of their lives, and collecting its artifacts meant preserving memories of childhood excitement and wonder. In October 2020, internet celebrity Logan Paul posted a video that would fundamentally alter the Pokémon card market. Paul, who had built a massive following through controversial content and boxing matches, purchased a first edition base set booster box for approximately $200,000. The video of him opening this precious piece of Pokémon history garnered millions of views within days. For countless viewers, this was their first exposure to the idea that childhood trading cards could be worth serious money. The video served as an awakening for an entire generation of potential collectors. The numbers involved were staggering to casual observers. Paul did not stop with a single box. Over the following months, he continued purchasing vintage sealed Pokémon products, spending what appeared to be millions of dollars on sealed cases and individual packs. His willingness to open extremely valuable sealed product, destroying its sealed premium for the chance at valuable cards inside, created compelling content that drew massive audiences. Each video became an event, with viewers tuning in to witness hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of cardboard being unwrapped. The impact on prices was immediate and dramatic. First edition base set boxes that had been selling for $100,000 began commanding $300,000 or more. Individual first edition packs jumped from several $1,000s to $10,000 and beyond. The mere association with a celebrity of Paul's magnitude created value through attention alone. Cards and products that had been the domain of serious collectors suddenly became objects of desire for people who had never before considered trading card collecting. Paul's involvement brought legitimacy in a peculiar way. While serious collectors might have viewed his entrance as unwelcome, his willingness to spend enormous sums signaled to the broader public that Pokémon cards were a legitimate category of collectible. If someone famous was willing to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on these items, they must be worth something. This validation effect encouraged fence sitters to enter the market and gave existing collectors confidence that their hobby had mainstream acceptance. Perhaps no single event better illustrated both the heights and potential pitfalls of the Pokémon card boom than an incident in late 2020. Logan Paul had purchased what was represented to be a sealed case of first edition base set booster boxes for approximately $3.5 million. The purchase was facilitated through intermediaries in the collecting community and represented one of the largest Pokémon transactions ever publicly announced. The planned opening was to be a major live-streamed event. Before the scheduled opening, doubts emerged about the authenticity of the case. Expert collectors, examining footage and images, noticed details that seemed inconsistent with genuine, first edition product. The wrapping appeared different, the printing on the boxes showed anomalies, and various other red flags accumulated. The Pokémon collecting community, which had developed expertise in authentication over decades, sounded increasingly urgent warnings about the likely fraudulent nature of the purchase. The revelation came in dramatic fashion. When the case was finally examined more closely, it was confirmed to be fake. The boxes inside were not first edition base set at all, but rather G.I. Joe products that had been repackaged and relabeled. The $3.5 million purchase was worthless. The incident exposed the risks of high-value transactions conducted without proper authentication, and the dangers of celebrity involvement in a market they did not fully understand. It was a humbling moment for everyone involved. The fake case scandal had lasting effects on the hobby. It highlighted the critical importance of authentication and due diligence, particularly for high-value items. It demonstrated that even wealthy buyers could be victimized by sophisticated frauds. It also showed that the explosion of interest had attracted bad actors looking to exploit the market. The incident became a cautionary tale, referenced whenever discussions turned to authentication and the risks of the collecting market. Logan Paul was far from the only celebrity to publicly embrace Pokémon card collecting during this period. Hip-hop artists, professional athletes, actors, and musicians all revealed themselves to be collectors or began collecting publicly. The phenomenon of celebrities showing off their Pokémon cards on social media became commonplace. Each revelation brought the hobby to new audiences, as fans of these celebrities became curious about the cards their idols prized. Rapper Logic made headlines when he purchased a PSA Grade 10 First Edition base set Charizard for $220,000 in October 2020. The purchase broke records for a single Pokémon card at the time and generated extensive media coverage. Logic was open about his love for Pokémon, having grown up with the franchise and maintained his connection to it throughout his career. His purchase demonstrated that collecting could be both a nostalgic indulgence and a status symbol. Professional athletes increasingly revealed their Pokémon card collections. NBA players, NFL stars, and athletes from various sports shared their collections on social media and in interviews. The crossover between sports card collecting, a long-established hobby, and Pokémon cards helped legitimize the latter in circles that might otherwise have dismissed it. Young athletes who had grown up with Pokémon felt no embarrassment about collecting cards, and their openness encouraged others. The celebrity involvement created a feedback loop of attention and value. As famous people collected cards, media covered the phenomenon. Media coverage attracted more famous people to collecting. More celebrity collectors generated more media coverage. This cycle pushed Pokémon cards further into mainstream consciousness than they had been since the original Pokémania of the late 1990s. The hobby had achieved a level of cultural relevance that longtime collectors could scarcely have imagined. Major news outlets began covering the Pokémon card phenomenon with increasing frequency. The New York Times, Wall Street Journal, CNN, and other prestigious media organizations ran stories about the collecting boom. These were not buried in lifestyle sections but often featured prominently, reflecting the genuine newsworthiness of the market explosion. For many Americans, their first awareness of Pokémon card values came from these mainstream sources rather than collecting communities. Television news programs found the Pokémon story irresistible. The combination of nostalgia, enormous sums of money, and visual appeal made for compelling segments. Local news stations ran features about collectors in their communities who had discovered valuable cards in their possession. National programs explored the broader market dynamics. The coverage ranged from enthusiastic to skeptical, but all of it contributed to public awareness of the phenomenon. Business media approached the story from an investment angle. CNBC, Bloomberg, and financial publications analyzed Pokémon cards as an asset class. Discussions of returns, market dynamics, and investment potential framed cards not just as collectibles, but as alternative investments. This perspective attracted a different audience, one interested in financial returns rather than nostalgic attachment. The framing as investment brought money into the market, but also changed its character in ways that traditionalists found troubling. The media coverage itself became a market-moving force. Reports of record sales drove interest, which drove prices, which generated more reports of record sales. Collectors learned to anticipate price movements following major media coverage. Some began timing their sales to coincide with media attention. The relationship between coverage and prices created opportunities for those savvy enough to understand it, while potentially disadvantaging those who entered markets after reading about them in newspapers. The entrance of major auction houses into the Pokémon card market marked a significant milestone in the hobby's legitimization. Heritage Auctions, one of the largest collectibles auction houses in the world, began featuring Pokémon cards prominently in their sales. The association with established auction houses conveyed respectability and attracted wealthy collectors who might not have ventured onto eBay or into card shop transactions. The auction house imprimatur suggested that Pokémon cards belonged alongside fine art and rare coins as legitimate collectibles. Record prices established at auction became major news events. When a PSA Grade 10 First Edition base set Charizard sold for $369,000 at auction in December 2020, the sale made headlines worldwide. When another example sold for over $400,000 months later, the record generated even more attention. These auction results established benchmarks that influenced the entire market, giving collectors reference points for valuation. The auction format created theatrical moments that drove media coverage. The countdown of bids, the revelation of final prices, and the occasional last-minute bidding wars provided drama that translated well to both traditional media and social content. Collectors watched auctions live, sharing their reactions in real time on social media. The communal experience of watching record sales unfold created shared memories within the collecting community. Golden auctions emerged as another major player in the Pokémon auction market. Founded by Ken Golden, who had built his reputation in sports card auctions, the company recognized the potential of Pokémon early and featured cards prominently. Golden's media appearances and auction events brought additional attention to the market. The competition between auction houses for consignments and bidders helped professionalize the market while driving prices through aggressive marketing. The Pokémon card boom inspired a wave of documentary content exploring the phenomenon. YouTube creators produced long-form investigations into the market, the history of the cards, and the people involved in collecting. These documentaries range from celebration of the hobby to critical examination of its excesses. Collectively, they created a body of content that helped viewers understand the complexities of the market beyond simple pack openings. Some documentaries focused on the human stories within collecting, profiles of longtime collectors whose patience had been rewarded with valuable holdings, stories of people who discovered forgotten collections worth fortunes, examinations of the businesses built around Pokémon cards, from local shops to international operations. These human interest elements helped viewers connect emotionally with a market that might otherwise seem abstract. Critical documentaries examined the darker aspects of the boom. Investigations into fraud and counterfeiting exposed the risks collectors faced. Explorations of scalping culture questioned who benefited and who suffered from product shortages. Analyses of the investment mentality asked whether treating cards as financial instruments was healthy for the hobby. These more skeptical takes provided important counterbalance to the enthusiasm that dominated most coverage. The documentary format allowed for depth that short news segments could not achieve. Creators could trace the full history of Pokémon cards, explain grading systems, analyze market dynamics, and explore collecting psychology in ways that educated viewers comprehensively. For many who discovered collecting during the boom, these documentaries served as crash courses in hobby culture. The best of them remain valuable resources for understanding this pivotal period. The mainstream attention accelerated social media's transformation of Pokémon collecting. Instagram accounts dedicated to showcasing collections accumulated hundreds of thousands of followers. Twitter became a real-time news source for market developments. TikTok videos introducing young people to collecting went viral regularly. The hobby that had once existed primarily in physical spaces, card shops and schoolyards, now lived predominantly in digital ones. Influencer culture became deeply embedded in Pokémon collecting. Individuals who had built followings around their collections and market knowledge could move prices through their recommendations. A positive comment about a particular card from a respected voice could send its value climbing. This influence created opportunities for market manipulation that had not previously existed at scale. The power of social media influencers to shape collector behavior became a controversial aspect of the evolved hobby. The desire for social media content shaped collecting behavior. Collectors increasingly thought about how their purchases would photograph and present online. The Instagram worthiness of a collection became a consideration alongside traditional factors like completion and condition. Some critics argued that this shift prioritized appearance over substance, encouraging spending on impressive-looking items rather than historically significant ones. The aesthetic demands of social media influenced what collectors valued. Community formation on social media platforms created new gathering spaces for collectors. Discord servers with thousands of members provided real-time discussion venues. Reddit communities developed their own cultures and knowledge bases. Facebook groups facilitated trading and sales among members. These digital communities partially replaced the physical community spaces that had diminished, offering collectors ways to connect regardless of geography. Mainstream attention brought with it an investment narrative that increasingly dominated discussions of Pokémon cards. Media coverage focused heavily on prices and returns, framing collecting as a form of alternative investment. Headlines trumpeted percentage gains that outpaced traditional markets. The framing attracted people primarily interested in financial returns rather than the cards themselves. This shift had profound implications for hobby culture. Financial advisors and investment commentators began discussing Pokémon cards alongside stocks and real estate. Some suggested allocating portfolio percentages to collectibles. Others warned of bubble dynamics and advised caution. The very existence of this debate, treating Pokémon cards as a legitimate investment category, represented a remarkable evolution from the days when cards were simply toys and hobby items. The financialization of collecting had reached new heights. Fractional ownership platforms emerged to capitalize on the investment interest. Companies offered shares in individual cards or collections, allowing people to own percentages of expensive items they could not afford outright. The securitization of Pokémon cards represented the ultimate expression of the investment thesis. Critics questioned whether owning a fraction of a card had any meaning for collectors, while proponents saw democratized access to the asset class. The fractional platforms illustrated how far the market had evolved from its origins. The investment narrative created tension within collecting communities. Traditionalists who had collected for love of the franchise felt alienated by purely financial discussions. Newcomers motivated primarily by profit potential lacked the cultural knowledge that had defined the community. Arguments about the soul of the hobby became common, with different factions defending their visions of what collecting should be. This internal conflict reflected broader questions about how mainstream attention changes niche communities. Mainstream attention focused unprecedented scrutiny on professional grading companies. As the stakes of grading increased with rising prices, questions about the consistency and integrity of grading became more urgent. News stories examined how grading worked, who the graders were, and what standards they applied. The black box nature of grading, where cards disappeared into facilities and emerged with numbers attached, attracted investigative interest. PSA in particular faced intense scrutiny as the industry leader. The company's handling of the submission surge drew criticism from collectors frustrated by long waits and high prices. Questions arose about whether the volume of submissions compromised grading quality. Some collectors shared examples of cards they believed had been graded inconsistently, receiving different grades on resubmission. The company's responses to criticism became news stories themselves. The spotlight accelerated improvements and competition in the grading industry. Companies invested in technology to improve consistency, including artificial intelligence tools to assist human graders. New services emerged promising faster turnaround or more accurate grades. The competitive pressure pushed the industry to professionalize in ways that benefited collectors. Mainstream attention, while uncomfortable for incumbents, ultimately improved the grading ecosystem. Authentication scandals that emerged during this period damaged trust, but also led to reforms. Cases of fraudulent cards receiving genuine grades exposed vulnerabilities in the system. Each scandal generated media coverage that pressured companies to improve their processes. The increased stakes of authentication, with hundreds of thousands of dollars potentially riding on a single card's legitimacy, demanded higher standards than the hobby had previously required. The mainstream attention radiated outward from the United States to accelerate collecting in other markets. European collectors, who had long participated in the hobby but with less fervor than Americans, increased their activity. Markets in Asia, particularly Korea and Taiwan, alongside the established Japanese market, saw dramatic growth. Australia experienced its own collecting surge. The Pokémon phenomenon had always been global, but the boom intensified collecting worldwide. Different markets developed distinct characteristics and preferences. European collectors often prized different language editions, with cards from their own countries holding special appeal. Asian markets valued Japanese cards highly, but also developed interest in English versions. Regional variations in what was collected and what commanded premiums created arbitrage opportunities for internationally connected dealers. The global nature of the market added complexity that required sophisticated understanding. The expansion of international markets created new supply sources for eager buyers. Cards that had sat in European closets and Asian storage units for decades suddenly had motivated sellers. Collections that might have been forgotten were catalogued and sold into the global market. This unlocking of previously dormant supply provided some relief to demand pressures, though it also raised authentication challenges as unfamiliar product entered circulation. Currency fluctuations and international shipping complications affected the global market. Strong dollars made American cards relatively expensive for foreign buyers. Shipping delays and customs issues complicated cross-border transactions. Despite these frictions, the global integration of the Pokémon card market proceeded rapidly. Collectors learned to navigate international buying, and platforms evolved to facilitate cross-border trading. The hobby had truly become a worldwide phenomenon. The mainstream attention forced the Pokémon Company to acknowledge and respond to the collecting phenomenon in new ways. Traditionally, the company had focused primarily on the playable card game and the broader media franchise. The surge of collector interest, particularly in vintage products the company no longer produced, required a strategic response. Communications from the company began to address collectors alongside players, acknowledging the dual nature of their audience. Production decisions reflected the new collector focus. Products explicitly designed for collectors, with chase cards and premium treatments, became more prominent in release schedules. The company invested in higher quality cards and more elaborate packaging for premium products. Print runs were calibrated with collector demand in mind, though never quite matching the insatiable appetite of the market. The evolution of product strategy showed the company's recognition of collectors as a key constituency. The company's statements about counterfeiting and fraud took on new urgency. As the stakes of authentication increased, the Pokémon Company faced pressure to assist collectors in verifying genuine products. Information about authentication became more readily available through official channels. The company worked with grading services and law enforcement to combat counterfeiting. These efforts, while imperfect, showed responsiveness to the challenges collectors faced. Anniversary celebrations and special releases capitalized on the collector enthusiasm. The 25th anniversary in 2021 received extensive promotional support with products designed to appeal to nostalgic collectors. Limited releases and exclusive items created collecting events that generated sustained attention. The company had learned to leverage collector enthusiasm for marketing purposes while providing products that satisfied demand. The relationship between company and collector had fundamentally evolved. As with any phenomenon that grows rapidly, backlash eventually emerged. Critics within the collecting community decried what they saw as the corruption of a pure hobby by money and celebrity. Longtime collectors complained that they could no longer afford cards they had once collected casually. The barrier to entry for new collectors had risen dramatically, potentially excluding the young people who had always formed the hobby's foundation. These concerns reflected genuine tensions within the community. Media coverage eventually shifted from breathless enthusiasm to more critical perspectives. Stories emerged about people who had overspent on cards, damaged relationships, or made poor financial decisions chasing collecting dreams. The human costs of the boom provided compelling narratives that balanced earlier stories of windfalls and lucky discoveries. This more nuanced coverage helped temper expectations for those considering entering the market. Questions about sustainability grew louder as prices reached dizzying heights. Analysts and collectors alike wondered whether prices could continue rising or whether a correction was inevitable. Comparisons to bubbles, from tulip mania to the dot-com crash, became common in discussions. The possibility that those buying at peak prices might see their investments decline created anxiety even among those who believed in long-term value. The boom's sustainability became a central question. Regulatory attention began emerging as the market grew. Questions arose about whether Pokémon cards constituted securities requiring regulation. Consumer protection concerns focused on those who might be victimized by fraud or manipulation. Tax authorities showed interest in the significant sums changing hands in the market. The very success of the boom was attracting the sort of official scrutiny that comes with financial significance. The informal days of trading were yielding to a more regulated environment. The period of intense mainstream attention taught the collecting community valuable lessons. The importance of authentication became impossible to ignore after high-profile fraud cases. The need for due diligence before making significant purchases was underscored repeatedly. The risks of FOMO-driven buying, rushing into purchases without proper evaluation, became evident through countless cautionary tales. Education about these fundamentals spread through the community in response to the lessons learned. The attention also revealed the power of collective enthusiasm and the risks of herding behavior. When everyone wants the same things at the same time, prices detach from fundamental value. When sentiment shifts, those who bought at peaks face losses. Understanding market psychology became as important as understanding cards themselves. Sophisticated collectors learned to be contrarian, looking for value where others had not yet focused attention. Perhaps most importantly, the spotlight period reinforced the value of collecting for personal enjoyment rather than purely for profit. Those who had collected because they loved Pokémon found their collections appreciated, but remained happy regardless of market movements. Those who had entered purely for investment faced anxiety as prices fluctuated. The emotional rewards of collecting, the joy of completing sets, the nostalgia of holding childhood favorites proved more durable than financial return. The visual symbol of the Pokémon card shortage was the empty retail shelf. Where trading cards had once been reliably available in the toy aisles of major retailers, collectors now found nothing but bare pegs and dust. Target, Walmart, GameStop, and countless other stores displayed the same disappointing scene. The experience of driving to a store hoping to find cards, only to encounter empty space where products should be, became a shared frustration among collectors nationwide. The empty shelf became almost a meme, photographed and shared on social media as evidence of just how difficult obtaining cards had become. The shortage was not evenly distributed across all products. Certain items, particularly special sets and popular expansions, were more affected than others. The Shining Fates expansion became notorious for its scarcity, with some collectors never seeing a single product on shelves despite months of searching. Elite Trainer boxes, which offered attractive combinations of packs and accessories, proved especially difficult to find. Even basic booster packs, which had always been the most readily available products, could be elusive during peak shortage periods. Geographic variation created inequities in collecting opportunity. Urban areas with multiple retail options fared somewhat better than rural communities served by single stores. Wealthy suburbs where collectors could afford scalper prices saw more product movement than working-class neighborhoods. Coastal cities received shipments more frequently than interior locations far from distribution hubs. The randomness of allocation meant that some collectors in otherwise well-supplied areas experienced persistent shortages, while others found products available with less effort. The psychological impact of constant disappointment should not be underestimated. Collectors developed anxiety about their hobby, wondering whether they would ever be able to collect at reasonable prices again. Some gave up entirely, deciding the frustration was not worth the reward. Others became obsessive, checking stores multiple times per day and organizing their schedules around restocking rumors. The shortage transformed what had been a pleasant leisure activity into a source of stress for many participants. Understanding the scalping phenomenon requires examining the mechanics of how it operated. At its simplest, scalping involved purchasing products at retail prices and immediately reselling them for profit. The margin between retail and resale prices during the shortage could be substantial, sometimes doubling or tripling the original cost. A product purchased for $50 might sell for $150 within hours. This spread attracted individuals who saw opportunity in the gap between official prices and what desperate collectors would pay. Scalpers employed various strategies to maximize their advantage. Some focused on building relationships with retail employees who could provide advance information about restocking schedules and shipment contents. Others physically followed vendor trucks, tracking where products would be delivered and arriving before other customers. The most aggressive scalpers stationed themselves outside stores before opening, sometimes camping overnight to ensure first access to limited stock. These tactics gave professional resellers systematic advantages over casual collectors. Technology amplified scalping efficiency. Automated monitoring services tracked retail websites for stock availability, sending instant notifications when products appeared. Bots could add items to carts and complete purchases faster than human shoppers, exhausting online inventory within seconds of availability. Social media groups coordinated scalping efforts, sharing intelligence about which stores had received shipments. The technological sophistication of organized scalping operations far exceeded what individual collectors could match. The economics of scalping created incentives for increasingly aggressive behavior. As potential profits grew, the willingness to invest time and effort in obtaining products increased proportionally. Some scalpers essentially worked full-time at the activity, treating it as a business rather than a side hustle. The competition among scalpers for limited products escalated tactics, with some resorting to intimidation or deception to secure inventory. The financial stakes transformed what might have been minor rudeness into genuinely antisocial behavior. The competition for scarce cards led to disturbing incidents at retail locations. Arguments between collectors and scalpers over access to products became common. Store employees found themselves managing conflicts they were not trained or paid to handle. The tension in trading card aisles was palpable on restocking days, with collectors and resellers eyeing each other warily, ready to grab whatever appeared. The pleasant experience of browsing and buying had been replaced by barely contained conflict. Physical violence eventually erupted. A widely reported incident in Wisconsin in May 2021 involved a physical altercation in a Target parking lot over trading cards. The confrontation resulted in one person drawing a firearm, though fortunately no one was shot. This incident made national news and prompted Target to suspend all trading card sales temporarily. The fact that children's collectibles could inspire such dangerous behavior shocked observers unfamiliar with the market dynamics at play. Reports of threats and intimidation accumulated from across the country. Collectors shared stories of being verbally abused for taking products that scalpers felt entitled to. Store employees described being pressured or threatened by aggressive buyers. Some stores quietly discouraged employees from intervening in card-related conflicts, recognizing the potential for escalation. The hostile environment deterred casual collectors, ceding the field to those willing to engage in confrontational behavior. The violence and threats prompted security responses from retailers. Some stores hired additional security for restocking days. Others moved trading cards behind service counters, requiring customers to request them from employees. Purchase limits, where one could buy only a few items per visit, became standard. These measures helped reduce conflict, but also reduce the convenience and enjoyment of purchasing. The innocence of the card aisle had been lost to the ugliness of scarcity-driven competition. The third-party vendor system that stocked trading cards at major retailers came under intense strain during the shortage. Companies like MJ Holding and others had built businesses around servicing retailers' trading card sections, handling everything from ordering to shelf stocking. These arrangements had worked adequately when demand was normal, but the explosion of interest exposed vulnerabilities in the system. Vendors became choke points where the shortage concentrated. Vendor employees found themselves in impossible positions. They controlled access to products that people desperately wanted, making them targets for pressure from all directions. Collectors and scalpers alike sought to befriend, bribe, or intimidate vendors for preferential treatment. Reports emerged of vendors accepting payments for advance notice of restocking or for holding products aside. Some vendors allegedly resold products themselves before they ever reached store shelves. The opportunity for corruption proved too tempting for some to resist. The relationship between vendors and retailers deteriorated during the shortage. Stores received complaints about card availability but had little ability to address them, since vendors controlled the supply. Customer service representatives fielded angry calls about products they had no power to restock. Management faced the difficult choice of maintaining vendor relationships or finding alternatives to serve frustrated customers. The vendor model that had seemed efficient in normal times revealed its limitations under extraordinary circumstances. Some retailers eventually moved away from third-party vendors entirely. Target announced in early 2022 that it would manage trading card sales directly in many locations, rather than through vendors. Walmart made similar adjustments. These changes represented significant operational shifts for retailers who had outsourced card management for years. The shortage had forced a fundamental reconsideration of how trading cards were distributed at retail, with implications that would persist even after supply normalized. Online retail became another theater of conflict during the shortage. When Pokémon products appeared on retailer websites, they typically sold out within minutes or even seconds. The speed at which inventory disappeared suggested automated purchasing systems rather than human shoppers. Collectors complained that they never even saw products as available before they were gone. The online experience became one of perpetual disappointment, with collectors repeatedly attempting purchases that invariably failed. Bot software designed to automatically purchase products became a significant factor in online shortages. These programs could monitor multiple websites simultaneously, detect product availability instantly, and complete purchases faster than any human could navigate checkout processes. The battle between bot users and retailers became a technological arms race. Retailers implemented various countermeasures, from CAPTCHA challenges to limiting purchases to accounts with established histories. Bot developers continually evolved their software to circumvent these obstacles. The Pokémon Center, the official online store for Pokémon products, experienced particular strain. As the most reliable source for retail-priced products, it became a target for both collectors and resellers. Product launches could crash the website as traffic overwhelmed servers. Queue systems implemented to manage demand created their own frustrations, with collectors sometimes waiting hours only to find products sold out when they finally accessed the store. The experience was exhausting, even for dedicated collectors. Secondary marketplaces became the default option for many collectors unable to secure products at retail. eBay listings for current products at inflated prices proliferated. StockX, primarily known for sneaker resale, expanded into trading cards. Mercari, Facebook Marketplace, and countless other platforms facilitated transactions at market-determined prices. For collectors unwilling to participate in the retail hunt, paying premium prices was the only alternative. The secondary market effectively became the primary market for many products. Pokémon collecting communities developed their own responses to the shortage challenges. Information sharing became a crucial form of mutual aid. Discord servers and social media groups organized around tracking restocks, with members alerting each other to product availability in their areas. These networks allowed collectors to focus their efforts on locations where products had actually been spotted rather than searching blindly. The collective intelligence of the community partially offset the advantages of organized scalping operations. Some communities implemented sharing arrangements to ensure broader access to products. When a member successfully purchased products, they might offer some at cost to other members who had been less fortunate. Groups organized joint purchases, splitting cases among multiple collectors rather than having one person hoard entire allocations. These cooperative approaches reflected an ethic of community solidarity that pushed back against the competitive dynamics the shortage encouraged. Local card shops became sanctuaries for collectors frustrated with retail experiences. While shops charged somewhat higher prices than big box retailers, they offered reliability that mass market channels could not match. Shop owners often implemented fair allocation systems, ensuring regular customers had access to new releases. The personal relationships possible at local shops provided protection against the anonymous competition of retail environments. Many collectors shifted their purchasing to local shops during the shortage, even when prices were higher. The shortage accelerated the growth of direct purchasing from distributors for those with access. Some collectors formed buying groups that could qualify for distributor accounts. Others sought connections to existing distributors willing to sell to individuals. While not available to everyone, direct distributor access offered reliable supply at more predictable prices. The democratization of distribution relationships represented a significant structural change in how collectors obtained products. The extended shortage had profound psychological effects on collectors. Scarcity activates powerful cognitive mechanisms that evolve for survival, but can lead to problematic behavior around consumer goods. The fear of missing out, commonly known as FOMO, became a dominant emotional force. Collectors experienced genuine anxiety at the thought that products might never be available again, that this might be their last chance to acquire desired items. This anxiety drove purchasing decisions that might otherwise have seemed irrational. The intermittent reinforcement of occasionally finding products enhanced rather than diminished collecting drive. Psychologists have long known that variable rewards create stronger behavioral patterns than consistent ones. The occasional success of finding cards amid many failures actually strengthened the compulsion to keep searching. Collectors describe the feeling of finally finding products as a high that kept them returning despite countless disappointments. The shortage had accidentally created a more addictive collecting experience. Social comparison intensified negative feelings during the shortage. When collectors saw others acquiring products they could not find, envy and frustration naturally followed. Social media exacerbated this dynamic, with successful purchases prominently displayed while failures went unshared. The visibility of others' success made personal failure feel more acute. Some collectors reported that seeing others' acquisitions caused more distress than their own empty-handed store visits. For some collectors, the shortage period prompted healthy reconsideration of their relationship with the hobby. The frustration of constant searching forced reflection on whether collecting was bringing more joy or more stress. Some decided to step back, at least temporarily, recognizing that the current environment was not conducive to enjoyment. Others refocused on what they already had, rather than chasing new releases. The shortage, painful as it was, prompted valuable self-examination for many collectors. The shortage manifested differently across regions, creating varied collecting experiences. Major metropolitan areas generally saw more frequent restocks due to proximity to distribution centers and higher retailer priority. Collectors in cities like Los Angeles, New York, and Chicago reported more opportunities to find products, even if competition for available stock remained intense. The density of retail locations in urban areas meant more chances to encounter restocked shelves. rural and small-town collectors faced particular challenges during the shortage. Communities with only one or two retailers had fewer opportunities to begin with, and when those limited sources went dry, options were essentially non-existent. Online purchasing, where scalpers and bots had advantages, became the only alternative for many rural collectors. The geographic inequality of the shortage highlighted broader disparities in retail access between urban and rural America. International collectors experienced the shortage differently depending on their markets. Some countries had more robust local distribution that partially insulated them from global pressures. Others faced even worse shortages as product flowed to higher-priced markets. The international dimension added complexity to an already challenging situation, with exchange rates, shipping costs, and import logistics affecting collectors outside the primary American market. Cross-border trading emerged as collectors sought products unavailable in their home markets. American collectors discovered that some products remained available in other countries and arranged international purchases. Collectors in other countries sought American products they could not find locally. This international arbitrage helped balance supply somewhat, but added costs and complications. The global collectorship found ways to support each other across borders, even as the shortage persisted. The shortage period sparked intense ethical debates within the collecting community. The morality of scalping became a recurring topic of discussion. Some argued that scalpers were simply efficient market actors, allocating scarce goods to those who valued them most as measured by willingness to pay. Others contended that scalpers exploited fellow collectors, extracting value without adding any. The debate touched on fundamental questions about markets, fairness, and community that extended well beyond trading cards. Questions arose about collector behavior as well. Was it acceptable to buy more than you needed when others went without? Did longtime collectors have more legitimate claims to products than newcomers? Should collectors pay scalper prices or refuse on principle? These questions had no clear answers, and reasonable people disagreed. The ethical complexity of behavior during scarcity revealed itself through countless individual decisions and their consequences. The role of content creators in the shortage drew scrutiny. YouTubers and influencers who opened large quantities of product for content were sometimes criticized for consuming products that collectors would have cherished. Others defended creators as providing entertainment and community that benefited collectors broadly. The question of whether opening products for content constituted legitimate use or wasteful consumption sparked passionate disagreement. Retailers and the Pokémon Company faced ethical questions about their handling of the shortage. Critics argued that retailers should have done more to prevent scalping and ensure fair access. The Pokémon Company was criticized for not increasing production rapidly enough or implementing systems to ensure products reach genuine collectors rather than resellers. These institutional actors made decisions that affected millions of collectors, and their choices attracted appropriate scrutiny. Gradually, the acute shortage began to ease. Production increases that had been announced early in the shortage period began to show results as expanded manufacturing capacity came online. The relentless flow of new releases diluted demand across more products. Some collectors who had entered during the boom period drifted away, reducing competition for available stock. The combination of increased supply and somewhat diminished demand slowly brought the market toward balance. The signs of normalization were subtle at first. Products would remain on shelves for hours rather than minutes. Restocks became less of an event and more of a routine occurrence. Scalper prices on the secondary market declined as retail availability improved. Collectors reported that they could actually find products at stores without elaborate hunting strategies. The relief was palpable in collecting communities that had endured months of frustration. The transition was not uniform across all products. Some highly sought-after items remained difficult to find even as supply generally improved. Japanese products continued to face constraints separate from English market dynamics. Vintage sealed products, which could not be reproduced, remained scarce by definition. But for current releases, the worst of the shortage had passed by late 2022, allowing collectors to return to something approaching normal acquiring patterns. The legacy of the shortage would persist even as availability improved. Collectors had learned lessons about scarcity they would not forget. Systems implemented to manage the shortage, from purchase limits to direct retail management of card sections, remained in place. The relationship between collectors and retail had been permanently altered, and the memories of empty shelves, hostile encounters, and constant frustration would inform collector behavior and expectations for years to come. Those who wanted to experience products and those who wanted to preserve them for future value became a recurring source of friction. Limited production runs intensified this competition for every new release. Storage and preservation became specialized concerns for sealed product investors. Products needed protection from humidity, temperature fluctuations, sunlight, and physical damage. Serious investors maintained climate-controlled storage facilities or rented space in specialized warehouses. The costs of proper storage ate into returns, but were considered necessary investments in maintaining product value. The infrastructure of sealed product investing was quite different from the binder and box storage of traditional collectors. Professional grading transformed Pokémon cards into a more standardized investment vehicle. Services like Professional Sports Authenticator, known as PSA, Beckett Grading Services, and Certified Guarantee Company assigned numeric grades to cards based on detailed evaluation of condition factors. A card receiving a perfect 10 from PSA commanded vastly higher prices than the same card graded 9 or below. This standardization allowed investors to trade cards with confidence about condition, similar to how diamond certification enabled diamond trading. The grading system created clear hierarchies of value that investment collectors could analyze and exploit. Market data showed consistent price premiums for higher grades across virtually all desirable cards. Investors learned to identify cards with gem mint potential before submission, hunting for specimens with perfect centering, crisp corners, clean surfaces, and unblemished edges. The art of recognizing gradable cards became a valuable skill in the investment community. Traditional collectors responded to grading with mixed feelings. Some appreciated the authentication and preservation benefits of professional encapsulation. A graded card was protected from further wear and verified as genuine, which had value regardless of investment considerations. Others felt that grading represented everything wrong with the hobby's financialization. A card sealed in plastic could no longer be handled, examined closely, or experienced the way cards were meant to be. The cases seemed to imprison rather than protect. The emphasis on condition that grading encouraged changed how people related to cards. Traditional collectors often valued their played, worn cards because the condition reflected genuine use and enjoyment. Investment collectors saw wear as purely negative, reducing value with every scuff and bend. Cards that would have been treasured for their history by traditional collectors might be rejected by investors seeking only pristine specimens. The two perspectives valued literally opposite qualities. Grading backlogs during peak demand periods created their own market dynamics. When PSA and other services became overwhelmed with submissions, turnaround times stretched to months or even longer than a year. Cards submitted for grading were locked up and illiquid during this period. Some investors timed their submissions strategically, trying to receive graded cards back when market conditions favored selling. The grading process itself became another variable to manage an investment strategy. Serious Pokémon investors began applying formal portfolio management concepts to their collections. Diversification, the principle of spreading risk across different assets, translated into collecting across different sets, eras, and product types. An investor might hold vintage first edition cards, modern chase cards, sealed products from various periods, and Japanese exclusive items. This approach reduced exposure to any single segment of the market experiencing price declines. Risk assessment became an important consideration for investment collectors. Different Pokémon products carried different risk profiles. Vintage sealed product was generally considered lower risk due to fixed, decreasing supply, but required significant capital to acquire. Modern cards were accessible, but faced the risk of reprints or declining popularity diminishing value. Investors analyzed these factors much as they would evaluate stocks or real estate, seeking to optimize their risk-adjusted returns. Liquidity considerations affected investment decisions. Some Pokémon investments, while potentially valuable, were difficult to sell quickly without significant price discounts. A rare promotional card might be worth substantial money to the right buyer, but finding that buyer could take months. Investment collectors learned to balance illiquid high-value holdings with more liquid positions that could be converted to cash readily when needed or when market opportunities arose. The concept of intrinsic versus market value created philosophical discussions among investment collectors. Traditional financial analysis distinguishes between an asset's fundamental worth and its current market price. Applying this framework to Pokémon cards raised interesting questions. Did a piece of cardboard have any intrinsic value at all? Or was all value purely social and psychological? If the latter, what made Pokémon cards different from tulip bulbs or Beanie Babies, other collectibles whose values eventually collapsed? Some investment collectors developed sophisticated models for valuing Pokémon products. These models considered factors like population reports showing how many graded examples existed, historical price trends, comparable sales, set significance, character popularity, and broader market conditions. While such models provided useful frameworks, they also highlighted the difficulty of valuing collectibles with any precision. The market ultimately determined prices through the interaction of buyers and sellers, not through formula. The distinction between collecting and investing obscured a more nuanced reality. Most participants in the Pokémon card market fell somewhere on a spectrum rather than at its extremes. Pure investors with no emotional attachment to Pokémon were relatively rare. Pure collectors who never considered their collection's value were equally uncommon. Most people combined elements of both perspectives, enjoying their cards while remaining aware of their worth. Emotional value and financial value often intertwined in complex ways. A collector might feel their cards were worth more than market prices suggested because of personal attachment. An investor might develop genuine affection for products they initially purchased purely for returns. The boundaries between instrumental and expressive relationships with collectibles were permeable. People's motivations evolved over time as their circumstances and perspectives changed. The happiness research on collecting suggested that process often mattered more than outcome. Studies of collectors across various fields found that the activities of searching, acquiring, organizing, and displaying brought more satisfaction than simply possessing valuable items. Investment collectors focused on outcomes. The eventual sale price and return achieved might miss the pleasures that process-oriented traditional collectors experienced. The journey could be more rewarding than the destination. Social comparison affected both collecting and investing behavior. Traditional collectors might feel inadequate comparing their modest collections to impressive displays shared online. Investment collectors might feel pressure to match the returns others claim to achieve. In both cases, external benchmarks could diminish personal satisfaction. The happiest collectors, whether traditional or investment-oriented, were often those who defined success according to their own values rather than community standards. The question of what to do with collections as life circumstances confronted both traditional collectors and investors. Selling a beloved collection could feel like betraying childhood memories. Holding investments when life required liquidity created financial stress. Both perspectives had to grapple with the reality that relationships with physical objects, however meaningful, existed within broader life contexts. The cards were important, but they were not everything. Social media platforms significantly influenced the collecting versus investing dynamic. YouTube creators like Leon Hart and others built audiences around Pokémon content that celebrated both the joy of collecting and the excitement of valuable pulls. Their reactions to rare cards combined genuine enthusiasm with awareness of monetary worth. Viewers absorbed messages about both the emotional and financial dimensions of collecting, internalizing the blend that content creators modeled. Price reveal videos became a popular format that highlighted the investment dimension of collecting. Creators would dramatically check current market values for cards pulled from packs, celebrating not just the card itself, but its monetary worth. These reveals trained viewers to think about cards in financial terms, even during ostensibly recreational openings. The implicit message was that cards were not just collectibles, but assets with quantifiable value that mattered. The algorithmic promotion of investment content accelerated the shift in collecting culture. Videos about making money from Pokémon cards attracted significant viewership and engagement. Platforms rewarded this content with increased visibility. Traditional collecting content that emphasized joy and nostalgia without financial hooks competed for attention against more sensational investment-focused material. The content ecosystem nudged consumption patterns toward investment perspectives. Influencer impact on market prices created feedback loops between content and investment outcomes. When a prominent creator highlighted a particular card or set, prices often rose as followers rushed to purchase. Early buyers who anticipated this effect could profit from the creator's influence. Some creators faced criticism for allegedly manipulating markets or failing to disclose their own holdings. The intersection of influence and investment raised ethical questions that the Pokémon community had never previously needed to consider. Community discussions on Reddit, Discord, and other platforms reflected the collecting versus investing tension. Subreddits like the Pokémon TCG community debated whether investment posts belonged or should be relegated to separate forums. Discord servers sometimes established channels specifically for price discussions to keep them distinct from general collecting conversation. These organizational choices represented attempts to manage philosophically different approaches to the same hobby. The impact of investment culture on children's experience of Pokémon collecting raised particular concerns. Parents who had collected cards as children faced decisions about how to frame the hobby for their own kids. Should children be taught to appreciate cards primarily for enjoyment, potentially leaving money on the table through careless handling? Or should they learn value awareness early, potentially contaminating the pure joy of collecting with financial calculation? Some parents established two-tier systems for family collecting. One category of cards was designated for play and enjoyment, where condition didn't matter and children could engage freely. Another category was reserved for collecting in the traditional sense, with careful handling and proper storage. This approach attempted to preserve childhood innocence while teaching responsible ownership. The division acknowledged that different relationships with cards could coexist. The cost of children's hobbies when investment dynamics affected pricing created practical challenges. A child wanting to collect modern Pokémon cards faced higher prices than their parents had encountered at the same age. Birthday and holiday gifts that once stretched far now bought less. Some families were priced out of meaningful participation in a hobby that was supposed to be accessible to young people. The democratizing spirit of mass-market collectibles was under pressure. Teaching children about money through Pokémon collecting had educational potential that some families embraced. Understanding why cards had different values, how supply and demand affected prices, and what made some cards more desirable than others provided concrete lessons in economics. A child who learned these concepts through Pokémon might apply them to other areas of life. The investment perspective, handled thoughtfully, could be educational rather than corrupting. Generational transmission of collections raised questions about collecting versus investing motivations. A parent considering passing cards to children thought about whether the collection was meant to provide future financial benefit or to share cherished memories. These weren't mutually exclusive, but the emphasis mattered for how the transfer was framed and received. The most meaningful inheritances probably carried both emotional and monetary significance, though the proportions varied by family values. The psychology underlying both collecting and investing revealed interesting parallels. Both activities involved acquiring, holding, and sometimes parting with objects according to personal value assessments. Both created dopamine responses when acquisitions were made, whether the pleasure came from completing a set or from getting a good deal. Both could become obsessive in unhealthy ways, consuming time and resources disproportionate to benefits received. The psychological mechanisms were similar even when the stated motivations differed. The endowment effect, the tendency to value things more highly once owned, affected collectors and investors alike. A card in hand seemed worth more than an identical card in someone else's possession. This psychological bias explained why negotiations often stalled, with sellers convinced their items were worth more than buyers offered. Understanding the endowment effect helped explain market dynamics that pure rational analysis couldn't capture. Loss aversion, the finding that losses feel more significant than equivalent gains, shaped behavior in both collecting and investing contexts. A collector who sold a beloved card only to see it appreciate felt the loss more keenly than the gain from a profitable sale. An investor who held too long and watched prices decline experienced psychological pain beyond what the numbers alone would suggest. Both perspectives struggled with the emotional weight of decisions that turned out poorly. Social proof influenced purchasing decisions regardless of underlying motivation. When others bought enthusiastically, both collectors and investors felt pressure to follow. When others sold, anxiety about being left holding depreciating assets spread. These herd dynamics could create bubbles and crashes that reflected collective psychology more than fundamental value changes. Neither collectors nor investors were immune to the power of crowd behavior. The sunk cost fallacy trapped participants in both collecting and investing frameworks. A collector who had invested years building a set might continue pursuing completion even when enjoyment had faded, feeling they couldn't abandon the effort already expended. An investor sitting on losses might hold rather than sell, unable to accept that the original purchase decision was mistaken. Both perspectives struggled to make forward-looking decisions unclouded by past commitments. The most sustainable approach to Pokémon cards probably lies somewhere between pure collecting and pure investing. Acknowledging that cards have both emotional and financial value allows participation without the illusions that either extreme requires. A balanced collector can enjoy cards while being responsible about condition and aware of worth. A balanced investor can pursue returns while appreciating the history and artistry of what they hold. Neither perspective needs to dominate. Self-awareness about motivations helps collectors and investors alike. Understanding why you're drawn to Pokémon cards, whether for nostalgia, aesthetics, community, profit, or some combination, allows more intentional choices. Decisions aligned with authentic motivations tend to produce more satisfaction than those driven by external pressures or unclear impulses. Taking time to reflect on what you actually want from the hobby improves the experience regardless of which direction that reflection points. Setting boundaries protects both the joy of collecting and the rationality of investing. A traditional collector who establishes spending limits avoids the trap of overcommitting to an emotional hobby. An investor who maintains discipline around entry and exit points avoids the wealth destruction that emotional trading can cause. Boundaries feel constraining in the moment, but preserve freedom and well-being over time. Community remains valuable for both collectors and investors, though perhaps different communities serve each best. Finding others who share your particular blend of motivations creates space for authentic engagement. Trying to participate in communities whose values don't match your own creates friction and dissatisfaction. The Pokémon card world is large enough to accommodate many sub-communities, each with its own emphasis and culture. As we near the end of this chapter, and as peaceful sleep draws closer, remember that how you relate to Pokémon cards is ultimately a personal choice. There is no objectively correct way to engage with the hobby. What matters is that your approach brings you satisfaction and aligns with your values. Whether you collect for pure joy, invest for pure profit, or find your own unique blend, the cards are there to serve your purposes, not to dictate them. Rest now and let the tensions between different philosophies fade into the comfortable quiet of approaching sleep. The story of Pokémon cards is ultimately a human story, one of meaning-making through objects, of community formed around shared interests, of nostalgia and aspiration intertwined. Tomorrow brings another day, perhaps another pack to open, another card to admire, another decision to make about what collecting means to you. But tonight, let these considerations rest. Close your eyes and drift into dreams where the Charizard on your childhood card still breathes fire across a sun-dappled afternoon, and value means nothing more than the happiness in a young collector's heart. One of the most profound differences between traditional collecting and investment approaches lies in how each determines what is valuable. Traditional collectors often developed personal hierarchies of worth that had little connection to market prices. A collector might treasure a common card featuring their favorite Pokémon more than a rare holographic card they felt indifferent toward. These idiosyncratic valuations reflected genuine preferences rather than external consensus. The collector was the final authority on what mattered in their own collection. Investment collecting, by contrast, necessarily deferred to market prices as the measure of value. An investor might personally prefer a particular card's artwork, but if the market didn't share that preference, the card remained a poor investment regardless. The investor's own taste became irrelevant to purchasing decisions. What mattered was predicting what others would pay, not expressing personal aesthetic judgment. This external orientation fundamentally changed the relationship between person and collection. The democratization of market information through price aggregators and sales platforms made investment approaches more accessible, but also more competitive. When everyone could see what cards sold for, informational advantages became harder to maintain. The traditional collector's specialized knowledge about their favorite sets remained valuable for personal enjoyment, while the investor's edge came from processing publicly available information more effectively than others. Different skills mattered for different purposes. Price discovery in collectible markets occurred through a combination of auction results, retail sales, and private transactions. Each source provided different information about value. Auction prices reflected what the highest bidder was willing to pay in a particular moment, which might be more or less than typical transactions. Retail prices showed what sellers hoped to receive, not necessarily what buyers paid. Private sales were invisible to market observers, hiding the true depth of trading activity. The role of influential buyers in setting prices was greater in collectible markets than in more liquid financial markets. When a wealthy collector decided to pursue a particular card or set aggressively, prices could rise substantially based on their demand alone. Traditional collectors witnessed this phenomenon with some bemusement, watching prices fluctuate based on activities of individuals they would never meet or trade with. The market price reflected supply and demand, but sometimes demand meant the preferences of a very few. Condition occupied radically different positions in traditional collecting and investment frameworks. For investment collectors, condition was paramount. The difference between a PSA 9 and a PSA 10 often represented enormous price premiums, sometimes multiples of the lower graded card's value. Investors scrutinized cards obsessively for the tiniest flaws, rejecting anything that wouldn't grade highly enough to justify submission costs. Condition became the primary filter through which cards were evaluated. Traditional collectors often had more nuanced relationships with condition. While they might prefer nicer cards when given a choice, they didn't fetishize perfection the way investors did. A card with minor wear that had been in their collection for years might feel more precious than a mint replacement. The signs of handling and age were not flaws to be avoided, but evidence of the card's history. Condition mattered, but it wasn't everything. The premium for perfect condition in investment markets seemed excessive to some observers. A card graded PSA 10 was the same piece of cardboard as a card graded PSA 8, with the same artwork, the same gameplay utility, the same nostalgic associations. The visible differences might be imperceptible to casual examination, yet the price differential could be enormous. This suggested that market prices reflected something beyond intrinsic qualities, perhaps scarcity signaling, perhaps status competition among collectors. Population reports, which tracked how many copies of each card had been graded at each level, influenced condition-based pricing significantly. When few copies of a card had achieved perfect grades, the scarcity premium was substantial. As more perfect copies were graded, this premium could erode. Investors monitored population changes carefully, adjusting their assessments of which cards retained condition-based scarcity. This analytical approach had no equivalent in traditional collecting, where population data was irrelevant to personal enjoyment. The condition focus of investment collecting created interesting dynamics around pack opening. Opening packs inherently risked damaging cards through the extraction process. Cards could emerge from packs with factory defects, print lines, or centering issues that precluded high grades. For investment collectors, opening packs involved immediate assessment of grading potential for every card pulled. The joy of discovery was shadowed by anxiety about condition. Traditional collectors experienced pack opening more purely, focused on what was revealed rather than its state of preservation. Pokémon cards entered a broader landscape of alternative investments that included sports cards, comics, art, wine, watches, and other collectibles. Investment collectors often held positions across multiple alternative asset classes, diversifying beyond Pokémon alone. Comparisons between different collectible markets informed expectations and strategies. What worked in sports cards might apply to Pokémon cards. What failed in comic collecting might warn of risks ahead. The sports card market, being older and larger, provided precedents that Pokémon investors studied carefully. The boom and bust of the early 1990s sports card market cautioned against overconfidence in sustained price appreciation. The recovery and eventual surpassing of previous highs suggested that patience could be rewarded. The professionalization of sports card investing through fractional ownership platforms and price indices hinted at where Pokémon might be heading. Art market comparisons illuminated some aspects of collectible valuation while obscuring others. Like art, Pokémon cards combined aesthetic appeal with social signaling. Unlike art, Pokémon cards were mass-produced rather than unique, making them fundamentally different as assets. The art market's emphasis on provenance and authentication translated to Pokémon through grading and tamper-evident cases. The art market's opacity and insider dynamics served as both model and warning. Fractional ownership platforms emerged that allowed investors to buy shares in high-value collectibles, including Pokémon cards. These platforms purchased expensive items and sold portions to multiple investors who would share in any eventual appreciation when items were sold. Fractional ownership made investment accessible to those who couldn't afford whole cards worth tens of thousands of dollars. It also raised questions about what exactly was being collected when ownership was partial and possession was impossible. The comparison to cryptocurrency and digital assets raised interesting parallels. Both Pokémon cards and cryptocurrencies derived value from scarcity and collective belief, rather than productive capacity. Both attracted speculative interest during periods of loose monetary policy. Both were dismissed by traditional finance as frivolous before being grudgingly acknowledged as genuine asset classes. Whether the parallels extended to long-term outcomes remained to be seen. The Japanese Pokémon card market operated somewhat differently from Western markets, offering alternative models for how collecting and investing might balance. Japanese collecting culture maintained stronger traditions of appreciation and preservation even before investment considerations entered the picture. The care Japanese collectors gave to their cards was rooted in cultural values about respecting objects, not just protecting financial investments. This cultural foundation provided stability that pure investment markets lacked. Japanese exclusive cards and products attracted Western investment interest precisely because of their limited availability outside Japan. Cards that were common in Tokyo might be rare in New York, creating arbitrage opportunities for those who could navigate international purchasing. The global integration of Pokémon markets meant that Japanese and Western prices increasingly influenced each other, though meaningful differences persisted. The older history of trading card games in Japan, predating Pokémon's arrival, meant that investment collecting had longer precedent there. Cards from games like Yu-Gi-Oh! And Magic the Gathering had established valuable secondary markets in Japan before Pokémon launched. This infrastructure of dealers, graders, and collectors provided a template that Pokémon fit into, rather than having to create from scratch. The investment dimension was baked into Japanese collecting culture from earlier. Japanese premium products, often featuring exclusive artwork or higher quality materials, commanded price premiums that reflected both aesthetic distinction and investment appeal. These products served collectors who valued unique items while also attracting investors seeking scarce assets. The best Japanese products satisfied both orientations simultaneously, suggesting that the collecting-investing divide wasn't always zero-sum. Cultural exchange between Japanese and Western Pokémon communities created opportunities for learning about different approaches to the hobby. Western collectors visiting Japan encountered card shops where condition awareness was paramount, but aggressive investment behavior was subdued. Japanese collectors engaging with Western markets observed more volatile pricing and more explicit financial motivation. Each community had something to teach and learn from the other. The long-term sustainability of Pokémon card prices remained an open question that divided collectors and investors. Optimists pointed to Pokémon's enduring cultural relevance, the strength of the franchise across media, and the demographic tailwind of millennials entering peak earning years with nostalgia-driven purchasing power. As long as people cared about Pokémon, they would want the cards. And Pokémon showed every sign of remaining culturally significant for the foreseeable future. Skeptics noted that all collectible markets eventually experienced corrections. The early 1990s sports card bubble, the Beanie Baby collapse, the comic book market crash all demonstrated that prices could decline as rapidly as they rose. Investment capital that flowed into Pokémon during favorable conditions might flee when conditions changed. What remained after speculative interest departed would reflect true collecting demand rather than inflated investment demand. The Pokémon Company's production decisions significantly affected sustainability. Unlimited printing of sets to meet demand prevented the scarcity premiums that drove vintage card prices. Limited print runs created collectability, but also frustrated collectors who couldn't obtain products at retail. The company faced competing pressures from collectors who wanted availability and investors who wanted scarcity. How these pressures were balanced would shape market dynamics for years to come. Generational transition posed perhaps the biggest uncertainty. Current high prices reflected demand from adults who had collected as children. Would the next generation, whose childhood experiences with Pokémon might be different, develop similar attachment to physical cards? Digital entertainment competed increasingly for attention. Mobile games offered Pokémon experiences without cardboard. The assumption that future adults would value physical cards the way current adults did required faith in continuity that might or might not be warranted. Climate considerations introduced another dimension to sustainability discussions. Pokémon cards required paper, ink, and plastic packaging, all with environmental footprints. As sustainability concerns grew more prominent in consumer consciousness, the environmental impact of physical collectibles might face scrutiny. Digital alternatives already existed for playing the Pokémon trading card game. Whether physical collecting could maintain its appeal in a more environmentally conscious culture remained to be seen. As sleep beckons and thoughts soften into dreams, consider what value truly means in the context of your own relationship with Pokémon cards. If you collect, why do you collect? If you invest, what are you hoping to achieve? If you do both, how do you balance the different orientations? There are no wrong answers to these questions, only answers that are more or less true to who you are and what you want. Honest self-reflection improves any pursuit, collecting and investing alike. The cards themselves are neutral regarding how they're valued. A Charizard doesn't care whether it's treasured for nostalgic reasons or held for expected appreciation. The meaning we attribute to objects comes from us, not from them. This is simultaneously liberating and burdensome. We are free to value cards however we choose, but we must take responsibility for those choices and their consequences. The cards offer no guidance, only reflection of our own priorities. Perhaps the deepest wisdom lies in holding valuations lightly. Neither the market's assessment nor our personal attachment represents absolute truth about what cards are worth. Markets can be wrong, bubble up and crash, overvalue and undervalue. Personal attachments can be based on memories that were never quite as golden as nostalgia paints them. Humility about the certainty of any valuation, financial or emotional, allows for more flexible and adaptive engagement with the hobby. The time spent with Pokémon cards, whether collecting or investing, is time taken from other possible activities. This opportunity cost deserves consideration. Is this how you want to spend your limited hours? The answer may well be yes, and that's wonderful. But asking the question periodically ensures that continued participation reflects ongoing choice rather than mere habit. Life offers many pursuits, and consciously choosing Pokémon among them makes the choice meaningful. As consciousness drifts toward sleep, let the distinctions between collecting and investing blur into background concerns. Tonight, the cards are simply cardboard rectangles with colorful pictures, artifacts of a world where creatures with fantastic powers bring joy to millions. Tomorrow, you can resume whatever relationship with them serves you best. But now, let thoughts of value and worth and markets and meaning fade gently into the peaceful quiet of rest. The cards will be there in the morning, ready for whatever purposes you bring to them. Auction houses became important venues where the collecting and investing worlds intersected. Traditional auction houses like Heritage Auctions and newer platforms like PWCC and Golden Auctions began featuring Pokémon cards alongside more established collectible categories. The auction format served both collectors seeking specific items and investors looking to acquire or liquidate positions. The competitive bidding process revealed market valuations in real time, creating price discovery that informed the broader market. The psychology of auction participation differed between collecting and investing orientations. Collectors often bid with emotional commitment, determined to win items they had long sought regardless of price. This willingness to exceed rational valuations could drive auction prices above comparable private sales. Investors bid more calculatingly, setting firm limits based on expected resale value and walking away when bidding exceeded their parameters. The interaction between emotional and calculated bidders produced auction dynamics that neither group fully controlled. Record auction prices generated publicity that served both collecting and investing interests. When a Pokémon card sold for hundreds of thousands of dollars, media coverage introduced the hobby to new audiences. Collectors enjoyed the validation that items they treasured commanded serious money. Investors appreciated the liquidity demonstration and price benchmarks that high-profile sales provided. These headline-grabbing auctions benefited the market generally, even if few participants could afford the lots that attracted attention. Auction house fees and terms affected the economics of buying and selling through these venues. Buyers' premiums of 15 to 20% added significantly to hammer prices. Sellers' fees reduced net proceeds. These costs mattered more to investors focused on returns than to collectors who valued the items regardless of transaction costs. The friction of auction fees encouraged some participants to pursue private sales, while others valued the authentication and exposure that auction houses provided. The ceremonial aspects of major auctions connected Pokémon cards to traditions of art and antiques collecting. Live auctioneers, printed catalogs, preview exhibitions, and post-sale celebrations treated Pokémon cards with the gravitas typically reserved for old master paintings or historical artifacts. This formalization elevated the hobby's cultural status, while also potentially distancing it from the casual accessibility that characterized its origins. The tension between elevation and accessibility played out repeatedly in how auctions were conducted and perceived. Local card shops and online dealers occupied essential positions in both collecting and investing ecosystems. For traditional collectors, these businesses provided products, expertise, and community gathering spaces. The owner who knew your preferences and set aside cards you might want exemplified the personal relationships that characterize traditional collecting. For investors, dealers offered access to inventory, price information, and sometimes advisory services on what to buy and sell. The economics of running a card shop changed significantly as investment interest grew. Shops that had operated on thin margins selling to hobbyists found themselves competing for inventory with well-capitalized investors. The prices dealers paid to acquire stock rose, requiring higher retail markups to maintain profitability. Some shops shifted focus toward the investor market, offering grading services, high-end cases, and financial consultation in addition to card sales. Online dealers aggregated inventory from across the country and world, creating competition for local shops that couldn't match their selection or often their prices. Collectors increasingly purchased online, using local shops more for browsing and community than for acquisition. This shift threatened the viability of brick-and-mortar stores that had been pillars of local collecting scenes. The convenience of online shopping came at the cost of community spaces. Trust relationships between dealers and customers took different forms in collecting and investing contexts. Traditional collectors trusted dealers to fairly assess card conditions and set reasonable prices. Investors trusted dealers to provide market intelligence and execution services. Both forms of trust were vulnerable to abuse. Dealers who misrepresented card conditions or manipulated prices for personal benefit damaged relationships regardless of customer orientation. Reputation remained essential in either context. The emergence of verification and authentication services changed dealer dynamics. Independent grading meant that condition claims could be verified objectively. Price aggregators reduced information asymmetry between dealers and customers. These developments benefited buyers but compressed dealer margins. Dealers added value through curation, convenience, and expertise rather than through information advantages. The most successful adapted to this new environment while maintaining the personal service that collectors valued. As collection values rose, questions of insurance and protection became increasingly important. Traditional collectors had often treated their cards casually, keeping them in boxes or binders without particular security precautions. When collections became worth thousands or tens of thousands of dollars, this casual approach posed real risks. Loss through theft, fire, or water damage could mean significant financial harm in addition to emotional loss. Specialized collectibles insurance emerged to serve both collectors and investors. Policies covered loss, damage, and sometimes even market value decline for high-end items. Insurance companies developed expertise in collectibles valuation and claims handling. The premiums represented real costs that needed consideration in investment return calculations. Traditional collectors faced decisions about whether their emotional attachments justified insurance costs or whether they would accept the risk of uninsured loss. Safe storage solutions proliferated as collection values warranted protection. Home safes, safety deposit boxes, and specialized collectibles storage facilities offered different levels of security at different price points. Some investors stored valuable cards in climate-controlled vaults far from their homes, treating them purely as assets to be protected rather than objects to be enjoyed. Traditional collectors faced the awkward choice between keeping cards accessible for viewing and protecting them from risk. Documentation and record-keeping practices differed between collecting and investing approaches. Investors maintained detailed inventories tracking acquisition dates, costs, current values, and storage locations. This information supported both insurance claims and tax reporting. Traditional collectors might not know exactly what they owned or what they paid for it, keeping collections organized by personal logic rather than accounting necessity. The administrative burden of careful documentation deterred some collectors from adopting investor practices. Estate planning considerations emerged for valuable collections. Traditional collectors rarely thought about what would happen to their cards after death. Investors recognized that valuable asset positions required consideration in estate plans. Questions of valuation for estate tax purposes, division among heirs, and whether to sell or distribute in kind needed answers. These serious matters seemed incongruous for what many still thought of as children's toys, but were very real for those holding substantial positions. Selling brought the differences between collecting and investing into sharp relief. For investors, selling was the goal, the moment when paper gains became real returns. The emotional content of a sale was positive, assuming prices met expectations. Exit decisions were made based on price targets, alternative investment opportunities, or liquidity needs. A successful sale validated the investment thesis that had led to the original purchase. For traditional collectors, selling was often painful. Parting with beloved cards meant losing pieces of personal history. Even when financial circumstances required selling, the emotional loss could exceed the financial gain. Collectors who sold reported feeling sadness, regret, and sometimes guilt about letting go of items that had meant so much. The transaction that satisfied an investor grieved a collector. Pricing cards for sale highlighted different value systems. Investors priced based on market comparables and expected demand. Collectors sometimes priced based on personal attachment, asking more than market would bear because the cards meant more to them than buyers would pay. This mismatch between personal and market value prolonged many attempted sales as collectors reluctantly adjusted prices toward what buyers would actually offer. The platforms chosen for selling reflected different priorities. Investors used venues that maximized exposure and competitive bidding, accepting fees as the cost of optimal pricing. Collectors sometimes preferred selling to other collectors who would appreciate the cards appropriately, accepting lower prices in exchange for knowing their cards went to good homes. The choice of venue embodied deeper values about what mattered in the transaction. The aftermath of selling differed markedly. Investors typically reinvested proceeds into other opportunities, treating the completion of one trade as the beginning of another. Collectors often felt absence, returning to look at spaces where beloved cards had been. Some collectors regretted sales for years and eventually paid premiums to reacquire items they had parted with. The permanence of collecting relationships contrasted with the transience of investment positions. Ultimately, both collecting and investing in Pokémon cards were ways of finding meaning through engagement with objects and community. Collectors found meaning in nostalgia, aesthetics, completion, and connection. Investors found meaning in analysis, acquisition, success, and financial achievement. Neither source of meaning was inherently superior. Both provided structure for time, goals to pursue, and communities to belong to. The cards served as anchors for meaningful activity, however participants chose to engage. The search for meaning in hobbies reflected broader human needs for purpose and engagement. Modern life often separated work from satisfaction, leaving people seeking fulfillment in leisure pursuits. Pokémon cards offered a domain where effort produced results, where knowledge accumulated, where progress was visible. These satisfactions existed regardless of whether orientation was collecting or investing. The fundamental human needs being met were similar even when surface activities differed. Community belonging provided perhaps the deepest meaning for many participants. Collectors found tribes of like-minded enthusiasts who shared their passions. Investors found networks of collaborators and competitors who sharpened their skills. The social dimension of the hobby complemented the individual satisfactions of acquiring and holding cards. Loneliness, an epidemic of modern life, was eased by connection around shared interest. The narrative that each participant constructed about their engagement gave shape to experience. A collector told a story about childhood recaptured, about beauty preserved, about completing challenges. An investor told a story about market mastery, about wealth accumulation, about beating competitors. These narratives organized activities into coherent wholes and provided motivation for continued participation. The stories we tell about our hobbies matter as much as the hobbies themselves. The journey to million-dollar Pokémon cards began with sales that, while modest by later standards, shocked observers at the time. In the early 2010s, a PSA 10 first edition holographic Charizard selling for $10,000 was newsworthy. The idea that a trading card could command such prices seemed absurd to those unfamiliar with collectibles markets. Yet even these early records hinted at the appreciation potential that would eventually be realized. The first edition base set became the foundation for record prices. These cards, printed in limited quantities before Wizards of the Coast realized how popular Pokémon would become, carried a small first edition stamp that distinguished them from unlimited printings. That tiny marking represented genuine scarcity, since first edition print runs were far smaller than what followed. Collectors willing to pay premiums for first edition cards understood that they were acquiring something that could never be created again. The holographic rare cards from first edition base set attracted the most attention and the highest prices. These 9 cards, including Charizard, Blastoise, and Venusaur, featured holographic foil patterns that caught light and captured imagination. The Charizard card especially became iconic, recognized even by people who knew nothing else about Pokémon. Its dragon-like appearance, powerful statistics, and central role in the Pokémon franchise made it the crown jewel of early Pokémon collecting. Grade became the crucial differentiator among otherwise identical cards. A first edition Charizard that someone had played with, shuffled into decks and handled carelessly might still be valuable, but its worth paled against pristine examples. The PSA grading scale from 1 to 10 created a clear hierarchy, with 10s commanding exponential premiums over 9s. The scarcity of perfect examples, most cards having been handled by children who cared nothing for condition, pushed prices for top grades ever higher. Early record sales often occurred privately or through platforms that didn't publicize results. Collectors traded among themselves, with word of mouth spreading news of notable transactions. As the market matured, auction houses and public sales created more transparency. Each new record sale established a benchmark that subsequent sales would reference. The visibility of prices accelerated appreciation, by proving to skeptics that these valuations were real. The Pikachu Illustrator card stands alone in Pokémon card lore as the rarest and most valuable card ever produced. This legendary card was never available for purchase. Instead, it was awarded as a prize in illustration contests held by Korokoro Comic Magazine in Japan in 1998. Only 39 copies are known to have been distributed, making it extraordinarily rare even before considering condition. The card features artwork by Atsuko Nishida, one of the original Pokémon character designers, depicting Pikachu holding a paintbrush. The text on the Illustrator card differs from regular Pokémon cards. Rather than listing attacks and hit points, it reads, translated from Japanese, that the card certifies the Pokémon card game illustrator as an authorized artist. This unique text emphasized the card's status as a prize rather than a playable game piece. The card was a commendation, a trophy in paper form, and this distinct purpose contributed to its mystique. Illustrator cards occasionally surfaced in private sales over the years, always generating excitement within the collecting community. Prices rose steadily as collectors recognized the card's significance. By the late 2010s, verified sales were reaching hundreds of thousands of dollars. The card's combination of extreme rarity, historical importance, and visual appeal made it the ultimate Pokémon collectible, the card that represented the absolute pinnacle of the hobby. In 2021, a PSA Grade 10 Illustrator card sold privately for a reported $5.2 million, setting a record for any trading card. The buyer was Logan Paul, whose involvement in Pokémon cards had already reshaped the market. The sale made international news, introducing millions of people to the existence of ultra-rare Pokémon cards. Whether the price reflected genuine market value or celebrity premium became a subject of debate, but the number itself was undeniable. Only a handful of Illustrator cards have received grades from PSA, and even fewer have achieved gem mint condition. The rarity at high grades amplified already astronomical base values. Collectors who dreamed of owning an Illustrator card typically settled for looking at photographs, since the card's prices exceeded what all but the wealthiest could contemplate. The Illustrator existed as much as legend as collectible, a North Star for collectors who would never touch one. While the Illustrator card held the absolute record, the first edition base set, Charizard dominated accessible high-end collecting. More first edition Charizards existed than Illustrator cards, making them theoretically obtainable for serious collectors. Yet the demand for perfect examples far exceeded supply. Population reports from grading services showed that relatively few Charizards had achieved PSA 10 grades. Competition among collectors for these perfect specimens drove prices to remarkable levels. The Charizard's appeal transcended the collecting community. Even people who had never collected Pokémon cards recognized the fire-breathing dragon as the franchise's most iconic creature. This broader recognition created demand beyond core collectors. Wealthy individuals who wanted a trophy from their childhood, or simply wanted to own something famous, competed with dedicated collectors. The buyer pool extended far beyond those who could recite Charizard's hit points and attack powers. Record Charizard sales provided benchmarks for the broader market. When a PSA 10 first edition Charizard sold for over $300,000 in early 2021, other cards appreciated sympathetically. The Charizard price was a barometer of market health. When Charizard prices rose, confidence spread throughout the collecting community. When Charizard prices softened, anxiety followed. No other card carried quite this weight. The shadowless variant of the base set, Charizard added another tier to the pricing hierarchy. Shadowless cards, printed before a drop shadow was added behind the card's artwork box, represented an even more limited printing than regular first edition. These cards commanded premiums over their shadowed counterparts. A PSA 10 shadowless first edition, Charizard was among the most valuable non-promotional Pokémon cards in existence, with prices reaching hundreds of thousands of dollars. Japanese first edition Charizards offered another avenue for collectors. The Japanese cards preceded English releases and had their own collecting following. While typically commanding lower prices than English equivalents due to different supply and demand dynamics, Japanese Charizards still reached impressive valuations. Collectors who couldn't afford English specimens sometimes pivoted to Japanese alternatives, which offered similar aesthetics at lower price points. The achievement of record prices depended fundamentally on professional grading services. Without standardized, trusted assessments of card condition, high-value transactions would be impossible. Buyers paying hundreds of thousands of dollars needed assurance that the cards they purchased were genuinely mint condition. Grading companies provided this assurance, transforming the market from informal trading to institutionalized collecting. Professional Sports Authenticator, founded in 1991 for sports cards, became the dominant grading service for Pokémon cards as well. PSA's 10-point scale became the industry standard. A PSA 10, designated gem mint condition, indicated a card with perfect centering, sharp corners, clean surfaces, and unblemished edges. The difficulty of achieving a 10 meant that only the finest specimens reached that pinnacle. The PSA 10 became shorthand for perfection. The grading process involved careful examination under magnification, with trained evaluators assessing multiple factors. Centering measured how well the card's image was positioned within its borders. Corners were inspected for any wear or rounding. Surfaces were examined for scratches, print lines, or other imperfections. Edges were checked for chips or whitening. Each factor received evaluation, and the overall grade reflected the card's weakest area. Competition among grading services created options for collectors. Beckett Grading Services offered a subgrade system that broke down condition into component scores. Certified Guarantee Company expanded from coins and comics into Pokémon cards. Each service had advocates and detractors. Some collectors believed certain companies graded more leniently or harshly than others. Cross-grading, submitting cards graded by one service to another hoping for higher grades, became a common strategy. The grading company's encapsulation protected cards while also making them tradable commodities. Cards were sealed in tamper-evident plastic cases with labels displaying grade information. These cases standardized presentation and prevented condition changes from handling. A graded card could change hands multiple times without degradation, unlike a raw card that might accumulate wear with each transaction. The case transformed the card from fragile paper to stable asset. Grading companies maintained population reports that tracked how many copies of each card had been graded at each level. These reports provided crucial information for understanding true scarcity. A card might seem common based on how often it appeared in collections, yet population data could reveal that very few had achieved high grades. Investment collectors studied population reports intensely, seeking cards where high-grade scarcity created price potential. Population dynamics evolved over time as more cards were submitted for grading. A card that was the only PSA 10 when graded might have companions years later as additional submissions achieved perfect grades. This population growth could erode scarcity premiums if supply increased faster than demand. Collectors monitored population changes, adjusting their assessments of which cards retained scarcity and which had become more common at top grades. The relationship between population and price was not always straightforward. Some cards with tiny populations at high grades never achieved commensurate prices because demand was also limited. A rare card from an unpopular set might have very few PSA 10s, but also very few people who wanted them. True value arose from the intersection of scarcity and desirability. Population reports revealed scarcity but said nothing about demand. Raw card estimation complicated population analysis. The graded population represented only cards that had been submitted, not the total population of potential high-grade examples. Ungraded collections might contain pristine cards that, if submitted, would increase known populations. Sophisticated investors tried to estimate the ungraded reserve of potential high-grade cards, recognizing that future submissions could affect market dynamics. The PSA set registry created additional incentives for completing graded collections. Collectors competed to assemble complete sets at the highest average grades. This competition drove demand for specific cards needed to complete registry sets. Cards that might otherwise attract limited interest could command premiums if they were necessary for registry completion. The gamification of collecting through registries influenced pricing in ways that pure condition-based analysis missed. The pandemic era brought unprecedented submission volumes to grading companies. Collectors who had time at home rediscovered old collections. New collectors entering the hobby wanted their acquisitions authenticated. Investors sought graded inventory to trade. The flood of submissions overwhelmed grading company capacity. PSA was receiving more cards than it could process, leading to growing backlogs and extended turnaround times. Wait times stretched from weeks to months to sometimes more than a year for standard service tiers. Collectors who submitted cards hoping for quick return found themselves waiting indefinitely. The value of submissions could change significantly during these delays. A card worth a certain amount when submitted might be worth considerably more or less when finally returned. The uncertainty created by long backlogs added risk to the grading process. Expedited services remained available, but at dramatically increased prices. What had once cost modest sums for quick turnaround now required hundreds of dollars per card for priority processing. These costs made sense for high-value cards where the grading premium would exceed fees. For more modest cards, expedited grading cost more than the cards themselves were worth. The economics of grading shifted, excluding casual collectors from timely service. PSA ultimately suspended accepting new submissions at lower service tiers in early 2021. The company needed to work through its backlog before accepting additional volume. This unprecedented step shocked the collecting community. Alternative grading services saw submission increases as collectors sought any available authentication. The grading industry's infrastructure had failed to scale with demand, creating bottlenecks that affected the entire market. The backlog's resolution came gradually over subsequent years. PSA expanded capacity, hired additional graders, and slowly reduced wait times. By the time processing returned to normal, market conditions had changed. Some cards that seemed valuable when submitted had depreciated by return. The backlog episode demonstrated the fragility of infrastructure that the market depended upon. Future demand surges might create similar problems if capacity didn't keep pace. Auction houses became stages for record-breaking Pokémon card sales. Heritage Auctions, the largest collectibles auction house, held dedicated Pokémon sales that attracted global participation. These events generated extensive publicity, with preview exhibitions and promotional coverage building anticipation. The auction format maximized competition among bidders, often pushing prices above what comparable private sales achieved. The atmosphere of major auctions combined excitement and tension. Bidders monitored their computers or phones, ready to respond to competing bids. Lot descriptions detailed card histories and condition nuances. Professional auctioneers managed the flow, building energy as bidding intensified. The minutes before a lot closed could see rapid bid escalation as determined buyers fought for prizes. The theater of auctions added emotional intensity to what were fundamentally financial transactions. Sealed product auctions set their own records. First edition base set booster boxes, containing 36 unopened packs, achieved prices exceeding $400,000. These boxes represented the purest form of sealed potential. Whatever cards lay inside had never been touched by human hands since packaging. The mystery of contents, combined with the certainty of authenticity, created unique appeal for collectors and investors alike. Individual packs from significant sets also commanded remarkable prices. A single first edition base set booster pack, which had retailed for approximately $4 in 1999, could sell for tens of thousands of dollars decades later. The pack represented both collectible object and lottery ticket. Inside might be a holographic Charizard worth multiples of the pack's price. The gambling element added excitement beyond straightforward collecting. Record prices required record documentation. Auction houses provided detailed provenance information for significant lots. Photography from multiple angles let remote bidders assess condition. Third-party authentication supplemented auction house expertise. The professionalization of Pokémon auctions raised standards for the entire market. Transactions that once occurred informally between collectors now often involved institutional intermediaries and comprehensive documentation. Understanding how record prices emerged required appreciating the price discovery process in collectible markets. Unlike stocks traded millions of times daily, individual Pokémon cards traded infrequently. A specific card might change hands only a few times per year, or even less for rare specimens. Each transaction established a price point, but considerable uncertainty existed between transactions about current market value. Comparable sales analysis formed the foundation of most pricing assessments. Collectors and dealers examined recent sales of similar cards to estimate values. A PSA 9 Charizard's value might be inferred from recent PSA 9 Charizard sales. Adjustments were made for market momentum, with rising markets suggesting current values exceeded recent sales, and falling markets suggesting the opposite. The analysis was more art than science, with experienced participants developing intuition for market conditions. Price aggregators collected sales data from various platforms, creating databases that informed valuations. Services like price charting, Pokémon Price, and others tracked sold listings and compiled averages. These tools democratized access to pricing information that was previously available only to active market participants. Collectors could quickly look up approximate values for most cards, reducing information asymmetry between buyers and sellers. The spread between asking prices and actual sales revealed market dynamics. Sellers typically asked more than they expected to receive, building in room for negotiation. Buyers offered less than they were willing to pay for similar reasons. The gap between listed prices and completed sales represented the negotiation space where transactions occurred. Wide spreads suggested thin markets where price discovery was difficult. Narrow spreads indicated more liquid markets with efficient pricing. Record-breaking sales often occurred when motivated buyers competed for unique items. A collector determined to own a particular specimen might pay premiums that subsequent buyers wouldn't match. These outlier sales could distort perceptions of market value. Whether a record price reflected broad market conditions or individual circumstances was often unclear. The rarity of truly comparable items made assessment challenging. Authentication served distinct purposes from grading, though both were often performed together. Authentication verified that a card was genuine rather than counterfeit. As Pokémon card values rose, counterfeiting became increasingly attractive to fraudsters. Fake cards ranged from obvious reproductions to sophisticated fakes that required expert examination to detect. Authentication services provided assurance that cards were real, essential for high-value transactions. Counterfeit detection required specialized knowledge and equipment. Authentic cards had specific paperweight, texture, and composition. Printing quality, ink saturation, and color accuracy followed patterns that counterfeiters struggled to replicate exactly. Black light examination revealed ultraviolet reactive properties. Side-by-side comparison with known authentic examples highlighted differences invisible to casual inspection. Experienced authenticators developed ability to spot fakes quickly. The evolution of counterfeiting technology created ongoing challenges for authentication. Early fakes were crude, easily identified by anyone familiar with genuine cards. Modern counterfeits could fool inexperienced buyers and sometimes even experienced collectors. The arms race between counterfeiters and authenticators continued, with each improvement in fake quality eventually countered by refined detection methods. Authentication was not static but constantly adapting. Third-party authentication added cost and time to transactions. Buyers, unwilling to rely on seller representations, insisted on authenticated products. The premium for authenticated cards reflected both the assurance provided and the friction involved in obtaining authentication. Some collectors preferred raw cards for the lower costs and the ability to examine cards directly. Others wouldn't consider purchasing significant cards without third-party verification. Authentication controversies occasionally emerged when cards that had been authenticated were later questioned. The fallibility of authentication processes became apparent when fakes slipped through or when authentication decisions were reversed. These incidents damaged confidence in the services that high-value transactions depended upon. The authentication ecosystem required trust, and every failure eroded that trust somewhat. While Charizard dominated headlines, other cards achieved impressive records. The Blastoise First Edition holographic from base set, featuring the Water-type starter Pokémon, commanded significant premiums in top grades. Though never reaching Charizard prices, Blastoise sales regularly exceeded expectations. The turtle-like creature with water cannons had its own devoted following among collectors. Venusaur, the grass-type starter, completed the original trio of rare holographic cards. Its prices, while lower than both Charizard and Blastoise, still reached levels that would have seemed impossible years earlier. Collectors assembling complete sets needed all three, creating steady demand regardless of Venusaur's individual popularity ranking. The set completion motivation ensured Venusaur retained value even without matching its siblings' prices. Pikachu variations attracted particular attention given the character's franchise mascot status. The illustrator already discussed was the most extreme example, but other Pikachu cards also achieved notable prices. Promotional Pikachu cards from special events, error cards featuring Pikachu, and particularly rare variants all had collectors willing to pay premium prices. Pikachu's universal recognition extended demand beyond core Pokémon collectors. Trophy cards from early Pokémon tournament prizes reached astronomical values. These cards, awarded to winners and top finishers in official competitions, existed in quantities measured in single or double digits. Cards like the Trainer number 1, 2, and 3, prizes from early World Championships, represented competitive achievement as well as collectible rarity. Owners rarely sold, and when they did, prices reflected extreme scarcity. University promo cards, distributed as prizes in Japanese university competitions, achieved remarkable prices despite limited recognition outside serious collecting circles. The Chansey and other university promos existed in very small quantities. These obscure cards demonstrated that record prices could occur outside the most famous examples. Deep collectors knew about these rarities, even if casual observers had never heard of them. Understanding why anyone paid record prices required examining the psychology of high-end collecting. Wealth alone didn't explain willingness to spend hundreds of thousands or millions on trading cards. Many wealthy individuals had no interest in Pokémon cards at any price. The buyers who paid records combined financial capacity with specific motivations that made these purchases worthwhile to them. Nostalgia played powerful roles in record purchases. Adults who had loved Pokémon as children and who had achieved significant wealth could now afford what had been impossible in youth. Buying the ultimate example of a childhood treasure provided emotional satisfaction that justified financial expenditure. The card wasn't just an investment, but a fulfillment of long-held desire. Status signaling motivated some high-end purchases. Owning record-breaking cards demonstrated both wealth and connoisseurship. In certain circles, impressive Pokémon collections conferred credibility and respect. The social value of being known as someone who owned significant cards exceeded what financial analysis might suggest. Consumption for status followed patterns observed across many collecting fields. Investment thesis drove other record purchases. Buyers who believed Pokémon card values would continue appreciating saw record prices as opportunities rather than extravagances. If a card bought for $500,000 might be worth $2 million in 5 years, the purchase made financial sense. These calculations required assumptions about future demand that might or might not prove correct. Competitive collecting pushed prices beyond what rational analysis might suggest. When multiple determined buyers wanted the same unique item, bidding could exceed any participant's pre-auction limit. The desire to win, to possess what competitors couldn't, drove decisions that participants might later question. The heat of competition produced prices that cooler assessment wouldn't have reached. Record prices established during market peaks often proved unsustainable. As the pandemic era boom moderated, prices for many high-end Pokémon cards declined from their peaks. Cards that had sold for $300,000 might later struggle to find buyers at $200,000. These corrections demonstrated that record prices reflected specific market conditions rather than permanent valuations. The psychology of correction was painful for those who had bought at peaks. Seeing the value of purchases decline by large percentages created regret and anxiety. Some holders sold to avoid further losses, creating selling pressure that pushed prices lower still. Others held stubbornly, convinced that values would eventually recover. The emotional difficulty of mark-to-market losses tested many collectors' commitment. Long-term perspective helped contextualize corrections. Even after significant declines from peaks, many cards remained worth far more than they had been years earlier. A card that fell from $300,000 to $150,000 might still represent enormous appreciation from a purchase price of $50,000 years before. The relevant comparison depended on when one had entered the market and what expectations one held. Market corrections separated committed collectors from pure speculators. Those who had entered the hobby primarily for profit might exit when profits disappeared. Those who collected for love continued regardless of price movements. The winnowing effect of corrections could actually benefit the market long term by reducing speculative froth and returning focus to genuine collecting interest. Record prices continued being set even during corrections, though for different items than during boom periods. Truly exceptional cards with unique provenance or extraordinary rarity could still achieve remarkable results. The overall market might soften, while standout examples maintained or even increased value. Quality differentiation became more important as general price levels moderated. Predicting where Pokémon card records will go from here involves considerable uncertainty. Optimists envision continued appreciation as wealth accumulates globally and nostalgia-driven demand expands. The Pokémon franchise remains culturally relevant, introducing new generations to characters that might become collectible subjects. If this pattern continues, future records could dwarf current ones. Pessimists worry about demographic transitions. The adults paying current record prices grew up with Pokémon in its original era. Will future generations, whose formative experiences differ, develop similar attachment to vintage cards? Or will Pokémon cards follow the pattern of earlier collectibles, valuable to those who remember them, but less interesting to subsequent generations? The uncertainty spans decades. Technological disruption could affect collecting in unpredictable ways. Digital collectibles, virtual reality experiences, and as yet uninvented technologies might compete with physical cards for collector attention and spending. Or they might complement physical collecting, creating new ways to enjoy and display traditional collections. How technology shapes collecting culture will influence high-end Pokémon card markets. The grading industry's evolution will shape what record prices are possible. If grading standards shift, existing grades might require reassessment. If new services emerge with different approaches, market fragmentation could result. The infrastructure supporting high-end transactions remains important to their continued occurrence. Changes in that infrastructure would have market implications. As sleep beckons and thoughts grow peaceful, consider the remarkable journey that brought Pokémon cards from children's toys to million-dollar collectibles. The records discussed tonight represent not just financial achievements, but the culmination of cultural significance, nostalgic attachment, and market dynamics that no one could have predicted when Satoshi Tajiri first imagined catching creatures in a game. Rest now and let visions of perfect cards in tamper-evident cases accompany you into dreams. The market will continue tomorrow, but tonight is for peaceful rest. Error cards, those produced with mistakes in printing or design, occupied a peculiar position in the record price landscape. Normally, errors diminished value by representing imperfection. In collectibles, however, errors could create unique variants that commanded premiums. The key was whether the error was interesting enough to attract collector attention and rare enough to create scarcity. Not all errors were valuable, but some became highly sought after. The famous Red Cheeks Pikachu error from base set illustrated this dynamic. The Pikachu's cheeks were supposed to be yellow, but appeared red in some printings due to an ink error. This visually distinctive variant became collectible in its own right. Collectors sought Red Cheek Pikachu cards specifically, willing to pay premiums for the unusual appearance. The error had transformed from defect to feature. Misprints involving text attracted a different collecting audience. Cards with incorrect attack names, wrong energy symbols, or other text errors were prized by collectors who appreciated the production history they revealed. These errors showed that Pokémon cards were manufactured by humans and machines that sometimes made mistakes. The imperfection humanized the products. The no-symbol error jungle set cards achieved particular fame. First edition jungle set cards should have had the jungle set symbol, but some early printings omitted it. These no-symbol error cards existed in much smaller quantities than correctly printed versions. The combination of first edition status and error rarity made them valuable to collectors who understood the production history. Authentication of error cards required expertise beyond normal card evaluation. Authenticators needed to distinguish genuine production errors from alterations made after manufacturing. Some forgers attempted to create artificial errors by modifying regular cards. Detecting these fakes required understanding exactly how specific errors occurred during production. The specialized knowledge needed kept error collecting relatively specialized. Pokémon card prices varied significantly across international markets. English language cards generally commanded the highest prices, reflecting the largest collector base. Japanese cards, despite being the originals, often sold for less than English equivalents due to different supply and demand dynamics. European language cards occupied various positions depending on language and market development. The Japanese market's longer history created deeper collections and more established trading networks. Cards that were rare in Western markets might be more available in Japan, where collecting traditions were more developed. Conversely, some promotional cards released only in Western markets were rare in Japan. These asymmetries created opportunities for collectors who could navigate international purchasing. Currency fluctuations affected international price comparisons. When the dollar strengthened against the yen, Japanese cards became relatively cheaper for American buyers. When exchange rates moved the other way, Japanese cards became more expensive. Collectors who timed their international purchases well could achieve significant savings. Currency risk added another variable to collecting strategy. Shipping and customs costs complicated international transactions. Importing valuable cards involved risks of loss, damage, or seizure. Duties and taxes could add substantially to purchase prices. These frictions kept some collectors focused on domestic markets despite price advantages abroad. The globalization of Pokémon card markets remained imperfect. Record prices in different national currencies sometimes created confusion about actual dollar equivalents. A record in Japanese yen might or might not exceed a record in American dollars, depending on exchange rates at the time of sale. Media coverage sometimes failed to specify currencies clearly, leading to misunderstandings about which sales were truly record-breaking. Serious collectors employed the concept of condition census, borrowed from numismatics, to track the finest known examples of specific cards. The condition census identified the best preserved specimens regardless of who owned them. Being able to claim ownership of a condition census card conferred prestige within collecting circles. These ultimate examples commanded ultimate prices. The condition census evolved as new examples emerged from ungraded collections. A card that had been the finest known might be surpassed when an even better example was graded. The dynamic nature of the census meant that condition rankings could change. Collectors who held census cards watched new submissions anxiously, hoping their examples would retain their status. Multiple cards could share census status if they achieved identical top grades. When population reports showed several PSA 10s for a particular card, each was part of the condition census. The distinction came when these equals were differentiated by sub-characteristics. A PSA 10 with perfect centering might be superior to a PSA 10 with slightly off-centering, even though both received the same grade. Proving condition census status required documentation and verification. Claims of owning the finest known example needed support from population data and comparative analysis. The collecting community generally knew who held significant cards and could verify or dispute census claims. Reputation depended partly on being accurate about collection contents. The price premium for condition census cards exceeded what grade alone explained. Holding the best known example of a famous card carried bragging rights that collectors valued. At record price levels, these intangible factors influenced willingness to pay. A demonstrably finest known Charizard might achieve prices above other PSA 10s because of its census status. Media coverage of record Pokémon card sales created feedback loops that affected subsequent prices. When mainstream outlets reported million-dollar card sales, public awareness increased. People who had forgotten about childhood collection retrieved them from storage. Some discovered valuable cards they hadn't known they possessed. The publicity generated both supply and demand. Television coverage brought Pokémon card prices to mass audiences. News segments featuring astonished collectors discovering valuable cards made for engaging content. Morning shows, evening news, and cable networks all covered the phenomenon at various points. Each wave of coverage introduced new participants to the market. Social media amplification extended traditional media reach. Record sale announcements spread rapidly through Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. Comment sections debated whether prices made sense. Arguments about market bubbles and sustainable values raged endlessly. The social discussion kept Pokémon cards in public consciousness, even between major media stories. Celebrity involvement generated media interest beyond what collectibles normally received. When famous personalities bought or sold significant Pokémon cards, entertainment media covered the transactions. The intersection of celebrity and collecting created stories that appealed to audiences who might not otherwise care about trading cards. These crossover stories expanded market awareness substantially. The accuracy of media coverage varied considerably. Some reporters understood collectibles markets and conveyed nuances accurately. Others simplified or sensationalized, creating misleading impressions. Collectors sometimes cringed at coverage that got basic facts wrong or drew unwarranted conclusions. The trade-off between exposure and accuracy was ongoing. Provenance, the documented history of ownership, added value to some high-end cards. A card known to have come from a famous collection or with an interesting ownership story might command premiums over otherwise identical examples. The narrative attached to specific cards distinguished them from anonymous specimens. Collectors paid for stories as well as cardboard. Auction catalogs increasingly emphasized provenance for significant lots. The story of how a card was acquired, who had owned it previously, and what collections it had been part of became selling points. A Charizard from an original collector who had protected it since childhood carried different meaning than one purchased recently from a dealer. Documentation of provenance ranged from rigorous to non-existent. Some cards had clear paper trails documenting ownership history. Others passed through hands without records, their previous ownership unknown. The strength of provenance claims affected credibility and value. Well-documented histories commanded trust premiums. Famous previous owners created celebrity provenance. A card known to have been owned by a notable person might attract collectors interested in that person's connection. These celebrity associations could significantly affect prices for otherwise ordinary cards. The value derived from association rather than from the card itself. Fabricated, provenance represented a fraud risk. Sellers might invent ownership histories to enhance perceived value. Verifying claimed provenance could be difficult or impossible. Buyers of high-end cards with provenance claims needed to evaluate the credibility of those claims carefully. Trust in seller reputation often substituted for independent verification. The explosive growth of 2020 and 2021 could not sustain itself indefinitely, and by 2022, the Pokémon card market began experiencing what economists might call a correction, and what collectors simply called a cooling off. The frenzied peaks of the pandemic era gave way to a more measured landscape, one that still represented remarkable growth compared to pre-pandemic levels, but no longer matched the astronomical heights of the boom years. Many cards that had reached record prices during the boom saw their values decline by 20, 30, or even 50%. The PSA 10 base set Charizard that had commanded over $400,000 at auction settled back to figures in the low hundreds of thousands. While still staggering amounts for a trading card, these corrections reminded collectors that markets can move in both directions. The normalization proved healthy for the hobby in many ways. Cards became more accessible to collectors who had been priced out during the frenzy. Retail products returned to store shelves with some regularity, and the desperate hunting that had characterized 2020 and 2021 became less necessary. Parents could once again find cards for their children without resorting to secondary markets and inflated prices. Scalping persisted, but at reduced levels. The guaranteed profits that had attracted opportunistic resellers during the boom no longer materialized as reliably, causing many casual scalpers to exit the market. Professional resellers remained, but the gold rush atmosphere dissipated. Those who remained in the hobby tended to be genuine enthusiasts rather than pure speculators. The Pokémon Company continued releasing new sets at a steady pace, maintaining the release schedule of approximately 4 main expansions per year, plus various special sets and collections. The 2023 and 2024 releases demonstrated continued commitment to innovation while honoring the traditions that collectors cherished. Each new set brought fresh artwork, new mechanics, and reasons to continue collecting. Today's Pokémon card collector exists within a rich ecosystem of communities, resources, and platforms that would have been unimaginable to the children opening base set packs in 1999. The hobby has been transformed by technology and social connection, creating global networks of enthusiasts who share their passion across borders and time zones. YouTube remains a cornerstone of the community, with creators at every scale sharing their experiences. The largest channels like Leonhart and Pokerev attract millions of viewers, while countless smaller creators serve niche interests and local communities. Pack opening videos continue to captivate audiences, the simple pleasure of watching someone discover what treasures await inside a sealed pack proving endlessly appealing. Social media platforms host vibrant communities where collectors showcase their acquisitions, seek advice on purchases, and debate the merits of different cards and sets. Instagram accounts dedicated to Pokémon card photography have elevated the hobby to an art form, with collectors carefully staging and lighting their most prized possessions for maximum visual impact. The aesthetic appreciation of cards has become its own subculture within the broader hobby. Discord servers have become essential gathering places for collectors, offering real-time communication and community building. Servers dedicated to specific aspects of collecting, from vintage cards to modern Japanese releases, provide spaces for deep dive discussions and knowledge sharing. The immediacy of Discord allows collectors to share breaking news, coordinate group purchases, and build genuine friendships around their shared interest. Reddit communities continue to thrive, with subreddits dedicated to Pokémon cards attracting hundreds of thousands of members. The platform's structure encourages both casual sharing and in-depth discussion, accommodating newcomers seeking basic guidance and veterans analyzing obscure variants. The democratic nature of Reddit voting surfaces the most interesting and helpful content for community members. TikTok has emerged as a significant platform for younger collectors, with short-form videos introducing the hobby to new audiences. The format suits quick reveals and reactions, and viral TikTok content has repeatedly driven interest in specific cards or products. The platform's algorithm exposes Pokémon content to users who might never have discovered the hobby through traditional channels. The Pokémon trading card game as a competitive endeavor continues to flourish in the mid-2020s. The World Championships draw elite players from across the globe, competing for titles, prize money, and the prestige of being recognized as the world's best. The events have grown into major productions, streamed live to audiences of hundreds of thousands who follow along with expert commentary and analysis. Regional and local tournaments provide pathways for aspiring champions to develop their skills and earn invitations to higher-level events. The Play Pokémon program has matured into a comprehensive competitive infrastructure, with age divisions ensuring fair competition across experience levels. Children as young as 6 can compete in junior division events, learning the game alongside peers of similar development. The strategic depth of the game continues to evolve with each new set release. Deck builders analyze new cards for their competitive potential, theory crafting optimal combinations before new sets even become legal for tournament play. The metagame shifts regularly as players discover powerful synergies and develop counters to dominant strategies. Professional players have emerged as recognizable figures within the community, their expertise respected and their deck choices influential. Some make their living through competitive play, content creation, and coaching services. The ecosystem around competitive Pokémon has professionalized in ways that mirror other esports, with sponsorships, team affiliations, and dedicated practice regimens. The Pokémon trading card game. Live, the digital version of the game, provides accessible entry points for new players and convenient practice for experienced competitors. The digital platform removes barriers of geographic access and product availability, allowing anyone with an internet connection to experience competitive play. Tournaments held within the digital game offer prizes and recognition, creating an alternative competitive pathway. Japanese Pokémon cards have achieved unprecedented popularity among Western collectors in recent years. What was once a niche interest for dedicated enthusiasts has become a mainstream aspect of the hobby, with Japanese products available through numerous import channels and commanding significant portions of collector spending. The appeal of Japanese cards stems from multiple factors. The distinctive, borderless artwork of Japanese cards creates a cleaner visual presentation that many collectors prefer. Japan-exclusive products and promotional cards offer unique items unavailable through Western releases. The earlier release dates of Japanese sets allow collectors to experience new content months before English versions arrive. Japanese booster boxes typically contain more cards per pack and guaranteed pull rates for ultra-rare cards, making them attractive propositions for collectors seeking specific chase cards. The economics of Japanese product can favor collectors in terms of expected value per dollar spent, though import costs and currency fluctuations add complexity to these calculations. Specialty importers have built businesses around bringing Japanese products to Western collectors. These businesses handle the logistics of international shipping, customs clearance, and authentication, making Japanese cards accessible to collectors who might otherwise struggle to source them. Some importers offer pre-order services, allowing collectors to secure anticipated products before release. The growing interest in Japanese cards has created educational opportunities within the community. Collectors share knowledge about different Japanese set types, the meanings of Japanese text on cards, and the nuances of Japanese exclusive products. This cross-cultural exchange has enriched the hobby, connecting Western collectors more deeply with the Japanese origins of Pokémon. Professional grading services remain central to high-value collecting in the mid-2020s, though the landscape has shifted from the frenzied conditions of the boom years. PSA, BGS, and CGC continue as the dominant services, each having adapted to meet post-pandemic demand levels while maintaining the quality standards collectors expect. Turnaround times have normalized significantly from the extreme delays of 2020 and 2021. Standard service levels that once stretched to years now complete in weeks or months, making grading a more practical consideration for collectors. Premium Express services offer even faster turnarounds for those willing to pay for expedited handling. The grading population data accumulated over decades now provides valuable market intelligence for collectors. By examining how many copies of a particular card have received specific grades, collectors can assess relative rarity and make informed purchasing decisions. This data has become an essential tool for serious collectors navigating the high-value market. Debates about grading standards and consistency continue within the community. Collectors share examples of cards they believe were graded incorrectly, sparking discussions about the subjective elements of professional grading. The resubmission of cards in hopes of grade increases remains common, though the economics of this practice have become less favorable as grading fees have increased. Alternative grading services have attempted to capture market share, offering different approaches to authentication and encapsulation. Some emphasize faster turnaround, while others focus on particular card types or price points. The market continues to sort out which services will earn long-term collector trust and market acceptance. Vintage Pokémon cards, typically defined as those from the Wizards of the Coast era ending in 2003, remain the crown jewels of the collecting world. Despite market corrections from boom era peaks, these cards command significant values and attract serious collectors willing to invest substantial resources in acquiring the finest examples. The base set Charizard maintains its position as the most iconic card in the hobby, its cultural significance transcending market fluctuations. Whether valued at $5,000 or $500,000 depending on condition and market timing, the Charizard represents something essential about Pokémon collecting. New collectors still dream of pulling one, and longtime collectors still treasure their original copies. First edition stamps and shadowless variants command significant premiums over unlimited printings. The scarcity of these earliest releases becomes more pronounced each year as copies are lost, damaged, or locked away in long-term collections. High-grade examples of first edition base set cards represent some of the most valuable trading cards in existence. Sealed vintage products have become increasingly rare and valuable. Unopened base set booster boxes, once common enough to be casually opened, now sell for six figures. The temptation to open these products for content creation battles against the value preservation argument for keeping them sealed. Each opened box reduces the total supply of sealed examples, potentially increasing values of remaining sealed product. The e-reader series, from 2002, has gained appreciation as collectors recognize its unique place in Pokémon card history. Sets like Skyridge and Aquapolis, once overlooked during their contemporary release, now command high prices as collectors seek these distinctive products. The relative print scarcity of these late Wizards of the Coast releases contributes to their value. Authentication concerns increase as vintage card values rise. Sophisticated counterfeits target high-value vintage cards, requiring collectors to exercise vigilance when making purchases. Professional grading provides some protection, but even graded cards occasionally prove to be sophisticated fakes. The arms race between counterfeiters and authentication continues without clear resolution. The Pokémon Company continues to push boundaries in card design, introducing new artistic styles, treatments, and rarities that captivate collectors. The evolution of card design from the simple layouts of the base set to the elaborate productions of modern releases reflects both technological advancement and changing collector expectations. Full art cards have become essential components of modern sets, featuring character illustrations that extend across the entire card face. Alternative art versions offer different artistic interpretations of the same Pokémon, appealing to collectors who appreciate the creative variety. Special art rare cards push artistic boundaries further, creating gallery-worthy pieces that happen to also be game cards. Holographic patterns and foil treatments have grown increasingly sophisticated. Cards shimmer and shift in the light, creating dynamic visual effects that photographs struggle to capture. The tactile and visual experience of holding a modern ultra-rare card provides sensory pleasure that digital images cannot replicate. Illustration. Rare cards, introduced in recent years, have become some of the most sought-after modern cards. These feature extended artwork that transforms the entire card into a scene, with Pokémon depicted in naturalistic settings rather than posed against abstract backgrounds. Collectors and non-collectors alike appreciate these cards as beautiful works of illustration. The stable of artists contributing to Pokémon cards has expanded to include numerous talented illustrators, each bringing distinctive styles. Collectors develop preferences for particular artists, seeking out their work across different sets and cards. Artist signatures at card events have become coveted editions, personalizing cards with direct connections to their creators. Special collections and premium products offer unique cards unavailable through standard booster packs. These products target collectors willing to pay premium prices for guaranteed access to desirable cards. The proliferation of product types provides options at every price point, from budget-friendly single packs to elaborate collector boxes. Growing awareness of environmental issues has prompted consideration of sustainability within the Pokémon card hobby. The physical nature of trading cards, requiring paper, ink, packaging, and global shipping, creates environmental impacts that some collectors and observers have begun to question. The Pokémon Company has taken steps toward more sustainable practices, including reducing plastic packaging and using more environmentally friendly materials where possible. These efforts represent early steps in what will likely be an ongoing evolution, as environmental consciousness continues to grow among consumers and corporations alike. Collectors increasingly consider the longevity of their collections, viewing cards as objects that will persist for decades rather than disposable entertainment. This perspective aligns with environmental values, as long-term collecting represents a more sustainable relationship with material goods than continuous consumption and disposal. The secondary market itself serves an environmental function, allowing cards to be traded and recirculated rather than discarded. Cards that one collector no longer wants can find new homes with collectors who will treasure them. This continuous circulation extends the useful life of physical products indefinitely. Digital alternatives like Pokémon Trading Card Game Live offer ways to experience the game without physical product, appealing to collectors concerned about material consumption. The coexistence of physical and digital versions provides options for different preferences and values, allowing individuals to engage with Pokémon cards in ways that align with their personal ethics. Children today continue to discover Pokémon cards just as their parents and grandparents did, perpetuating a tradition that now spans multiple generations. The simple joy of opening a pack, discovering what treasures lie within, and trading with friends transcends technological change and shifting cultural trends. Parents who collected as children now share the hobby with their own offspring, creating intergenerational connections around shared enthusiasm. These parents bring perspective and perhaps some wisdom to the hobby, understanding both the joys and potential pitfalls of collecting. Family collecting has become its own subculture within the broader hobby. Young collectors today have access to information and community resources that earlier generations could not have imagined. A child wondering about the value or rarity of a card can find answers within seconds through online searches. This democratization of knowledge empowers young collectors, but also changes the nature of discovery and learning within the hobby. Schools continue to navigate the presence of Pokémon cards in educational settings, with policies varying widely across districts and individual institutions. Some embrace cards as tools for mathematical thinking and social development, while others maintain restrictions to minimize distraction. The debates echo those of the 1990s, demonstrating the perennial nature of these tensions. The Pokémon themselves continue to evolve, with new generations of creatures introduced through video games and subsequently appearing on trading cards. Today's children may feel primary attachment to Pokémon unknown to older collectors, creating distinct generational identities within the broader fandom. These different touchstones of nostalgia ensure fresh perspectives and continued renewal of the collector base. Emerging technologies will inevitably shape the future of Pokémon card collecting, though predictions about exactly how remain speculative. The integration of digital and physical experiences may deepen, with cards potentially gaining digital components that enhance their functionality or collectability. Augmented reality applications could transform how collectors interact with their cards, overlaying digital information or animations when viewing cards through smartphone cameras. Imagine pointing your phone at a Charizard card and watching it breathe digital fire, or accessing instant price data and authentication verification through the same interface. Blockchain technology has been proposed as a solution for authentication and provenance tracking, though implementation challenges and environmental concerns have slowed adoption. The permanent record-keeping capabilities of blockchain could theoretically track a card from printing through every subsequent sale, providing unprecedented transparency in the secondary market. Artificial intelligence tools are beginning to assist collectors with identification and valuation. Image recognition can help identify cards from photographs, while machine learning models can predict price trends based on market data. These tools democratize expertise, making information previously held by specialists available to casual collectors. The tension between physical and digital collecting may resolve in unexpected ways. Perhaps future products will seamlessly blend tangible cards with digital ownership, or perhaps collectors will segment into distinct camps with different preferences. The physical card's persistence as a cultural object despite decades of digital alternatives suggests that tangible collecting meets fundamental human needs. Pokémon cards unite collectors across national boundaries, creating a truly global community bound by shared passion. Collectors in Tokyo and Toronto, Sao Paulo and Sydney all participate in the same hobby, collecting the same cards and following the same releases. This global reach has created cross-cultural connections that transcend language and distance. International trading has become commonplace, with collectors routinely purchasing cards from sellers on other continents. The internet has made geographic distance nearly irrelevant for acquiring specific cards, though shipping costs and customs regulations add complexity to international transactions. Regional variations in collecting culture add richness to the global hobby. Japanese collectors may favor different cards or products than their American counterparts, while European markets have their own distinctive characteristics. Understanding these regional differences can inform collecting strategies and investment decisions. International events bring collectors together in person, creating opportunities for face-to-face connection beyond digital interaction. World Championships rotate locations across regions, exposing attendees to different collecting cultures and markets. Side events and trading gatherings around these tournaments become collector conventions in their own right. Language barriers have been reduced by translation tools and the visual nature of trading cards. A beautiful illustration transcends language, appreciated equally by collectors who cannot read each other's native scripts. The universal appeal of Pokémon imagery creates common ground across linguistic divides. As Pokémon cards approach their third decade, efforts to preserve and document the hobby's history have intensified. Collector historians research and record details about vintage releases, promotional items, and the evolution of card design over time. This documentation ensures that knowledge is not lost as original collectors age and memories fade. Online databases catalog every known Pokémon card, providing comprehensive references for collectors seeking information about specific releases. These databases include images, release dates, print run information where available, and other details that help collectors understand what they own or seek to acquire. Museums and cultural institutions have begun recognizing Pokémon cards as significant cultural artifacts worthy of preservation. Exhibitions featuring trading cards alongside other pop culture items legitimize collecting as a form of cultural participation rather than mere consumer behavior. These institutional recognitions validate what collectors have always known about the significance of their hobby. Oral history projects capture the memories and experiences of longtime collectors, preserving first-person accounts of the hobby's evolution. These narratives add human dimension to the factual record, revealing how collecting has intersected with individual lives across decades. The stories of why people collect often prove as interesting as the cards themselves. Private collections serve as inadvertent archives, preserving cards and products that might otherwise be lost. Serious collectors often view themselves as custodians rather than mere owners, maintaining items in optimal condition for eventual passage to future generations. This stewardship mentality contributes to the preservation of hobby history. The financial aspects of Pokémon card collecting have grown increasingly complex in the modern era. Collectors must navigate diverse product offerings, secondary market dynamics, and the tension between collecting for enjoyment versus collecting as investment. Understanding these economics helps collectors make informed decisions aligned with their goals. Primary market prices for sealed products have increased substantially over the years, reflecting both inflation and growing demand. A booster pack that cost $3 in 1999 might cost $5 or more today, while premium products can reach hundreds of dollars. Collectors must budget more carefully than previous generations did. The secondary market offers opportunities to acquire specific desired cards without the randomness of pack opening. Single card purchases allow targeted collecting, though prices for chase cards often exceed what opening equivalent packs might cost. Collectors weigh the certainty of singles against the excitement of pack opening. Price tracking tools and market data services help collectors monitor values and identify trends. These resources range from free community-maintained spreadsheets to professional subscription services offering real-time data. Access to market information has been democratized, reducing information asymmetries that once favored professional dealers. The distinction between collecting and investing remains philosophically important, even as it blurs in practice. Those who approach cards primarily as investments may make different decisions than those who collect for pure enjoyment. Both approaches can be valid, but clarity about one's own motivations helps guide purchasing decisions. As we gaze toward the future of Pokémon cards, uncertainty mingles with optimism. The franchise has demonstrated remarkable resilience over nearly 3 decades, adapting to changing technologies, shifting demographics, and evolving consumer preferences. This adaptability suggests continued relevance in the years and decades to come. New Pokémon generations will continue to appear, each bringing fresh creatures to capture imaginations and fill card sets. Children not yet born will discover Pokémon cards and form attachments to species that do not yet exist. The cycle of creation and discovery that has sustained the franchise will continue turning. The competitive scene will evolve, perhaps incorporating new technologies for tournament organization and streaming. Virtual reality might someday allow players to experience card battles in immersive three-dimensional environments. The core strategic depth of the game will persist even as presentation methods change. Collecting will remain fundamentally about connection, whether connection to childhood memories, to artistic beauty, to strategic gameplay, or to communities of fellow enthusiasts. The specific cards people collect may change, but the human impulses driving collection will persist across generations. Market values will fluctuate, boom periods will alternate with corrections, and predictions about which cards will prove valuable will sometimes prove spectacularly wrong. Through all these cycles, the cards themselves will endure, physical objects that outlast market enthusiasm and provide tangible connections to shared cultural experiences. Beyond market values and competitive rankings, Pokémon card collecting carries personal meaning for millions of individuals around the world. The cards serve as repositories of memory, tangible objects that connect us to earlier versions of ourselves and to people we have loved along the way. A card can hold the memory of the friend who traded it to you, the birthday when you received it as a gift, or the quiet afternoon when you discovered it in a long-forgotten pack. These personal associations transform mass-produced products into unique artifacts of individual experience. Collecting provides structure and purpose for those who practice it, offering goals to pursue and achievements to celebrate. Completing a set, acquiring a long-sought card, or achieving a high grade from a grading service provides satisfaction that extends beyond material acquisition. The knowledge developed through collecting represents its own reward, expertise accumulated through years of engaged attention. Serious collectors become scholars of their chosen niche, their understanding deep and nuanced in ways that outsiders cannot fully appreciate. Community belonging may be the deepest gift of the hobby, the sense of connection to others who share your enthusiasm. In a fragmented world, shared passion creates bonds that transcend other differences. Fellow collectors become friends, their common interest providing foundation for relationships that often extend far beyond discussing cards. And so we arrive at the end of our journey through the history of Pokémon cards, from Satoshi Tajiri's childhood memories of catching bugs in rural Japan to the global phenomenon that touches billions of lives today. Nearly 3 decades of history have passed before us, filled with creativity, commerce, community, and countless moments of joy. We have explored the origins in 1996, when the first cards emerged from Media Factory to accompany a modest video game release. We have witnessed the explosion of Pokémania as Wizards of the Coast brought the cards to Western shores, and the quiet years when the hobby persisted through the dedication of true believers. We have seen the digital renaissance that brought new attention to the hobby, and the pandemic boom that transformed Pokémon cards into objects of mainstream fascination. We have watched celebrities open vintage boxes and ordinary people discover treasure in forgotten collections. Through it all, the cards themselves have remained constant, physical objects that can be held, examined, traded, and treasured. They have served as tokens of childhood, vehicles for artistic expression, strategic game pieces, and stores of value. Their meaning has shifted across eras and individuals, yet something essential persists. Tonight, as sleep beckons and consciousness fades, let the colorful world of Pokémon cards accompany you into peaceful rest. Whatever your relationship to this hobby, whether long-time collector or curious newcomer, May you carry with you the simple wonder that a piece of printed cardboard can hold. The story of Pokémon cards is far from over. New chapters will be written by collectors and players yet to discover the hobby, by artists whose illustrations will grace future releases, by children whose enthusiasm will carry the tradition forward. The story continues beyond the boundaries of any telling, but for now, for tonight, we pause in appreciation of what has been and what is. The cards that exist in the world tonight, from pristine graded treasures in climate-controlled vaults to well-loved childhood collections in shoeboxes, all carry forward the legacy of a dream born in Satoshi Tajiri's imagination. May your dreams be gentle, filled perhaps with colorful creatures and treasured finds. May you wake refreshed, ready to pursue whatever joys await you in the waking world, and may you carry with you always the knowledge that in a simple trading card, magic can be found. Good night, dear collector. Good night, dear listener. May peace settle over you like a blanket woven of 1,000 happy memories, each thread a card, each card a story, each story a tiny miracle of connection and joy. Sleep well and dream of Pokémon.